Welcome everyone to the 7th round of the Prague Masters 2024. Amruta, we are coming to the last third of the tournament.
I know, and we have seen so many emotions already here and there, up and down. So today and the last days of this tournament, I don't know what's coming in, Sagar.
I think we should quickly go to our view of the playing venue. Oh, we have the pairings first. Bartel takes on Navara. Prag versus Gukesh. I'm very excited for this one. Vincent takes on Nordirbek. That means the leader of the tournament. Nordirbek takes on youngster. Parham versus Vidit and Richard versus Thaidaiwan. So it's actually the four youngsters taking on each other today.
Absolutely, and two Canadians. Definitely one of the game to watch out for.
For sure. And there we see in the playing venue right behind the mood as Pragnananda enters and shakes hands with Gukesh. So if we can have a look at the playing venue, and there we see players have almost all settled in. The two futures on the right are enjoying themselves, yeah?
Yes, and they were, oh my god, what? Clap. Acha, everybody's clapping. I thought only they were clapping.
No, it's basically Thaidaiwan wins the best game of the day award for yesterday, which is very obvious because he played a brilliant game against Parham Maksudlu. The move H4 is going into the books for this beautiful rook lift that he managed.
Totally.
And we see Prag Gukesh on the left side. Behind them over there is Bartel versus Navara. We also see Dirk Janten Guzendam from New in Chess, who's walking around with his camera. Very experienced chess journalist. We have Richie Rapport versus Thaidaiwan, and Vidit on the far corner waiting for his opponent Parham Maksudlu, who's not yet arrived.
Oh, he's the last one to arrive today.
Yes.
Can you be late? Is there a zero tolerance rule here?
No. There's no zero tolerance, I believe, but maybe
they tolerate everything, yeah?
But you know that I don't even know if they've discussed this rule.
Oh, they're clapping again. Why?
Well, the first move has been made on the board of Nordirbek and Keimer. On the far end, it was made by Jeroen Vandenberg, who's the tournament director of Tata Steel in Vaikanze. And there you see Parham enters, shakes hands with Vidit. The games are about to begin. We see the challengers on the far right. Whoa, Amruta, it's the top board here between Abdusattorov and Keimer. What is the first move that Vincent will play, Amruta? I think it's going to be C4.
Oh.
Yes.
Not sure, maybe E4 if he wants to play something rash.
Well, let's see, because you know Nordirbek, in spite of losing yesterday, is still in the lead in this tournament, which is amazing.
Which is very rare actually.
But right on his heels are now three players on 3.5. We have, shake of hands by the way, and let's see if I was right. No, I wasn't. D4 is on the board by Vincent.
None of us were right.
Yes, D4 on the board, and Nordirbek, I believe, will go knight F6 here. It doesn't even feel right like Nordirbek lost yesterday. Oh, he goes D5, symmetrical.
No, they have to recover. It's a new game, it's a new day.
Yeah, new day today. And C4 played. What's the move going to be, Amruta? E6? Oh, I know what he'll play. He'll take on C4. Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, Queen's Gambit accepted, because the reason is, Amruta, that it can lead to really sharp games and also solid games based on White's response. And Knight C6 comes in. Wow, what line is Nordirbek going to play? Because D5 is possible. And you can see Vincent does not make his move immediately. He opens his bottle of water to just take a sip, because he hasn't prepared it today, I believe. He must have looked at it at some point, but not today. And that's why he just wants to recollect all his lines before making a move.
But tell me one thing, why is Nordirbek drinking water from the glass and Vincent drinking water from the bottle? I'm more interested to know that.
I thought you will ask, tell me why Knight C6 was played.
Exactly. No, but D takes C4, we have not seen this in this event, right? second
Yes,
move?
I think actually Queen's Gambit accepted was not played on the second move, but it was played in one of the games, Amruta, through the Queen's Gambit accepted, through the Queen's Gambit decline move order. By e6 was played before and so on.
Yeah, and also when Kaimer versus Abdusattorov they played, I think Abdusattorov has played d takes c4 with him for the first time.
Okay, okay. So knight f3 on the board. Now he's defended his d4 pawn. It's attacked twice, defended twice. We will see what Abdusattorov will play, because look, white has a beautiful center, and if time is given, he will simply chop off the pawn on c4. So bishop g4 played. Amruta,
Yeah.
can you give us the statistics of d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, e4,
c4, yeah.
and how many times had, like, knight c6, is it a popular move, or
So e5 is the main move over there.
here e5 is the main move?
Yeah, around 2000 games.
Okay.
Then there is also knight f6 which is possible. Knight c6 is also played 900 games.
But now the new line which is getting very popular is b5, and guys, if you are wanting to explore a sharp line, this is where you might want to go and check out some crazy games. But knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4, I feel this is more for the surprise value here more than the objective evaluation, because you can already see the bar is in white's favor. And the
Yeah,
way
because
in which-
Artemiev has played this with the black pieces, but Anish Giri, Vishy, they have faced it with the white pieces.
Yeah, and I'm expecting now either the pawn to push forward with d5, which is a very logical move, or bishop e3, just developing your bishop and defending the pawn. So let's see.
Or even bishop c4. These are the three moves which are played here.
Bishop c4, but how
Yes.
can that work? Because if I take on f3,
Bishop f3.
oh, queen f3, yes?
Yes.
And
Did you
threatening-
forget about checkmate in one move, Sagar? Scholar's mate.
Yeah, then the d4 pawn is protected, and if I
No, there's
go,
no checkmate though.
it's
but-
not checkmate, but e6. And now how do you protect this? Do you go d5 maybe?
Yes, d5.
d5, okay. Let's see what Vincent does. Oh, this is a slight surprise for me that you can even take the pawn. But I think the best move is d5, knight jumps in here, and maybe also possible, Amruta, is to take this pawn on c4, although it looks like a terrible idea. But after takes, you have a check and you can recover the knight. It's a common theme in this opening.
But nobody has played bishop c4
Yeah, it
after
looks bad.
95. But Anish continued with bishop f4 after 95.
Forcing
With
him
Artemiev.
to take.
No,
And then
knight
pawn
went back
takes.
to g6 because if you take,
Yes,
you're happy.
It's terrible, yeah. Take, and now maybe bishop goes back to
E3.
g3 or e3, yeah. Bishop
Knight
E3.
f6 and then he continued with knight c3.
And yes, if you can get this pawn safely, it would be a nice thing for white. But I think black would then maybe hit in the center with e6,
e5, yeah.
e5.
e6 is also possible. So there are games, Sagar. This is another line.
This is well-known theory actually, and I think, let's see if we go here. Should we go to the next game, Amruta?
Let's go.
Let's go to the game of the other two youngsters playing today, Pragnananda versus Gukesh. Let's see what happened there. Prag with the white pieces opened with one e4, and Gukesh responded with e5.
Wow, Prag goes e4.
Yeah. Okay, I'm very excited for this. You know why? Because Italian is on the board, and you know, when Pragnananda plays the Italian, we all observe, because it's months and months of preparation for the candidates. And when Gukesh also responds back, he knows that Prag will go for the Italian, so he would also come with prep. So this is like a great psychological
He's not
battle.
worried for Prague's Italian. Yeah, right now I think Prague is getting popular for his Italian preparation and the kind of conversions he's making.
It's also one way to look at it, that he's very good at it, but the other way is that you know he will play it, so you can prepare something against it. And so that way Gukesh would have come here with something, knight f6, castles, d6, c3, a6. You can see how this is a very slow, steady game. Rook e1, bishop a7, Prag goes knight d2, and now Gukesh is thinking. I'm wondering what is he thinking about, because I think he should just castle here, right? Like See, my thinking in Italian works like this. I'm not a very experienced player, but my thought is the bishop can come to g5. So castling here, let's say instead of bishop a7, if you castle here, then bishop g5 can be slightly irritating. Although now we have seen so many games that I myself I'm not worried to even push my pawns even after castling. Like I feel that's very much playable, no worries. These sacks don't really work. Vincent showed it against Pragnananda. But when the opponent puts his knight on d2, now this move is no longer possible. So maybe we just castle. But Gukesh's pause here has been quite long. So I'm not really sure.
Yeah, because I think before knight bd2, if you go one more back,
yes,
a4 and bishop b3 have been the main moves.
a4, okay.
And bishop b3, yeah. But what he played was knight bd2.
Yes,
and
it can also transpose perhaps.
Yeah, Hans Niemann had played this with Pragnananda, by the way. In
but in opposite colors.
Blitz, yeah. This blitz.
Oh, but Amruta, maybe Gukesh is thinking, I understand what he's thinking. Can I now, after knight d2, go and win this bishop on c4? Isn't that the point? Because if you imagine why people go a4 and bishop b3 is that knight a5, if bishop b3, knight a5, bishop c2, you keep your bishop. And if a4, knight a5, you go bishop a2. So with Prague playing knight d2, it's a slight provocation here. I can go knight a5 and try to win this.
Yeah, actually, and for knight a5, so there are ways like either you go bishop b3, knight b3, a b3. That is there in some, but not the most top games.
But yeah, this is
the topmost game is Swan versus Binrich.
Okay.
That is very latest actually,
and
Chessable Masters. Knight a5, bishop b3, knight b3, a b3. That's what I was suggesting. Short castle, knight f1. So basically knight f1, knight 6, knight g3, rook e8.
You know,
and h3.
as a player who sort of watched a lot of games of Italian and Spanish, I've always felt that, hey, this bishop is so important, the light squared bishop, you shouldn't give it up because it would then not give you an advantage. But here, the modern understanding of chess is so different here.
Yeah, it felt like if you have played chess for like 15 years and then suddenly you're leaving chess, how can you leave chess? You've invested in chess for 15 years. But yeah, there's another career also.
But somehow, I mean, Amruta, you've not invested so much in this bishop. It's just developed one move.
That's in Italian perspective, maybe we, think that way.
But I think this is just very free and open-minded thinking that maybe this bishop is not that important, and this taking with b-pawn, opening up the rook, maybe playing b4 later has more advantage.
And another possibility is just to play b4, attack the knight, allow knight c4, knight c4. Even that could be a possibility. Games have been played, I don't know which one could be a better one.
Take like this, right. Okay, we will see here if Gukesh goes for this sort of small little provocation that Pragnananda has
but the point is he is thinking at a right time. Because, sometimes you will play fast and imagine if if this was actually a mistake or a, bad move, dubious move.
It wouldn't be
then you play fast and then you just don't go knight a5, you can miss it. So this is a good time he's taking, I feel.
I understand, Amruta, your point of view, but look at Gukesh. He says, I trust you, Prag, with your preparation, and I'm just going to go castles here without really going into knight a5 territory.
So now is Prag going to play a4 or bishop b3, or he's still going to continue with knight f1?
I think he'll go a4 now. Maybe it was just...
I think he might go knight f1, no?
He could also go knight f1. He goes for it. Wow. He's still okay with giving up his bishop here with knight a5. Now Gukesh really should be tempted, no, to take it.
Yeah, and this is what even Prag faced with the black pieces against Hans.
Okay, got it. And there, what did Prag do? Did he go knight a5?
Yes, he went.
He went there and he won the game. So Prag, actually, this is the thing about top players. They are not so attached to their openings. They like them for sure. but when their opponents have played well against them, they are quickly able to switch and use it from the opposite color.
It's also not about the result. Like, he won with the black pieces, so actually he should not be playing this with the white pieces, right?
No, but he must have felt it during the game. Oh, I feel a little bit uncomfortable, or he might have felt this might be a better move, and he has tried it. Let's go to another game. Which one should we go? Let's go to Maqsoodlu's game.
Okay,
Because yesterday he lost 3.5 points, half a point behind the leader, and he is facing Vidit Gujarati. So Parham goes knight f3, d5, g3, knight f6, bishop g2. We have the reti, e6, castles, bishop out. You know, I know how
bishop
Vidit,
g2, what?
you know,
e6.
how Vidit thinks against Parham. Vidit thinks against Parham that this guy will always create a mess on the board.
Yeah.
I don't need to do anything. I will just do simple development and he will do the rest, and then I will calculate when Parham creates a mess.
And he will do the rest, and I won't be able to take rest. He knows that. Vidit knows that.
Later on will be the time when you'll have to really calculate, because Parham will put you to test. But this also happened in Vaikanse.
Many times aggressive players are somehow against very positional players. It's very hard to beat them even when they attack with their full force.
No, that's why Vidit has a huge plus score against players like Maqsoodlu, Dubov, even Nadirbek for that matter, because he is very good against aggressive players in general. So let's see what happens here. I think the reason why Maqsoodlu is thinking a bit is because if you put your bishop on b2, black can shut down it with d4, and here there is a slightly offbeat move that white can play. I mean, the normal move is e3 here, which then can be met with knight c6, but there is a slightly offbeat move which is b4, and then what you are doing is you are essentially just attacking the central pawn. If he takes here, you will take this pawn on d4 with a clear advantage. So he has to do something else here, and then
b4 is a nice line.
I used to play it, Amruta, this move, and that is the reason why black generally goes knight c6 first, and then you take and play d4. And this is again a very theoretical line. You can also here take with the knight, which is more positional in nature, and we will see what Parham chooses at this point, because maybe Vidit is well prepared in all of this. Okay, so this is maybe theory. It's nothing special happening as of now. This is the board position, the live board. We should go to the next one, and this one is Guen, the man of the moment yesterday. Guen Thaidaiwan versus Richard Rapport, and Richard today says, I need to play for a win if I want to win this tournament.
Oh, he starts with g3.
Yes, g3, little move there, but it doesn't really matter much because he quickly transposes it into reti, knight f3, g6, and c4 on the board. And black now takes the pawn, knight a3, bishop g7, he takes here. I really like how this knight is looking at very nice squares in the center, but black pushes his pawn, grabs some space in the center himself, bishop g2.
Very few games actually we have in this kind of a thing. Knight c6 is still played here, but he played c5, right?
What is the move? I think knight a3 is not played that often, right?
Yeah.
I think the move which is played more...
No, not knight a3, d takes c4 actually. For d takes c, somewhere they c4 are 900 games, but bishop g2 is the main.
Maybe c, but you know, Amruta, I remember there was a game Magnus Carlsen versus Vishy Anand after d takes c4 here in their first match.
Yeah.
First game of the World Championship
Absolutely
match.
right. Absolutely right. D takes c4, queen a4 check was given by Magnus.
Yes, and I remember watching it on television at home when I was, because it was, the match was broadcasted on TV.
No, but were you not in Chennai playing a tournament?
Well, I came a little late after 2-3 games.
Okay.
I was at home, and I remember Vishy getting a very good position here with black pieces, and then repeating and the game ending in a draw. And actually Magnus later said, or I think Vishy said, that was one of the big mistakes he made, because Magnus was not yet into that world championship mode. He was not yet feeling confident, and the fact that Vishy gave him a draw by repetition meant that it was a good result with black pieces, but not good from the world championship perspective.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yes.
Very good point.
So some history attached there, but not queen a4, knight a3 by Rapport, and then take here c5, bishop comes out, knight develops, he plays his pawn to d3.
Wait, I lost you. Queen d takes c4, what did you say?
Yeah, knight a3, bishop g7.
Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah, okay. So bishop g7 and bishop d2 played here by Richard, which is a slightly, how can I say this move? I don't get it to some extent, because you can castle and then determine this position of the bishop later on, because it could go to really any of these squares at the right moment. This one is a bit too much, let's do it this way. But Richard said, I want to decide on the position of the bishop, and maybe he is looking at either bishop c3, which maybe not very likely, but a3 and b4 with rook coming to b1. I think that's what is on his mind, and he just wants a fresh position against Thailand.
Yeah, it's a very fresh position actually.
I don't think anyone would have even played bishop d2, because it's just like d3 also not played. Yes, I think it's something which just Rapport said, let's have a fresh game, let's see what's going to happen, we will then decide.
No, but in conversion, instead of bishop d2, bishop e3 was played by Mamedero Aronian actually.
Yeah.
But here he plays bishop d2, and after bishop d2.
No, this move is just to get a fresh game. Okay, we'll come here. Let's go to the game of David Navara, who's playing quite a good tournament here. He's already beaten Gukesh.
He's also somebody who is defending very well.
Yeah. And by the way, today's Bartel and Navara both have beaten Gukesh in this tournament, and Bartel has come with a tie. He's come in a very formal mode today.
I thought tie ho gaya, so I was wondering.
Yeah,
Where is the tiebreaker?
He's come with very formal attire.
Now he feels very professional after beating Gukesh.
Who knows? Yes, David goes for the Sicilian, knight f3, d6, takes. We have the Sicilian Najdorf. Oh, I thought it was classical, but it was Najdorf. Bishop g5, the main line and very theoretical. Knight d7 played. Well, the main move here is queen b is e6, played often. But he goes knight d7, that's also fine. Bishop c4. Amruta, you need to help me on the theory here.
f4, bishop c4 are the main lines, even queen e2. So we are on the right track.
But now queen b6 played,
yes,
attacking
that is
this
the main
pawn
move.
on b2.
Bishop e3 maybe he played.
He drops the bishop back.
e6.
e6 and
Queen
now
d2. What did he play?
No, he played a4.
Wow. So if I tell you that queen d2 is around 1000 games, castle is played 400 games, bishop takes f6 is played a few games, 250 around, but a4 only around 50 games.
Wow. So already Bartel be taking this into sort of some kind of uncharted territory, but what was David's response? Queen a5.
Yes, queen a5. He's attacking the g5
because
bishop.
I think he's also stopping against a5 by white to clamp down the pawns.
But when you have to play queen b6 and queen a5 again.
Yeah. Well, in a way, Amruta, you see, white has taken away the option of long castling by pushing his pawn to a4. So I think David thinks it's okay to lose a move. And also now a big threat, as you rightly pointed out, is on the bishop and taking this pawn because of the pin. So queen d2 was played, and now David plays bishop e7.
So few games still in bishop e7. We have Tere Sahakian who played with the black pieces. Last year Niels have played this with the white pieces.
Okay, so it's played a bit.
It's
by
played
top
a bit,
players.
on more like 2500s, more common between 2500. So maybe one of the player is also helped by a 2500 or they're working with.
Well, also nowadays engine, if it prefers certain line, then you can go into it and we can see that it's giving a small edge to white, and so Bartel is happy with it. Maybe he will just castle here. That seems like a decent move, but of course the engine says not great. Oh, I understand, perhaps because of h6 maybe this move. And then Amruta, you know,
If I drop back bishop h4, no, never, not bishop h4, bishop e3 of course.
but this is
but
a
then
tactic.
knight g4.
This is a tactic, right? Generally, if you do this,
Knight e4.
take this pawn, take this pawn, take the queen, take here and win a pawn. This is a very common tactical motive when you have such positions. So Bartel goes for f3 and he tells his opponent that, look, I am not giving you these tactical ideas with knight takes e4 in the position.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know whether the queens will get exchanged, because otherwise long castle is an option if the queens get exchanged.
Possible, or even Amruta with the king here, still it's possible. It's not like a4 is stopping white from long castling.
Would be scary.
But it's possible, and this game I think is going to set the round on fire today, because it's maybe, you know, Sicilian always has this element of excitement, and we have that on the board. We know Navara doesn't shy away from complications, nor does Bartel. They both are, you know, they both know each other. I think similar age, perhaps, and this is going to be...
actually you're right. They both are of the same age, if I'm not wrong. They both are 38 years old.
Wow. Then but maybe you can check that out if it is 100% accurate statistic, Amruta. But f3 has been played here, and we will now see all the 5 boards and check out what is happening in each one of them. The overview, if we can have it, to just have a look at which games should we be following, and maybe it's possible to have them, or we can directly go to one of the games which is going on, and that is between Nodirbek and Keimer here. So Nodirbek versus Keimer, the game has developed in the way in which, no, it's not gone this way. So there was something which happened here. After bishop g4, he did push his pawn forward. Knight came to e5 by Keimer. Knight c3. And Amruta, you can see the bars on the bottom of your screen. It seems like Vincent Keimer has a solid edge out of the opening. Knight f6, clearly you can't take here. Your queen is going to be in trouble. So first bishop e3, a6, and now Vincent is thinking, what should be his move here is the question. I'm trying to actually think. One move that comes to my mind is just to go bishop e2, breaking the pin, threatening the knight to be taken, and if you ever take here, I'm so happy with white to take with my pawn, strengthening the center. Don't be afraid of these double pawns, because this is a great position for you. Even I guess e5 would have been very powerful here. So clearly this is not good.
This is crushing completely.
Yeah. So I think bishop e2 is possible. Any other move you think instead of bishop e2? Maybe bishop d4 is also a possible move. Just
h3 has been played.
h3 also I thought, because
Wojtaszek has played this with the white pieces against Timofeev.
And then you take, pawn takes, and then perhaps some line like check, bishop takes and pawn takes. Such a position, I think queen d3 might not be the most accurate. e5, oh sorry, d5 is hanging. No, not e5. Maybe here there is something else that is...
Yeah, because knight d3 was after h3, bishop f3. There are few games after g takes f3. Everyone went for e6 move.
e6, hitting the center. But if I go f4, then you want to give a check. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and we reach such a position.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And in that 5 games, the results were 3 white wins and 2 black wins.
But Amruta, don't you
mixed
think
result.
Nodirbek's choice has not been that smart in the opening?
Against Vincent, I would say, because Vincent, now we are seeing he does create, very abruptly he's making some different kind of decisions, like when we don't expect that, and he is very brave to do that. So this kind of a opening, I'm sure Vincent is very happy with the position he's got.
Also,
but Nodirbek, if you look at him, it never feels he's tensed.
I think it's a calculated choice here by him, but it could even go wrong for sure. Like, you know, these players, Vincent, Nodirbek, Prague, Gukesh, they are such universal players. They just are, as we have pointed out, they are born on this computer era. And whenever the engines give a advantage, they just follow that line, and they are not like, oh, I don't like to attack, or oh, this is too positional. It's like, this is best, I will play it. So that's how they think, and right now I'm sure Vincent feels it, that he is slightly better. Maybe bishop e2 will come up. He goes h3. The move, Amruta, which you suggested, is on the board.
So maybe Vincent, is he prepared? Like, do you think he also knows this h3, bishop f3, the games he would have seen it? Because I feel he must have. If there are very few games in such a line, you know, for them it is a matter of fraction of second maybe.
Could have seen at some point, but maybe he doesn't remember it now.
Yeah.
Could have happened. And here, bishop h5, I feel is a big mistake, because g4, knight takes knight, you have to take. If you move the bishop, you will lose your knight, so you take. Queen takes and bishop g6. And now, with such pieces,
No, this is, I mean, it's not to know. He will give up a piece, but he will not go into something like this.
It's terrible. He won't do this.
For sure.
Clearly, this is a nightmare for black with the amount of space white has, and this is to be avoided at all costs. So now, do you take here or do you take here?
No, he will take on f3. So let's say bishop f3, because that looks like the most practical choice. And you don't have anything else.
And this is what we
and now
analyzed,
e6.
No?
I think this will happen on the board.
f4.
f4 will also
check,
happen. Knight d3 takes. What actually happened after?
Queen takes.
No, not queen
not
takes.
Queen takes. Yeah, maybe something else. Yeah, what is it?
D takes c6.
But
All 5 games continued with d6.
F e6, e5, right? Or not?
No. In all 5 games, I'm very surprised. In fact, 2 of the
Queen
games.
b3.
Absolutely right.
Attacking here, and then threatening, not threatening, but going for long castling.
So queen c8.
Long castles.
The games Wojtaszek played over here e5.
Makes sense.
Knight went to h5.
Yeah.
It looks like the only move in
Yes,
fact.
because if you go d7, you lose e6 pawn. If you go to d5, I simply take it twice. So you have to go to h5.
And now long castle. Actually, long.
This looks so good for white. So good. You take on d3, you double here. Ooh, knight goes to e4.
But another interesting move. What Wojtaszek played was not even long castle. He went in crushing.
f5.
Yes. He went f5.
Nice, nice.
So we might, look, Vincent might know Wojtaszek's game. That's what I feel.
Could be. But again, Amruta, for a player who's d4 player, these are very natural things that are happening on the board, and you know these, like I myself have looked at them when I was playing and so on. So these structures are very common. Let's see what Nodirbek does, because it's not a good sign that he's thinking now. It's already the choice has been slightly dubious, and the fact that he's thinking now makes me feel that maybe he was not even very well prepared.
Oh, yeah, for this line, he was not ready. Seems like that.
Because take and bishop d7 could be one way to play, or maybe now you go bishop
E5,
h5.
No?
Yeah, bishop h5 maybe.
Still e5, no?
Yeah, e5 for sure can be played.
Though computers is okay, your pawns advanced in the center, they are a little too advanced.
Yeah, bishop is pretty good attacking here, and now I can't go f4 because this is pinned. Maybe that's the key little point there. Although e6 might have to be considered in such a position. Let's come back to
let's-
this game
I agree
in
with
some time. But
So
H3.
Maqsoodlu also has got some advantage with it, I think.
Where?
All the white bars look like.
No, I don't think he has an advantage, but we can check it out very quickly because it's just opening theory here in Maqsoodlu versus Vidit, and he did go for the move E3. Amruta, remember I told you that bishop B2 will be met perhaps with the move D4, so he did not like it. He played E3 first. Vidit very quietly put his knight on C6. And I don't know why Maqsoodlu is like holding his head in his hands as if this is some kind of a position where he has to find some new idea. And this is played maybe more than 1,000 times, this position.
But does Maqsoodlu played?
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, I mean, I think bishop B2 is a very, very natural move. Maybe he's thinking about some new way to play, like take and play bishop B2. That could be his idea. He doesn't want to perhaps go directly bishop B2.
Okay, so we'll come back here. What
Yes.
happened in the Canadians?
In the game between Gukesh and Prague, it has happened after knight went to f1. Gukesh says, give me your bishop, Prague. Knight a5, attacking that bishop. Bishop had to go back, chopped it off. Prague says, you know, Gukesh, this is new way to play the Italian. You know, I'll take a b3. Now what do you do? So actually, let's think about it, Amruta. Black has a beautiful bishop here, a great bishop here. Knight is well placed. Center is quite good. How would you continue as black? What would you do here in such a position? What is the setup you take?
You know, generally Gukesh loves moves like knight h4 or, but you know, knight moving the knight away, going for f5. Yes, but here knight h5 would be a big blunder.
Let's ask our viewers. Perhaps they might want to try it out. Maybe not a blunder.
No?
Not a blunder, because in the end you get back the pawn. But this is a very typical tactic. Whenever the knight goes to h5, what do? You can, Amruta, take, because once he takes back, you can win the knight. But as I thought,
And then
maybe
how was he recovering?
queen d3, but then you can still win this pawn, and it's not so clear.
So knight h5 is not happening on the board.
No, it didn't happen. Gukesh went for first h6, and he says, no bishop g5 business for me for the time being.
In fact, Gukesh is following Pragnananda's game.
With Niemann.
I mean, he wouldn't know that, I
With
believe.
Niemann,
Yes.
yes.
h6 was played by Prague as well.
Knight g3. And now rook e8 by Gukesh.
And now, Sagar, there are less games, but this has happened between Anish Giri versus So Wesley, Aronian versus Fedosiv, Tabatabai versus Nasuta. So, in a way, you can
Aronian,
say that,
Duda.
yeah, all the top players have played this. Very
Wow.
interesting.
Wow.
This is getting, it's going to be popular now.
Maybe it's already popular, because if you see, some games might have even happened a few years ago.
No, majorly 2023, but the games which happened before, they were like not with preparation, you know, like Leko said, accident or something like that.
But rook
Who
e8
knows?
played here by Gukesh. Prague
That was
went
quick.
h3. And now Gukesh made a move which I think Prague may not have prepared for, because now he's begun thinking, and that is the move b5. So we were talking about how should black place his pieces. One idea was to go c6, d5. It's going to be very tough to play d5 because your e5 pawn is always under pressure. So you can't do that. The other idea was maybe to push your pawn to c5 and play b5. But here he started off with b5. Maybe he wants to put bishop on these two long diagonals.
Yeah, and you know what? In Hans versus Prague, I think Hans had got b4, c4 and all of that pawn structure. So with b5, somewhere he's also keeping an eye that white is not the only one to get the space on the queen side.
Yes, and Amruta, my understanding is between Prague and Gukesh has a plus score between the two of them. Maybe in online chess, or if they have played Rapid and Blitz, it might have gone either way. But I think when it comes to classical chess, Gukesh, I remember, did beat him at WR Masters. He did beat him in Vaikanze last year. This year he was very close to winning. So I think Gukesh has had a plus score against Prag. But the form that Pragnananda is in this tournament, very good. He beat Nodirbek yesterday. And Gukesh has lost to Bartel and also Navara. So
but for also elite players, we know the Sagar form is temporary, class is permanent.
That's
so
true.
at which
I
point
agree.
Gukesh brings his class is we do not know.
Maybe this is the game he needs to inspire himself. By the way, this clash we'll also see in Toronto in a month from now, Gukesh versus Prague at the candidates. And for now, the game is exciting. I don't think there is anything dull about this game because there are some strategic motives that are developing.
Yeah, Pragnanda has more time, by the way. He started thinking now, finally. So Gukesh, in a way, Prague got around 20 minutes advantage in the opening with this kind of deviation there. And now Gukesh wants to keep his bishop on b7. He will develop the queen to d7, which looks more normal.
Could be, but Amruta,
I'm not sure if
as
sometimes
white-
they play queen b8 and queen a7, but here you already have bishop on e7.
Yeah,
so.
maybe it's too technical. But I think white shouldn't be going for d4 perhaps. It looks good here. I was just wondering if Prag can go because his knight is protecting this. So basically black cannot win a pawn.
But can I not take on d4? He takes d4?
Pawn
Because
takes.
if you take with the c pawn,
Yes.
the doubled pawn, isn't it ugly?
It may be, but let's say
You're
if you
fine?
go bishop b7 now to put pressure here, I'm very tempted to actually push the pawn.
d5.
But
e5.
okay, maybe
I thought
d5. Maybe
d5.
d5 also looks very tempting. Yes, this might be.
So that in the future
let's
you
think
exchange the
actually.
dark square bishops
Let's think
and
about
then
that
put the
because
knight on d4.
yes, d5, bishop e3 could be an idea. There's also a possibility to just go queen d3 and keep this structure intact. You know, I say my central pawns very nice. Your bishops looking silly. Could be d5. I'm not very sure right now because it kind of opens up this bishop. Also allows me to maybe hit your center with c6. But
Right on time.
e5 also I'm not a big fan of because after you
Bishop on b7, you lose the pawn on e5, I believe.
Yes.
Queen d1, rook
Trades.
d1, bishop f3.
it doesn't look good. You know, think
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
a nice center, but
Opening up the position for the bishop. Bishops are going to be very happy, right? So, right now we will wait for what Prag does, but I can surely think that he can go for this d4 break and then say to Gukesh that if you take, I'm going to put my queen here, bishop b7, queen d3, or Amruta, Gukesh might say, hey, I'm not taking and I'm going bishop b7 now, already attacking here.
right.
And then Prag has to decide whether to push the pawn or again go just queen d3.
Okay, so d4 is one option with Prag.
I think
another maybe he might, I don't know if bishop e3 could be
Bishop
another
e3, yes.
option.
Bishop e3
but-
because when opponent has the bishop pair, trade one of the bishops.
Right. And maybe one more option could be b4.
b4, yes, I agree. Fixing this weakness on a6 could be a great idea. And if a knight can like maneuver like this, Stenitz would be very happy.
Oh, but do you really want to go there? I would say b3, c4, bishop b2, d4, like, you know, slow
No, for
and
sure.
steady.
For sure,
preparation.
this is just a very famous game of Stenitz where he puts his knight on a5 and then kind of clamps the entire position. But here, it's not that one. It's not that position where you want to do it. But, okay. We will come back to this one. Let's go to the game between Abdusattorov and Kaimer have not made any progress.
Yeah, with the
So,
overview, maybe we can decide. So maybe time to have an overview.
You want to see all the 5 boards, yeah? Let's see if we can get that, all 5 boards and them, so that people can see what is happening in each of the games. I think there we have it. So, first board, we can see Prag Gukesh. Looks, that's what we discussed right now, looks around even. Navara, Bartel. Ooh,
Bartel is white. Bartel, Navara.
Bartel, Navara, but Amruta, castle has happened in that game of the Sicilian. So no long castle business happening there.
Yeah, with the pawn on a4, it sounds better.
Oh, and look at what is happening in Rapport Guen. It's just that bishop coming there. We'll go to each game. But I think, Amruta, we should go to Navara Bartel, right?
Let's go.
Sicilian game, which is, we looked at till f3. This game, Bartel versus Navara. And then the knight jumped to c5. Yes, there we have it. Knight jumped into c5, wanting the bishop. Give me the bishop. And Bartel says, sorry, I'm not Pragnananda.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah? In Italian, Pragnananda doesn't have the light square. It's like on pizza, you don't have margherita. You know, it's a margherita pizza, but you don't have the cheese.
Oh, you mean without without the bishop on b3, there's no cheese, huh?
No. That's how it will feel. But then maybe it's another type of pizza.
Yes, there is this marinara pizza without cheese.
Oh my God, I don't know
You
that.
have never eaten, yes?
No.
Yes.
When have you eaten? At least not in the 10 years.
Eaten, but we should try it someday, Amruta. It might be good for our health.
How did you get to know about that?
No, it's well known. It's well known. Bishop d7 played, attacking the a4 pawn here. But of course, that pawn is so much fraught with danger to take because the rook is looking there. So Bartel castles. And now Navara is thinking, what next? Because my most natural move here is to castle.
Right.
But suddenly,
the
engine says, that is terrible.
Oh,
Sagar, you should.
white to play.
But what's the move, Amruta? Do you see it? Do you see
I
the combination entirely?
Combination.
You see it?
No. But when you love the move, it's already, you will go deeper in that, but you know it, that's the move.
Okay.
No?
You think Amruta,
you are reading my mind
you are
and
being
you are
too cryptic today. I don't understand you so well, but I get it. I understand that you saw the first move.
Thing.
Okay, maybe if any of you want to try it out, white to play, what would you play here? It's a typical tactic when the two queens are standing off against each other on d2 and a5. It happens in the dragon, it happens in many other openings, but especially in the Sicilian. You want to give it a go, Amruta?
Yes, b4.
b4? Queen takes?
Knight d5.
But why not directly?
Oh, no, that is blunder because knight d5 and it's...
You actually did, you made black take and defend his queen. So actually you brought the queen to a better square. Yes. So let's go directly knight d5. Now if you take this in any way.
I got greedy to win the piece. I was like, first I saw knight d5 and I was like, come on, obvious. Then he said, Amruta. Okay, maybe b4, but queen d8,
of
just
course
take
you
on
can't
a7.
take here, Amruta, because instead of taking, I go first an intermezzo check. And that's why it was important to castle, to bring your king to g1 so that there is no check. King goes back and now I take and I am better as white. But if you decide to go queen d8, as rightly pointed out, to avoid the piece loss, at the very least I can do this and oof.
The dark square bishop, the soul of this Sicilian.
Yes, black is in a terrible mess there. So Navara can't take, Navara can't castle.
Wow. So then basically he goes maybe queen b4 directly. Do you want to go there?
Maybe rook c8 I thought. Just putting the rook on a good square, semi-open file.
Always useful.
Useful. You can even question the bishop here by asking h6. Also useful.
But
so
hey,
many useful
how
moves.
is queen b4?
It looks scary, you know. Queen b4. What are your threats? You want to win this pawn?
Oh no, come on. I'm not even looking at the pawn.
Then why you are coming there?
Because I don't want a tactic of knight d5.
Oh, okay. So you want to castle now. Oh, very interesting.
Like, it's not necessary that you go near a theater and you have to buy the movie ticket.
Right, and then what do? You just go there
You
to...
just walk past it and
No,
say,
but-
okay, this movie is being played. Can't be good.
But Queen B4, I like your move, and it seems like a David kind of a move, right? It doesn't feel right, but by calculating, you just can't refute it.
What doesn't feel right?
Like you're coming in, you're not threatening here, you're not
keeping
threatening
it
here.
hanging.
You moved your piece again, but I don't know.
And
what-
also, it's in a way, threat is better than execution. So in future,
Yeah.
at the right time, I don't know if I might think of E5, knight
I
E6,
have an
knight
idea.
D4 ideas.
I have an idea against Queen B4. Maybe just push my pawn to A5, because then I take away a good square of your queen, and if you decide to take here,
No,
I can
no.
then give this nice discovered attack on your queen.
Disastrous decisions, some decisions which we make in life, you just short castle now and follow it up with the plan of Queen B4.
Yes,
And then
that's-
your A5 could become weak at some point of time. Let's not forget that. But VAR says it's still bad.
yes, it's not
Again.
good. Yeah, it's terrible, it seems.
Now
yeah.
you take.
What?
No, you can't take bishop f6 first because D4 would be hanging.
I think somehow I should trap your queen, because why, I'll tell you. Oh,
Wait. Is it getting trapped?
yes, no,
One
not
second.
yet. My idea was somehow to free the rook to come here, but your knight defends it, also the bishop. I don't know how exactly to execute it, but what
There
did
is
you
one possibility, Sagar. You move the queen away
played rook
with the
c8,
idea
by
of
the
bishop
way.
d2.
He
Queen
played rook
f2 with
c8.
the idea of bishop d2. But still, rook c8.
Hmm.
Yeah. So David has said that, okay, I'm not allowing you a5 and things like, this craziness.
Yeah.
I like, you had suggested rook c8 initially.
No, rook c8 is good. It's good. I think, Amruta, here the best move could be just knight b3 perhaps. No.
Yeah, but
I'm
what is
not
the
sure.
move here? It is just to finish this because I find it important.
Yeah. Not so sure what the move should be, because
One
knight
is queen-
knight d5 is met with knight takes d5, and then
What?
oh, this works. Queen b4
And then bishop
knight
e7
b4
simply.
and bishop e7.
And then bishop d6. Oh, and you win the.
So that's
Two
still
knights,
the
I mean-
tactic works, Amruta. After
Oh,
castling.
that is great. I haven't seen something like this.
So rook c8 is the natural move that Navara
No,
plays.
not here.
Not here, sorry. Before here, rook c8. He's played it, and we are on this position. We will come back to it. What is... Okay, before we go, what would you play as white? What's your move here in this position?
Moving the rook away from a1, not possible. Moving the bishop a2, not possible. c3 knight.
King h1. Nice move. When in doubt, put your king away in the Sicilian on
Prophylaxis.
h1 is a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, because black still can't castle, if you see.
Yes. Black cannot castle, and he's also lacking useful moves. So king h1 is my bet there. There are other moves, definitely rook a d1, but I really think my rook can be handy here with the queen on a5. I also don't want to move my rook from f1 because I don't know whether it will be useful here or not. So yes, it's not so clear what to do, but king h1 seems like the move which Bartel might choose. He's going to make something, huh? No, he's thinking.
Yeah, we can come back.
We
here.
can
So,
come
okay.
back. We can come back. We go to
Yeah, we have to
Nodirbek.
see all the decisions. Vincent versus Nodirbek.
Nodirbek.
h3 was played. Is
H3.
Nodirbek still thinking?
No. He took knight takes f3, g takes f3, and then moved his bishop to h5. And this is the live board. So Nodirbek tells Vincent, I am going for this position. You can see Maksudlu standing there also feeling, something doesn't feel right. But Amruta, here's my question to you. If bishop takes pawn here, can black... No, I don't think black can. I was just wondering.
What was the question?
b5 if it is good, but doesn't look great, because if here...
You're weakening there.
Yeah, b4 also, I mean, there's check
I don't
here
even
and
know
it's
if I could
terrible.
consider a move like knight b5 there.
No, but yeah, it's possible perhaps, but no, not b5. So, bishop c4 will be played by Vincent, and what will Nodirbek do now? Because think about it, you cannot go e6, because I just take the Oh, you can go e6.
How?
Because queen takes queen.
And then you pick up the
F3 pawn. No, let's analyze because
correct. E6 is E5. In fact, not E6. E5. Analyze E5.
But E5 D6. Anyway, it's the same.
Yeah, but you force him to take.
And now queen D1. One thing you can do is take with the knight. It's slightly artificial, but I'm also wondering if rook takes is so bad because now if bishop F3, there is E takes F7, king E7.
Bishop C5 check.
Check.
Mate.
Whoa. Mate in the middle of the board. So clearly don't be greedy. So you take back here Fe6. And now instead of going for this pawn, when you go into this kind of double attack, which is also fine according to the engines, I don't know why, how. I was wondering if we could just be very, very nice and play king e2 here and just say, nice position, e6 is weak, let's enjoy.
But I think Vincent is the guy who loves taking risks, and he would, in that position, very much spend time on calculating bishop e6. But yes, e5 is the move. E5 for sure, Northern will calculate. Is there any better option?
Here, the only reason why Vincent is not taking the pawn and is thinking is because he is calculating e5. And Amruta, we looked at it after knight d7. This pawn is attacked. You can't push f4. So you are looking at e6 move.
It's very tempting, completely.
But no, don't be tempted, Vincent. Just play bishop c4 and have a nice position. You know, it's a nice one. But this bishop
but
here...
E5 is like a cake in front of you, yeah? You have to think whether you want to have one bite of that cake.
Yes, but like then Amruta, then you gain some weight and you don't feel so fit. You want to... It's better to eat something like this, you know, fruits.
Apple?
Like apple a day keeps blunders away. Something like that, rather than go for the cake. This is a nice juicy pawn.
At least doctors would be happy to hear this.
But I think Vincent here is very keen to make something special happen if you see him. But we'll come back here. Let's not wait too much. Let's go to the game between Parham, Maksudlu and Vidit, where we do have some progress made. After knight c6, Parham went bishop b2. And then came the move d4. Vidit says to Parham, hey look, your bishop is now closed. Parham's
and I think Vidit has played this even in World Cup such structures. He's good at it.
No, he knows these things. This is known as the reversed Benoni setup. Because if you think about it, Amruta, this...
Benoni?
Yes, Benoni.
I know Zanoni.
Who is Zanoni?
In Vienna, it's an ice cream chain. It's amazing.
It's like you have not had your lunch today. Yeah? You're all the time talking about food.
No, you brought the apple in the picture, Sagar. Apple and blunders and all that.
By the way, highly recommended Zanoni ice cream in Vienna if you are.
They are not sponsoring this event.
They are not sponsoring. We liked it when we went there. But also highly recommended in Prague is to eat the chimney. What is it called? Chimney cone or something? No? Not recommended.
Tunnel.
Well, we have our producer Ji who's from Prague who says,
not chimney. But
well, I like it a lot.
That's nice. That's amazing. Before we go to India, we should have it once. We've come to Prague after 9 years and we don't know when we'll come
last time
again.
we ate, it was just chocolate sauce and we ate it, right? Now we need to add it with strawberries and some cream and all of that.
Yes, I hope you don't want to take a break right now. So
Oh,
if you're tempting me.
Take a tram. All the trams go to the city center and quickly have
but
it.
But here in the center, look at this center, Sagar.
Maksudlu says, I'm actually controlling
He's
all the city
bringing his rook like a tram to the city center.
This rook goes to e5. This knight goes to e5. The bishop is currently not operational but could go to e5. And so, Vidit may want to go e5 at some point, but he doesn't have enough control over that square. So he quietly controls it with rook e8.
Rook e8. I would never think of this move.
Why not?
With the pawn on e6, bishop on e7.
No, because you want to play bishop out here or here and push your pawn forward.
Wow. Very calm. This is definitely very calm. Is it common?
Yes,
to go
very
rook
common.
e8?
Very common. Rook d3 played. And now, if you think, if Vidit goes bishop f8 with the idea of e5, I think it's very important for white not to allow it. And how can we do that? How can we stop e5 in this position for black? Because if black gets e5, imagine Amruta, you play h3, okay, and I get e5. Already your bishop looks pretty bad. Yes, you have an option to trade it with bishop a3, which might be a nice thing to do once you are facing.
No, but black is happy. The center pawns are on dark square, and dark square bishop is getting exchanged. But are you serious that white has a move which can stop e5?
Yes.
Wow, I'm not yet finding it.
But maybe it's, I don't know if it's good or not. But you know what I would do, and this is my thing. If you go knight e5, which is the move which I wanted to make, takes, rook takes. I have stopped like completely with my piece.
Cemento as
but it's not cemento. The reason why it's not cemento is because I go bishop d6, hit your rook, and your rook goes back, and I go e5, and suddenly it's very cool position. Okay, but now comes the little thing here, and this is what you should do.
Wait. Okay, one try, Sagar. Let me try once. D4, anything related with pin? No.
You do the same thing. You do the same thing, but you first insert a3. Okay.
But then how are you stopping e5? Yeah, I want to play b4 exactly.
e5, b4, I maybe got some space. So generally black will go a5 and stop it. But then I go knight e5, takes, bishop d6, and my rook now goes to this beautiful square which earlier you could just kick it away with a6. So maybe some ideas where you provoke a5, now b7 is under some pressure and e5 is not so easy to play right now.
Rook on h1 would not have imagined it's gonna reach b5.
Yes. It's just like how, you know, Amruta, you never thought that you would be commentating in this Prague, and also I never thought about it. It happens because sometimes you just start small, you go rook e1, you go rook e5, you go rook e5, it's cool.
Oh, nice. Okay, so for a3, I would still say that black should go e5 then.
Maybe, but let's see what Parham Maksudlu plays here.
Time-wise, Parham has 1 hour 2 minutes, Vidit has 1 hour 10 minutes. It's Vidit's move.
We will actually come back here. This is the live board position. Rook e8 and d3 have been played. Vidit is thinking quite a bit now. We will go to the game between Richard Rapport and Thaiday because there we are seeing a very slow positional game developing. Bishop d2 happened, black castled. White played bishop c3, bishop went to e6, he castles, rook c8, and pawn comes up to a3. Suddenly this position, I mean, we don't look at the bar as such because it shows slight advantage to black.
Initiative, yeah, quite slight that is.
But, you know, I really like such positions for black. The reason being, you put your pawn on b6, it's a nice chain.
Oh, I was thinking of b5 right now.
Could be. But I was just thinking of very solid. The knight can jump to d4 at any point because it's a nice little square for it. If I get the chance, I would love queen d7 and bishop h3, trading your strong bishop here on g2. So I like black's position overall. I mean, it's not bad.
It's almost very similar to reverse Sicilian. Except for the pawn on e7 instead of e5.
Kind of.
Like the structure.
Yeah. Okay, but b6 now maybe it seems like a natural move for me. But as you said, b5, I might be a little apprehensive, but...
No, next move b4 I might plan, but e7 is getting weak. So I have to be careful. No. b5 is a little bit more ambitious, b6 is more solid. It's a different approach.
It's just the way you are. Yeah, Amruta, you're very direct in all senses, and here also b5 you want to play.
It's just a question, yeah. You want to go to the city center walking, or you want to take a tram, that kind of a thing.
So b5 is a tram. b6 is like I'm going on my foot, yes, slowly and steadily. Possible. I just think it's very solid. Let's see what Thaiday wants to do. Because the only reason why I don't think queen d7 is that great is because the knight can jump and attack the queen. That's the only reason why I'm not very much for it. Otherwise, it would have been a nice square where my rook comes in and so on. Okay, we will see what Thai 1 does. It's a nice position for him here. He can do many different things, but Richard also wants such positions, you know, fresh from the oven, nothing, no theory. Then we go to the game of Navara and Bartel hasn't made his move. Come on, Bartel.
As you said, yeah, it's a difficult decision whether to move the rook from a1, not, whether to go king h1, whether to move the f1 rook, because you have so many plans, but every plan needs a specific thing, like that way.
I agree.
So
also,
but I also want to have a quick check with the decision where Prague versus Gukesh. In that game, I believe
your move is on the board, Amruta. B4.
It's not my move.
Played.
You know, while showing you openings, I was seeing a lot of games on the side. So there were some kind of such ideas. Yes.
If we can have them on the screen, B4 has been played. And now the idea here, as pointed some time ago, is that this pawn has become slightly weak. And Gukesh plays bishop B7. Here, bishop goes to B7.
How much time he has? 1 hour 3 minutes.
Yes.
And Prague is on 1 hour 9 minutes. Not a major time gap from the opening between the two candidates. That's important.
It is. Every time you say
like
it,
Spartan,
I
you know, that kind of a thing.
But Amruta, now with bishop B7, D4 is not possible anymore. Because then there are 1, 2 and 3 attackers here and only 2 defenders. So clearly D4 is not on Prague's mind. I think on Prague's mind is the simple move bishop E3. And when you take, he wants to take back with the pawn and just...
With the rook.
With the rook. And just claim that this pawn is slightly weak. I will try and put pressure on it somehow, which, I mean, the bishop is very quietly defending it.
So he would prefer here, if you now see, this knight on G3 versus the bishop on B7.
Yes. And now we kind of come to the sense that why does white give up the bishop on B3? It's not about what's going outside the board. It's what remains on the board that is more important, and what remains, as you rightly pointed out, Amruta, right now, is in such a position, this bishop on B7, which doesn't have too many active possibilities because D5, very difficult to execute because of the pressure on E5, and the knight is slightly better than that bishop.
Wow. Italian is like now changing its course completely.
It was always like this.
No, you were not giving the light square bishop, really
right.
not.
Yes. No, modern theory of course keeps evolving. If you make the move in preparation, knight D2 here, and so this is how the modern players prepare. This is the position, and then they have like 5-6 lines going with maybe stockfish or some good engine, and then it shows knight BD2, and they're like, oh, knight BD2. No one has played much before. Oh, knight A5, but I lose my bishop. So in the olden days,
how is it working? That's what they'll be curious about to know, and they try it.
And in the olden days, these experienced GMs would be like, I would never give up my bishop. But now it's like, if the engine is okay with it, we can play it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if you tell it to Bobby Fischer, you'll be like, come on, there is no question, there is no doubt about it. Don't even tell me what.
Because he loved his light squared bishop. He would never part away with it so easily, yeah, because there are some amazing games by him, and he used to play the Rui Lopez where the bishop did some brilliant work. But you see,
I would be amazed if in some lines of Sicilian where dark square bishop is very important, and then the engine says, okay, give it away.
Yes, it will happen.
I might be heartbroken because I love the dark square bishop so much.
It's also some form of detachment, Amruta. Like present day youngsters are detached from all sorts of dogmas. Yeah, like this is what works.
I love
this
knights, or
work.
I love bishops, or I love
it's
this.
Just
Whatever
what works, we'll do it. So very flexible in that sense. Okay, So we'll wait for Prag's move. My thought is bishop e3 looks like the most natural. Although if he doesn't play it and surprises me, we'll learn something
Then
new.
b3, I would look at b3 as one option.
b3, and do you want to put your bishop here?
Yeah, and then c4
Ah.
later.
Oh, nice.
I mean d4, c4.
No, d4 you might not easily get, yeah, with 3 pieces bearing down here.
With preparation, queen c2, c7 is a little bit...
Could be. Interesting move, b3. Amruta, Prag has been following what you were saying. Let's see if he plays b3 as well or not. We need to actually check the game between Vincent Keimer and Abdusattorov, because after bishop takes c4, which happened here, which was played, Abdusattorov played the move e5. Oh,
e5 has happened.
e5 is on the board, and now is it time for en passant or not is the question, because if we don't do en passant, black is going to go bishop d6, castles, and don't worry about this open g file, it's not so dangerous, bishop can always sit here. I mean, it could be dangerous, but bishop d6, castle. But if we want to take advantage of it, let's analyze. Take.
Yeah, Vincent is going to take on e6.
Yeah.
Like I bet on it. That's how, yesterday he sacrificed a queen.
True, but that was a defensive sort of a setup he wanted.
But I mean, that it wasn't needed at all in that situation.
I agree. So take, and now fe, and
fe or bishop f3. These two moves I think he would be considering.
Bishop f3 was mate, right? Bishop
f3 was a blunder.
And mate here with bishop c5. So not that. fe6 is the only move.
And now here you had mentioned king e2, right? If I'm not
Yes,
wrong.
king e2 is like very solid move, but even bishop e6 is this I don't understand yet as to why it's still okay for white. In fact, it even shows that white is doing very well, because here you are losing an exchange.
Let's try to understand if there is anything like e5. Firstly, what if I go e5?
Oh, you want to go direct here, but then I can at least
Okay,
take
let's
here.
understand. Bishop h7, e takes f6. Don't you have some meeting nets?
Maybe not, Amruta. Maybe not, because now if I take here, I think black is doing fine. The king is not going
Bishop
anywhere.
d7 check, you have king f7.
Yeah. Bishop sits on d6. It looks like a very fine position.
Okay,
so
let's
going
go
back, what
So not
should be a
e5.
good move for white here? Because maybe short castle.
I was thinking of it.
Maybe short castle.
as
Remember,
well.
you can do it here, castling, because the rook was attacked. The bishop wasn't going through the king's path. And if you take, I take here, and I essentially say to you, your king is still in the center. It can't castle. If you play bishop d6 here,
F4.
I can go f4, e5, and compensation for white.
Wow. So you can't develop bishop d6. Let me just understand. In that case, e5 is the problem, right? If you go bishop e7, let's say,
Yeah,
e5
maybe.
should be... Wow, it's winning?
Yes, it's
Knight
completely
h5
crushing.
and rook d7 or what? Rook d7?
I guess knight d5 should also do the trick. The king is so miserably placed here in the center of the board on e8, but there could be other strong
Rook
options.
d7. Try rook d7 because you stop.
Or maybe, Amruta, there is something just crushing. Yeah, let's
Bishop
try your
d7
move. But
check,
I'm
yeah?
not very big fan of this. It worked. Yes, rook d7 is the
Sagar,
nice
you
move.
have to trust me.
Yes, yes. No, in you
Not
we trust,
always.
Amruta. In you we trust today. You seem to have come in a very good mode today. Pragnananda is playing your moves. Rook d7 is
No,
working.
that game I would say that opening I learned on the go, but I would like to try that when I play next time.
Okay.
So rook d7 is nice, but this is a epic that you can give the exchange
Yes.
sacrifice, you can short castle
No.
and it should be...
And this bishop, Amruta, what a bishop this is. Ah, love it. Stops the king going here, stops the king going there. It's like that sort of policeman who is standing right in the junction and stopping all the cars from moving. Like, you can't move, you can't move, you can't move.
Or catching the people who don't have license.
Okay, So Vincent clearly calculating all of this, what we are discussing. He is at this moment, can he do en passant? Will he do en passant or not is the question. Then again, he may not want to do en passant and just drop his bishop back to e2. But then as we discussed, black has a very easy way to develop. He could even think about perhaps long castle.
Actually, if you see Norderberg, for the first time, I feel that he is not happy with his position.
Really?
Yeah, he's intensely into it, but
What
he is
what
worried.
sort of gives it away, Amruta? What on his face or his body language for you makes you feel he's under pressure?
Some killer instinct you see is not like usual. You see he's a little bit looking at him. He's right now worried. He's not normal like every day.
Okay. I trust you. It's the
Now
safest thing to say, yes, I trust you on that. For
Vincent
me,
has to play d6, and how many times Vincent also looking at Norderberg?
yes, look at Vincent, how he's calculating, he's looking here. What I think, players look at the board, they look at the lines, and when they look away, they're kind of assessing that position. That, 4 moves down the line, this happens, then can black have some counterplay? No. Okay, shift the line. So maybe it's that way, like Vincent, when he looks away, he's just trying to assess if that position works. We'll come back to this and see if Vincent
But look
plays
at
this.
Vincent, he's moving the pawn in his hand. And I wonder, Sagar, how come other than Boris Gelfand, nobody, after so many years, still has got that speed to flip the piece? It's amazing what Boris
is a legend in that. He can actually flip his queen so fast. While I have seen players do it with the pawns, they are good. Like Vincent is pretty good at flipping pawns. But give him a queen, he won't learn it.
We should have a world championship of flipping the pieces.
We should learn it from Boris, because Boris Gelfand is a great trainer for chess, we know. But I don't think he's ever taught how to flip pieces. Yeah,
no, he will tell how not to flip pieces if he gets a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I think Vidit's game against Maksudlu, if you remember, we were discussing here about this move bishop f8 to play e5. That was what we had in mind, that once you get your pawn on this square, the bishop becomes kind of passive. Vidit does it in a more active way. He attacks the rook directly.
Oh yeah, actually looks nice. What's the problem?
The only issue I see with it is that after I play, let's say, rook e2.
No, knight bd2 I thought,
Maybe
with the idea of
knight
a3
b2,
and b4.
I also like knight bd2, develops a piece, but I was just wondering if e5, a3, and if you go back, then I have b4. But if I take on d2, I think you take back with the knight maybe, no? Then your knight comes later to e4, or maybe you take with the queen. And then you have the bishop pair, the threat is b4, you can stop it with a5, but I think this is looking good for
the
white.
Double bishop looks good for white, for sure. You need the bishop at some point, the center, no matter, it's not the fixed closed
but Amruta,
one.
you're getting b4 anyway, regardless, and maybe that's what gives it like a very nice edge to white. And next move, b5, putting pressure here, nice, like it.
So bishop b4 may be a very slight inaccuracy, can we say that?
Not really, I don't think so, because bishop b4, if knight d2, how about we go a5, and then you play a3, and then I go back bishop f8. Could be also a way to play. But then as we discussed, knight e5.
White is happy now, knight e5, rook e5, rook b5.
Yes.
But if Maksudlu doesn't like his rook on b5, then I'm not sure. It's the assessment of whether the rook on b5 is good or not, bishop d7 and some ideas later, whether the rook can get trapped. There can be ghosts you can see.
You can't play bishop d7 easily because there is so much pressure here. So we'll come back and see if Maksudlu and Vidit go down this route, but clearly knight d2 seems like the move. But Amruta, when Maksudlu is presented with a normal move to make, he generally prefers to make something which complicates the game. He likes this style. He always prefers something like rook e2 here, and we will see if he also plays it here or not.
Okay. What about
Bartel? Bartel versus David Navara. He did not play king h1. I wanted king h1 here to be
But
tucked
I
in.
like rook e1 because I
e1.
was looking at it at some point of time. I don't know if black delays short castle, the ideas of knight d5 sacrifice, moving the queen away.
Yes.
They're all in the line as well.
Clearly you can't castle. This is terrible because of this tactic which we've been discussing for quite some time.
Again and again and again.
And so if you look at it, Amruta, the moves are not too many. Although there are so many pieces on the board, sometimes you don't have that many options.
h6?
h6, I think he'll do it because that looks like the most natural move to play here. And maybe you come back bishop e3 or even I keep
If you go
this
back bishop e3, then what's the rook doing on e1? It feels like that. Bishop h4 is a bad move. That's what
move.
the comp says.
Maybe we can ask our viewers here, why is this a terrible move?
Oh, is that happening? Is that tactic happening?
Yeah, you can just shout out. If you want to try it, just you can.
Knight e4.
Yes, fantastic job. Knight e4, attacking the queen here. So you need
And
to do
disco
something.
from bishop
Pawn
e7.
takes and
to
just
h4.
winning this a free pawn there to be taken. So not
Yeah,
good. Not good bishop h4 and not, I think Amruta, not good to give this up your dark squared bishop.
No, not
So
here.
clearly the only move is bishop e3. But then again David would think to himself, if I do this and later I castle, I have to be worried about a sacrifice coming on h6.
Really?
I mean-
Because there are no pieces.
Not now, but that would be on his mind. So should he take this responsibility of pushing his pawn
More
on h6
than
or
that,
not?
even g4, g5.
Yes. The only problem is your king is on g1, but
But
why
in
not?
Sicilian, it's always a plan.
You can,
at
you
some
can.
point.
Just attack. Let's see now if Navara goes.
Hey,
for-
but one more thing. If you go back to e3, then
Yeah.
maybe I have revived the idea of queen b4 at some point.
You really want this to work, right?
At some point.
You want to just put your queen in such a precarious situation there where it could get trapped at any point.
It's just like pressure, it's
I
just
know.
like how a boss will micromanage and, sometimes bring the best out of you.
The queen is like putting so much pressure on the white position but actually threatening nothing, right? Because the moment you take here, I go rook b1 and I trap your queen.
Yeah, the queen is in the moment. Enjoy.
Just being there, just waiting. Yeah, I think queen b4 will come at some point, Amruta. But right now we are waiting for David Navara's next move. And clearly h6 seems like the move he will play. Meanwhile, Gukesh and Pragnananda's game did move forward after bishop b7. We saw knight h2 by Prag.
Whoa, we
Not
didn't
bishop
consider
e3.
this maneuver, but it looks very cool.
Why?
Knight h2.
What is the
Because-
idea according to you? Do you want to go knight g4? Take, queen takes, bring the bishop and knight to attack, huh?
No, I didn't think of anything. You explained it. It's
No,
nice.
I'm not explaining. I just think knight h2, that seems like the idea, to bring your knight up.
Because knight h4 was never coming. At some point, I don't know if you have time for king h1, f4, but now you have the rook on e1, there is this bishop on a7. So clearly you want to go bishop e3. You would like to, you don't want to exchange.
He doesn't want to. What he wants is queen f3 and he wants to use 1, 2, 3 and 4 pieces to launch some
Prague is going for an attack.
Yes, knight f5.
Deadly attack.
And then sack something
And
here.
then the bishop on b7 and a7 would completely be like idiots.
Bystanders, yes, completely doing nothing. They look so good, right? They are like beautifully sitting bishops, but doing absolutely
Handsome
nothing.
idiot, Sagar.
No, but the bishops are not doing much here. So, d5, Gukesh says, look Prag, if you are not going to put the pressure on the center, I'm going to open it up. And I think a very logical move there with d5. Because then your bishops open up, but Prag says, Gukesh, I'm going for the attack still. If you take here, I'll just take back with my pawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm still attacking. And Gukesh says, okay, I go rook e6. And Amruta, one gets the sense that Prag is slightly getting the initiative here.
For sure. I mean, even if the bar says it's almost equal or unclear, same time for both of them, 58 minutes each, amazing time management by both. But there is pressure, clear pressure on Gukesh.
Yes.
You can feel it.
I feel that. What would be the move that would come to your mind here as white? Now I think we don't no longer want to go bishop e3.
No follow-up with the plan which you had mentioned earlier, knight g4. Because now with the rook on e6, it changes.
I feel, yes, the problem is the bishop is looking here. And if the rook comes here, I might lose the pawn. So let's say knight g4.
But after knight g4, can you not take with the queen?
Yes, you have to. Because if you take here, this might be not a blunder, but it's definitely some pressure that...
Wow, but 1 second, why is
knight
the bar...
f5.
Knight f5, g6, knight h6 check.
Or not even knight h6. We can think what should be the move here. Because this one already looks like terrible. You know, I have like bishop
h6, gf5, g5.
Yes, I think so. This could be one potential idea.
No,
but
g5.
Let's go knight h6, check, king g7, and now what? Because now if I move my queen, you are going to chop this pawn and win this. So I need to be careful. I'm not...
Knight f5 check again. gf5, go gf5 because you have great compensation.
I think Amruta, you might be right here. Knight f, oh beautiful. Check here, give up your knight, and maybe we take with the g or e pawn.
That's a good
I think
question.
e pawn makes sense. No, you open up your rook.
Hanji. Yes, g.
And then g5,
wow,
rook e5.
This is amazing. This is devastating for black.
So looks like some kind of your idea knight g4 might not be that silly. Yeah, you can play knight g4 here. Also another idea I was thinking is why don't we simply plonk our knight in the center like on f5, because then you can never kick it away with g6. h6 is hanging. This also
he just goes knight f5 as you said it.
He played it. So.
Oh, but what is the play? Gukesh. Look, the bar says this is still fine.
Yeah.
It's unclear if black keeps finding the accurate moves. Maybe queen f8, a Karpov-like move.
Queen f8?
But d5 would be hanging. First take on e4.
No, d5 is not hanging. It's defended twice. So, queen f8 I don't like. But you have no threat by the way right now. You are not threatening to take here. Or are you? Oh, you are. You are threatening
G6.
Bishop h6, g h6, queen g3 check, queen g7. Isn't that a big threat?
Wait, okay. Bishop h6, g h6, queen g3.
Yeah.
Of course. Oh my god, it's finished, no?
I don't know if it's a mate, but that does look like a deadly threat.
No, even queen g3 directly, it's over.
Even directly this is a deadly idea. So
with
Prague has come in with his knight and now threatening. What should black do? I was wondering, Amruta, if you take here, is there some tactic with this diagonal that we take here?
e4, rook e4,
and then try
bishop e4, queen e4, queen d1.
Well, that's just one check, right? Because then I just block with my knight, and then your rook is hanging.
Not much happening.
Doesn't look right.
I mean, looked exciting.
Looked exciting.
But then the excitement was gone.
No, and Gukesh's main thing here is to keep finding counterplay. If he can't find counterplay, Prague has this nice attack brewing with queen
g3 is a direct threat. Okay, how do we right now deal with it? King h7.
Oh, actually, Amruta, it's not a threat. I see it, perhaps it is, because I was thinking we have knight e8 move to defend it with the rook defending
No,
here.
knight h6 still, right?
Yes. So, maybe what if I just move my king away?
King h7.
h7, yeah?
Yeah.
Could be a defensive idea. So, if I go queen g3, then you may want to drop your knight back. Maybe knight
h5.
Knight h5 could also be possible.
Wow, computer doesn't like
because
it.
Queen g4, yeah, just here attacking the knight, and if you move the knight, it's a mate. So maybe here knight e8, and this could be the way in which black defends.
Because rook g6 is also incoming then.
Yeah, and then at the end of the day, you say, hey, I have the bishop pair still.
This is one thing, yeah. At some point, suddenly
they become smart, yeah. You keep
the,
on telling them
the idiots become
but no,
intellectuals.
they could become very dangerous. So yeah, this is something where we will learn from Gukesh on how to defend as black here, or we will learn from Prague on how to attack.
But from both, yeah.
I don't
How
know.
to attack, how to find counter play, how to defend. But every single move, like it's like Minecraft now. They have to be very careful what step they are taking.
Have you played Minecraft ever?
Yeah,
When?
childhood.
Really?
But I never got attached with the game like many people get addicted.
You played Minecraft when you were young?
What's so shocking?
No, I think you played some other Minecraft. I know. You played Minesweeper. That where it would explode the numbers.
So?
That is Minesweep, not Minecraft.
What is Minecraft?
Minecraft is one of the most popular sort of streaming games online that all these streamers play. Which I never saw you playing, so I was surprised. Do you play Minecraft somewhere where I'm not aware of? Yeah.
Somewhere hiding from you when you fall off to sleep. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so Minesweeper. Yeah, now I understand that
Yes,
game
man.
where you have to the number denotes how many flags are around, and then there's some bomb
No, you
hiding.
just walk there is a block. You just don't go on a block where it explodes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. So yeah, maybe it's the Minesweeper kind of a position where Gukesh has to be very careful because there are some explosions around his king that could happen. Meanwhile, we should definitely go to the game of Guen because he has played the move which I thought might happen later, but he played it instantly. He played knight d4 immediately here.
And Richard played rook c1.
Rook has come to c1. Okay. Okay, nice.
And now at some point maybe knight d5 is incoming.
Knight. You want to go knight d5.
Even now, why not now?
It's actually a good move, Amruta, because you want to chop this bishop off. I would highly recommend this move, yeah. Unless there's something missing. Yeah, it's a good move. Also, whenever you have a knight here on d4, a very, very common move is to play bishop g4, putting more pressure here. The only problem, of course, is that white can now jump with e5, attacking this and defending here. But this is playable here, knight d4, and you know, with Thaidai-1, you shouldn't be taking things too lightly. He yesterday crushed Maksudlu. He's won 2 games here.
Yeah, and he's got the Game of the Day award also today. Very nice, beautiful glass trophy. By the way, guys, it's 4:30 p.m. here, and at 4 o'clock, the voting has started. So please visit PragueChessFestival.com, correct?
Yes.
/voting and vote for your Game of the Day. And until now, which has been the opening of the day for you, Sagar? If we can have an overview.
If we can have the 5 boards, yeah. And then we see which one is the game of opening of the day. I think clear. Oh my God, Amruta, did you see?
No.
Vincent Keimer didn't do en passant.
Oh, we have to go there.
Yes, but that is the one I thought was the opening of the day.
I was so clear that he's just absolutely going to play d6. No other move he's going to think about.
Very surprised that he didn't do it. So if we go back to, if you go here, we were at this moment and we were thinking that he will play d takes e6 en passant. But Vincent thought for a while and brought his bishop back. And Nadirbek said, "Thank you, Vincent. Now my bishop nicely sits here." Vincent tried to create some play on b7. In came the move b5.
Wow.
And Amruta, now do you see Nadirbek's body language perhaps more confident? Or it's still...
He looks a little relieved.
Well, maybe it's just the bar and based on the bar you can... But I do feel that he's feeling good.
Relieved.
He's feeling good.
Yeah,
the bishop is nicely positioned here and a4 is striking on these 2 pawns.
Okay, but a4 is a direct
b4.
threat right now.
b4.
So b4, you give away the c4 square. Normally the knight goes to b1 and goes to d2.
Oh, nice. Maybe that's what Vincent wants to do.
Okay, but even if you go knight b1, let's say, can I think of short castle or would it be too much?
No, I think it's a good move. The king is pretty safe here, I guess.
Now do you go knight d2 first?
And you want the c4 square. I also think you can play a5 to just sort of sideline this pawn on b4. So maybe Vincent is going very positional here, right?
You know, I would have loved if I could take my king to e2 instead of the bishop and then bring the rook to g5 and rook g1, rook g5. Not that time.
It's
like
very tough,
it's just like a fairy tale, like a fantasy there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like the bishop on e2.
Okay, so a4, we are waiting for Nodirbek's move. I wonder what he's thinking about, because b4 seems like the only move, right? You don't want to take ba4. That would be not so great.
Yeah,
yeah,
but you're right. If d6, this would have been the opening of the day. But without d6, I think I'm not sure. In a way, strategically, I would say what Prag's opening.
Prague versus Gukesh.
It's slow, but I think that is getting towards a middle game, which is completely going to be crazy.
Prag versus Gukesh is one such opening which might look dull on the surface, but a lot of things happening below, there. So, knight f5. And by the way, let's check the game of Maksudlu versus Vidit, because bishop b4, he went knight b2.
Just look at Vidit in the video. Is he thinking? Is he tired? Is he sleeping? Is he... do you see anything like yesterday both these players lost, Maksudlu and Vidit. Today for both of them, what kind of psychology would they be? Would they be feeling bad about yesterday? Would they be thinking about today?
I think Maksudlu's loss was much easier to overcome yesterday because he got outplayed. While Vidit was dominating for 32 moves, and on the 33rd move he blundered and resigned on the next move. So it was much
and for
difficult.
him similar also happened with Prague, that he had defended very well and then finally he blundered. Of course, there was a lot of pressure in the whole game by Prague, so it's not about just that one move blunder, but yet he had defended beautifully and then he blundered. So two difficult losses for Vidit. Now
he's the only player in the Masters who hasn't won a game. Vidit. Everyone else has won a game.
But do you think right now he would be wanting to, after such a thing, sometimes you feel like, okay, let's go a little safe, or sometimes you still go for something rash, like Maksudlu did in Chennai Open, where he was having, Vikenzi, in fact, where he was having a very tough tournament, yet it never affected his game.
Well, if you're facing Maksudlu, he will never go safe. So here, Vidit doesn't even have a choice, I believe. It will be a complex game. E5 was played and Amruta A3 is on the board. So Maksudlu is asking a question to Vidit. Do you want to take on D2, which we analyzed as slightly better for white because next move B4 is coming here. There's no way to stop it. Or you go back to bishop D6 or F8. I don't know where. Maybe I go to D6 and then B4 comes anyway. And this position Vidit has to assess, and generally as black you do not want white to be expanding like this, because then there is C4, C5, knight comes in and starts putting pressure here.
So does the black knight also have to move to, get in the F6 move to kind of solidify on E5?
Yes, often you can do like knight D7 and F6. It's playable. But here I do prefer white very slightly, it looks like a very nice free-flowing position for white.
Okay, so Vidit again in slightly tough situation, he must defend well.
Slightly, not much, it's still just right out of the opening. I'm actually very confused with David Navara's handling of the clock. He's down to 37 minutes, he's not even making a move. And I think he's just uncomfortable with his position.
How many moves they have made?
Just 14 moves, Amruta.
Oh man,
just
that's
14.
Like 26 moves to be made in the Sicilian when your king is in the center. What are his options? One
no,
we saw
we just saw at 6 and we thought this is the move. But I guess David is thinking about something deeper, Amruta. Maybe B5 somewhere? No, B5 can't work.
No, B5 is a blunder. No,
yeah, it's
B5
terrible. It's terrible. It opens
E6.
up the rook to the queen. So, can't do it.
Oh, but what are the candidate moves? Is he by chance thinking of a move like...
Don't even say E5, Amruta.
Yeah.
Don't even say it.
I'm saying it, E5.
Look at this. It opens this bishop. It weakens your D5 square. there couldn't be much.
But the queens get exchanged if you go knight d5.
No, I don't go right now.
That's
but
true. Strategic blunder.
Yeah, no,
it
no,
does
not
sound
e5.
like. Okay,
Not e5.
so what else then? Does he want to take the queen back? But then you have to worry about b4 idea. So what if queen c7? But I like for queen c7, I would be worried
A5,
about... No, not a5. I would be worried about bishop takes f6, knight d5. I don't know if that works.
Knight d5 or knight b? No, nothing works.
Knight d5. ed5. You go back, bishop e7, and then you don't have knight f5.
Or even just king f8, and then it's safe for black. So no, this... Yes, the king... This is a nice variation, by the way, Amruta, to show that the rook is standing opposite the king. And at some point could have some...
ideas like
this. Some important things can happen there.
But also, Sagar, at some point, I don't know if white will have the ideas of b4, queen b4, rook b1, you know, such kind of ideas. So that's why queen b4, maybe David is thinking about queen b4 even.
Now I feel it. Because he's taken so much time, he might not play a very simple move. 35 minutes left for David. He's looking a little uncomfortable. He's switching in the chair. He's not feeling that good. Let's have a look, Amruta, at any other game where moves have happened within Gukesh and Rapport. They did play knight takes f3, bishop f3, and bishop d5 is on the board.
Bishop f3. Okay, so the light square bishops most probably will get exchanged.
So Gukesh Thai 1 is essentially saying to Rapport that look, I'm taking away all your sort of active possibilities, and I'm going to just play my bishop here, and just if you trade, I trade. This is great for black. I mean, b6, d8.
Hey, also you might have to worry about h5, h4, h3. I'm not sure.
Could be. Okay, so I think, you know, both of them are playing to their styles. Yeah, like Rapport loves complex positions. He's trying to get out of theory. Thai 1 is just playing in the center, exchanging pieces. He's known for his positional chess. So very, very solid there.
Shall we move to Prag versus Gukesh? Because I think that is the...
No moves played.
Oh my god, then Gukesh has been thinking for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's Amruta time maybe to take a short break, and maybe on the other side, after we come back, we will delve deeper in each of the games. For now, let's take a short break.
Stay still by my side. So pretty and so kind. I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's goods. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind. Forever.
welcome back everyone to the round which is developing so excitingly, Amruta, right now. The game which we were looking at where Pragnananda plonked his knight on f5 and was looking at the g7 square. Gukesh responded with king to h7.
And my first question is
Yeah.
there any sacrifice coming in?
Could be, not that I can see it, because clearly 1, 2 and 3 moves have to be calculated, but because the rook stands here defending the knight so firmly, I don't think they work yet.
Okay, so nothing right now, it would be too premature, but then you want to prepare for it. And in what way can you really prepare for it? Another piece, how do you get in the attack?
Well, Prague says that I'm going like very brutal here and threatening a mate in one.
He already played queen g3, okay.
And remember, we were looking at this move, knight h5, and we saw that queen g4 was very powerful, that white gets a very good advantage. So clearly not that. I also think g6 is a big mistake because I just snatched this pawn and then your f7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, it's a blunder.
So you can't even do that. So now the question comes, what can you do? You need to defend your g7 pawn.
So you had mentioned one more knight e8 at some point, but I still like queen f8.
But Amruta, I was thinking about it. Queen f8, I thought your e5 pawn here is pretty soft. So can I take some advantage with pawn takes pawn?
Okay, but if I take with the knight
Yeah.
and then support the h6, I love the rook on e6, you know, that defender, guy which
but
defends.
What about this move? I took
Are you
the pawn.
serious? Because even your back rank.
Yes,
Rook
I
e5,
saw that.
Queen
That's good.
e5, rook e8,
And you are coming in.
and we are not talking about material, Sagar. It's like
Check.
you buy a house, you know, take a loan from the bank, and then you keep worrying about paying that loan back.
Yes, but then what if I could build something truly beautiful with that loan? You know, like here I won a pawn, which is definitely something worthwhile to have. And you know, I have a big threat now, which is knight takes pawn, queen takes, king takes, check, king takes, and picking up your rook could happen.
Too many arrows there. But by the way, Gukesh goes knight e8 and he agrees with you not to give away any pawn, anything like
But
that.
look at
But
the
the bar says, Gukesh, I do not like your move. And is Pragnananda going to think like the bar?
But then what is the move here?
But again, the bar slowly is, you know, going towards equality. Sometimes Gukesh's moves are also very tricky.
Yes.
He's not worked with engines for many years, and at some moments it's very visible, powerfully.
Yeah. But okay, knight e8 was a very natural move. Amruta, also by keeping your queen here, if I take the pawn,
No,
you will-
first question is why not knight g4? Why would I think of releasing the tension with your bishop on b7 and a7? No way.
I like this move. But you are threatening nothing much as
I'm
such.
threatening tension, Sagar. Tension. Can you feel that?
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it with you sitting next to me. But I mean,
See, that is how you can threaten tension. So knight g4, some sack has to happen on that g7 h6. That's just an intuitive feeling. Like one day we had Maksudlu here and he said, you don't calculate here, you know, you just flow.
you just feel it. That's true. That's true. I mean, as black, I like your move, by the way, now, because there is no real threat as such, but you are also asking black what is it that you want to do.
And also I am putting pressure on the point which you really like, e5.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's
yes.
not just
oh,
h6.
Yes. Oh yes.
It's not just g7 indirectly.
And a move like f6 does feel like you're suddenly shutting down the rook, and then something terrible is going to happen. Maybe like knight takes pawn,
g7?
takes, and then queen h4. I don't see a way to even defend this h6 pawn. So maybe
Because there is no way.
yes.
It's
So
a dead end.
maybe your move knight g4 does attack the e5 pawn, and the question is how should black defend it? Wow. This is actually a big moment, and I think Prag will go knight g4. And I don't know what Gukesh will do next.
Can you go rook g6, queen takes e5?
Yeah,
But
just
any
dropping a pawn.
indirect pressure on the g2 guy?
No, this just drops a pawn perhaps. And it's
G2
not,
guy.
no, it's not a good idea.
Okay, but then what's the defense? Normally we find attacking moves, but guys, in the chat, time to find a good defense for Gukesh, as a candidatian. We will not be able to tell you whether you found it right or not because it's a 15-minute delay.
Yeah.
But anyway, why not try?
No, Amruta, think that black needs to do something like not be too fixated to his e5 pawn and just feel like let's give it up so that pieces and bishops can open up. That
Let's say when you talk about opening up either d takes e4 or d4, these are the two moves which immediately come to the mind, even c5 at some point.
Yeah, so take, and c5 is one idea that I was thinking that even if I give this pawn, I'm happy because then I open up this diagonal. So let's say if I go c5 here, in this position, and
Knight
you
takes
take
c5,
this pawn.
f7 is also hanging, remember that.
Yeah, and then the engine is not too happy, but we were wondering if here bishop b8
wow.
makes sense.
I'm actually wondering why is the engine so happy for white. Is bishop f4 the move?
Yeah,
you
could
develop
be.
and then you get
Could
out of
be.
the pin.
Could be a very simple and solid move. Yeah, so perhaps this is not how it's done.
So not c5. So let's try d4 move, Sagar, instead of d takes e4.
D4.
Instead of d4.
D4. Wow.
Why are you repeating
No, I mean, I just
thrice?
thought you just take the pawn, yes, and there's
D
nothing.
takes c3, b takes c3.
Yes, thank you for undoubling my pawns, giving me a nice free pawn. Everything is going my way.
Yeah, your friend is not your...
No.
Yeah, sorry, your opponent is
Yeah.
your friend.
My opponent.
So d4, the computer, the bar said, okay, that's the right move, so you can play de4.
Yeah, d4 is fine. But now after, let's say...
After d4, we find a defense. Maybe, even if people over here want to try black to play, what are your suggestions?
Yeah, this is a key moment actually, and we are not able to figure it out. Like, what is the move that black has? And if you have any suggestions, we're more than happy to consider them.
Happier, you mean? I see one move.
Is it what? Actually, this looks so
no,
tough,
it's
no, for Gukesh after knight g4. Maybe he thought about something, yeah, Amruta. Oh, I get it.
Wait.
I get it, what he wants, Amruta. Now
What?
it's as clear as daylight. h5.
I also thought h5, exactly.
move.
But then knight e5.
Oh, and then I got confused, yes, no.
Not h5, Sagar.
Is there any way in which we can defend the pawn actually on e5 or not?
Wow.
f6 doesn't work. f6 is just, we just saw you just sack your knight and
Maybe
queen
now, I do think, like, I do feel that finally you have to give up the e5 pawn, but in the way where you get the maximum compensation.
But I don't want rook g6. I don't think it works at all. I just take here, and maybe it's also, it might be the best, second best move, but there is something here, Amruta. g6 maybe. Knight at 6 doesn't seem like a great idea.
G6, how?
No,
Knight at
yeah,
6.
exactly. Doesn't
You
look
just
like,
consider to discard
it
it.
doesn't look like a good move. I can't move this knight because then there is pressure here. I just take on h6.
Wow, we are also thinking with the chat, and maybe the chat has already found, but we would not know that. Okay, knight g4.
Played it. He
Gukesh,
played it.
What do you
Gukesh,
have? Before Gukesh, we need to
show us
find
the way.
Sagar because Gukesh
Show us
is
the path. You know, we don't know. We are lost here. Maybe he knows it, or he also doesn't know.
No, but then how? We don't know how long he thought for the last
He
move.
thought quite a lot, because if you see, his time is still lower than Prague.
5-6 minutes. So that means for knight e8, knight g4 was the most natural move which he considered. And I'm keen to see whether he'll makes his move in the
Amruta,
next 1 or 2
let's
minutes.
quickly go to another board. We'll come
But
back.
we have not even been able to find here.
We'll come back and we'll let Gukesh do the finding. Let there be some
Okay.
suspense building up. Let's look at Bartel Navara, because you will not believe what has happened here. Navara said, Sagar, Amruta, I was not thinking for such a long time for nothing. He took knight a4. He snatched the pawn, which we felt which was so dangerous.
My God. The discovered attack, the rook on a1, the queen on a5.
Okay, first question.
No worries.
First question was if bishop b3 made any sense, because then it's really like you're putting so much pressure.
And you're winning a piece, no? Bishop a4, rook a4. Because bishop a4, you don't have rook c3, bishop d7
a4,
check.
Bishop a4, yeah, here.
Rook a4, yeah?
But maybe there
and
is
for bishop
d5 here, just to protect this way. So that was his idea. So Bartel said, okay, fine, I will take here.
But then queen d2,
So he took back,
bishop d2,
Took
bishop
back.
a4,
took back, and
Wait.
this is the reason why he was calculating.
bishop b6 here,
Take.
bishop c2, you want to play? No, bishop c8 is hanging. So
Yeah,
fe6,
so take,
knight e6.
take.
Oops, yeah, that would be a blunder. So rook a4.
Now the question is, can we go e5 so as to then the c2 pawn is hanging once the knight moves? But he went king f7.
Yeah,
So
I was
my point is,
looking at king
why
d7.
not e5? Actually, David could have done this move as well.
I think a long-term advantage of the light square maybe he didn't want to give.
Yeah, possible. And also, I think he
knight
was afraid,
f5,
Amruta, that
rook
here
c2, bishop
this
c3.
kind of, yeah, exactly. It kind of blocks in the rook. So he went king f7, c3, and knight d7. And we have this position on the board, and I must say, David Navara has used his time well for thinking like for
Totally.
40-45 minutes, because the ensuing position does look like pretty okay for
Yeah,
black.
David has solved all his problems.
Not
This
all,
is-
perhaps, because
Why
you
not?
know, Amruta, this pawn structure, you can say black has 3 pawn islands, white has 2. So at least there are some more weaknesses,
Yeah,
but
but generally you have exchanged 2 minor pieces in Sicilian always. So the attack, you're not worried about that similar attack. Your king is slightly better placed maybe. So pawn structure is the only thing which at some point could even dissolve. But this is the best he could get
No,
in
I
that
think-
position.
I think he
and he
used
was
this,
very
yeah.
alert
Very
to
good,
find knight a4. Very alert by David.
but clearly bishop b3 was to be preferred by Bartel instead of going for knight a4, where this led to equal position. Going to Thai 1 versus Rapport, we will see that after Amruta, bishop f3, bishop d5, in came the move bishop takes knight, and he took back with the pawn. I'm a little curious, why not with the bishop? What was the reason? What was so bad about it?
e4, e5. Maybe e4, bishop c4 and you lose the b2.
No, e4 is not great. Exactly, this is hanging. So,
Okay, why did he not play bishop f6 is a good question. No, there is a reason for sure. Let's try to understand. Maybe it's not about the move, but maybe it is also about the, beautiful open files which he's getting after ef6. Rook on e8, one rook on d8, then
Maybe.
f5 will happen. You see, after f5, after black's f5, white's e2 pawn, if it is pushed, the d3 pawn becomes a weakness. If e2 pawn is not pushed, then that is a backward pawn, e2 guy.
okay, I get it, but I'm a little bit surprised still. But I get your point that maybe he preferred ef6
Yeah.
over bishop f6, not that he thought there was some threat. But now queen takes a7 is slightly threatened, but he drops back and attacks e2. Okay, so again a very
Yeah, this one is a slow
but
move.
nice position with some imbalances. The knight here for white, bishop here for black, slightly better pawn structure for white. We'll see how this pans out. Then we move on to the game of Vidit versus Maksudlu, and I must tell you, Amruta, after a3, Vidit did go back, he didn't take the knight, Maksudlu did push his pawn, bishop came out attacking this pawn on d3, Vidit said, Maksudlu said, I'm attacking a bishop. Bishop went back and now knight to c4, and you have pressure on the e5 point with 1, 2 and 3 pieces, although the 3 pieces are also defending it, but Amruta, b5 is on the cards to attack your knight on c6.
Vidit has to be careful, but the position is nicely imbalanced where, you know, there are chances with the central space with Vidit in hand and white Maksudlu having beautiful knights and a clear target to focus on, the e5 pawn.
Yeah, queen c2 was not liked by the engines. I don't know why, because the clear plan here for white is knight d2, then knight e4, and then looking at this d6 square.
Oh,
that's
that's such a cool maneuver.
It's a normal plan.
Because no, but the problem is sometimes you are attached with that knight attacking and keeping an eye on e5 that you don't want to consider a move like
but
knight e2.
now
So
that point is well defended, so we can't do much. But instead of queen c2, there was a better move for white. I don't know what it is. Could very well be just a little move h3. Could be. I don't know. So he played queen c2
and now
queen
with
d7.
queen d7.
With the idea of bishop h3, perhaps Maksudlu goes rook a d1, and
But suddenly the bar in last 2 moves giving away the initiative to black.
Yeah, and I think Vidit can sense it, because look, he has ideas like bishop h5. Also, his knight now has a nice central place to go to on d5. It looks like black's position is fine. You know, like there's no problem for black now.
Also, if Vidit is able to move the bishop and get, as you said, knight d5 and maybe f5, I'm not sure if that is common or that weakens or generally where you keep. But
could be with e4 on
I like bishop h3 ideas.
Okay, so this is the situation. By the way, Amruta,
what did Gukesh play?
Has taken on e4.
Okay, here is the move. Can we now, once again, try? Like, imagine we have tried so many moves.
Yeah. And Gukesh needs to find the best move, because we tried, I'll tell you what we have tried. We have tried c5, we tried f6,
did we try after d takes c4? Not every move, right?
Every move, yeah, after d takes c4 we tried. We tried
rook g6. Here we didn't try rook g6, but rook g6, queen e5. It's the same problem, but I don't know if it makes any difference with rook g6.
Do you think that I should not worry about this g7 pawn and just move my knight? Works.
Did you find it yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, no engine.
No, I found it, because why I thought.
Proud of you.
No, wait. Because if I take
not
knight at 6, there is an intermezzo rook g6, which is what we were missing.
Oh, so there's no queen g7 idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and now if you play knight takes e5.
Knight takes g7 also I want to analyze though. But okay, knight takes e5.
Yeah, now a little careful, because there is a mate in 1. So you take this
Knight
guy.
f5.
Pawn
e5.
takes.
And now there's a pin, but your rook is attacked.
And now the only thing that black is so happy about are these 2 bishops. So for a pawn, you've got these 2 wonderful bishops, and maybe I go rook f6 just.
No, but I think there was a better move earlier. So
Where?
that's why white was not getting the initiative, right? Over here, not knight f5. Maybe it's something else.
G6?
Knight to e4. There's a mate. Sorry.
G6 maybe. G6. Or queen f6.
Yeah.
Queen f6.
Just for queen f6?
Slightly, and I think even g6 maybe. Not g6.
G6 is a mistake.
Knight
What
at
happened? Knight at 6, no?
So
But queen f6 is a good move.
No, if queen f6, if Gukesh has to find this, like knight d6, knight e5, and I don't know, queen f6 or so exciting. Queen F8.
Do we check the engine? Do we ask
we don't. I think Queen F8 has no point because you're pawn down. But it's the best move. And the point, Amruta, now we understand, and from all this analysis, we have understood is that you have to be okay with losing the e5 pawn just so that you can get these two bishops and maybe rook flowing in and to coordinate.
Oh, you are so right. Look at the maneuver. Take a moment, go back to the position where the knight was on f6. Here. And look at how you shifted this. I mean, Gukesh shifted this stuff. He went knight e8.
Yeah.
Then knight d6. So this knight was shifted to d6. The queen went to f8. And then the other rook comes to e8.
Yeah,
now, my question to you, because here I had suggested a move queen f8, okay, before king h7, or even after king h7.
Yeah, we analyzed it a bit.
Queen f8 and rook e8. If you would have gone that directly, was there a problem?
It was also possible. We analyzed how take.
No, we didn't analyze queen f8. Here.
Rook e5, queen e5, rook e8, queen g3.
But that was after queen g3.
Check and knight f1.
Got
we saw it.
So that was still like he was losing a pawn, but maybe not in the best way. This is very interesting. But I don't know if Gukesh would be able to find it.
Well, he is thinking, and he is down to 26 minutes. 20 more moves to make 44. Finds it! Wow!
What
Gukesh.
a defense!
Fantastic.
I mean, such defensive ideas. This is tremendous. You know, just can't believe that yesterday, what Gukesh allowed or some of the moves he made were completely shocking. But today, he's finding a defense which would be very difficult. Even if you give this position black to play in a book, you're thinking, find the best thing. We're not able to find it.
It was not easy, but he has found it. But that being said, I don't think Pragnananda's questions have been completed yet. He will pose another question to Gukesh. It could begin with knight takes pawn, but maybe Pragnananda thinks taking that pawn does not make sense and he does something else.
No, generally Prag will take the material if he doesn't find anything very clear for black.
Okay, we'll come back to this game.
Is there a better move though? Before we leave, apart from 95, is there a better move with which Prag can go for?
Well, all other moves seem like black should be able to then be very happy, right? Like for example,
Knight, can you check once if there is any discovered attack? Knight g7, king g7.
And whatever you go, I just run away maybe with my king.
Okay.
Doesn't look that scary. I wanted to pay attention to the game between Nodirbek and Keimer.
What happened over
because we left it at this moment with a4 and here Nodirbek, instead of pushing the pawn, which we thought does give away the c4 square to this knight, knight b1, knight d2, knight c4, so he took and then check, knight went back, rook g1.
Wow, he's kept his king in the center, yeah?
He castled.
But the center can get opened with c6 at some point.
Queen c2, a5 by Nodirbek, just ensuring that this pawn is no longer weak on a6. And now knight jumped into b5 and Vincent played the simple move, Nodirbek played the simple move, queen e7. So, my understanding here is that black is angling for this break f5 because if he gets it successfully, he is going after the king on e1 and this bishop being very, very irritatingly placed on h5. f5 is just the kind of move you want to play.
I am very surprised with the evaluation bar. I would not assess it as, even slight initiative for white with that king in the center. Absolutely not. In no way. And I love black's position with so many ideas. But Vincent has gone into it very consciously. So I'm sure his assessment of this position is way different than mine.
Yes, but also that being said, like this pawn on c7 is a weakness. But you can never really win it because the moment you take it, my rook comes in and pins you terribly.
What did he play?
what?
Knight
What?
E7. Oh, he
This-
wants to go knight c6. What an amazing idea.
This kind of answers your question, Amruta, as to why Vincent's position is slightly preferable or what? Knight a7.
I like the fact that when his knight is there, here in this case, as Leco says, cimento.
Cimento knight. This would be a cimento knight, but you also have to be careful where you cimento stuff. Because here knight, let's imagine I go f5.
But you also stop rook b8 ideas.
I don't care, Amruta, I'm going after your king. You go knight c6, I am going queen h4.
Ooh, and that's a mistake. Bishop g5, lose your queen. No, queen h3.
Oh, bishop g5.
No. Bishop g5, queen h3.
Yes, maybe not queen h4, but maybe queen f6 then.
No, but
Amruta.
why not queen h4? Wait.
It's possible, I mean, but I don't want to maybe go into that position.
Yeah, but
I could also go queen f7.
Okay,
and
we will
keep
see that
pressure
later,
here.
but I have a curiosity
Okay,
for sure.
let's finish your curiosity. Queen h4, bishop g5, queen h3, and maybe because the queen is so terribly placed here, I could also say long castle, not so silly.
Wow. Or bishop f1, queen h2, not trapping. Wow, long castle?
Yeah, could be. So that way you connect the two rooks.
Unbelievable. Oh, this idea exists. I would have
No, but
completely forgotten
only
that
because of
king
the
on
queen.
even that you can.
Only because of this queen. Otherwise, I would never ever dare to even put my king here with such an open file. But that being said, the knight is just controlling many important squares there. Oh, f5 on the board. Nadirbek just
Wow.
thought like us. He's like, yes, Vincent, beautiful knight, looks good. You will come on c6, sit here. But what about your king? We are going for it. And so now, the game between these four youngsters, Prague, Gukesh, Vincent, Nadirbek, such amazing chess. You know, it's wealth of ideas there.
Wealth of ideas is the right way to put
They
it.
just want to fight. They just want to fight all the time. And that's why. But also, we can add Maksudlu into that category because he creates a mess always. And this board has only two pawns.
No?
Oh, sorry. Yes, 2 pawns which have been traded. All the other pieces are still on the board as long, I mean, we are on move 18 now. And one game which I think will sort of fizzle out into a draw today is Navara versus Bartel. Unless, of course, someone is really going to grind this for hours and hours.
No, I really like how Navara has played this and not given any chances there. Okay, let's go to the. So, this was the 4th game, and 5th game?
Well, there was Gukesh versus Rapport, and after queen e6, we haven't had a move from Richard Rapport. And maybe the reason is, if we take this pawn on a7, which is possible, and I think Rapport is calculating, queen takes e2 is what I was wondering. Take. Now d3 is weak. Let's say you chop this, I chop this, and then in the end, who's come out better out of this?
No, I like White's position because it looks like he's the one who can create a passer.
And his
the
knight is
light's-
beautiful.
Yeah, knight is beautiful.
And then we
White queen is controlling important light square weaknesses over there. So it looks fine.
Could be, yes, could be. And always black can create counterplay with h5, h4 in such positions.
And Rapport will try to avoid going into simplifications where he doesn't feel he is the one having the initiative. So
But then if you play rook e1 here,
f5, natural. But A7 is hanging. Maybe
yeah,
A6
a6 now
with the idea of B5.
the idea of b5, yes.
Okay, it's going to be a slow game. How many moves they have made? Just to check the time
16
factor.
moves, 16
very
only.
slow. So 24 moves to be made. Rapport has 23 minutes, 39 seconds. I think this will get into time pressure in between move 35 to 40. We may have a result.
And by the way, Gukesh has played his move. This has not happened, guys. The move that has happened is this one. So after knight d6, Prag said, give me your pawn.
Prag took it.
Prag took it. And now...
Which means he's assessing this better for him. He's
Yes.
not seen anything very clear for
Can I
black.
ask a question to our viewers here?
Absolutely.
What happens if I get greedy and snatch this pawn here?
He smiled.
The
he got
smile
it.
on your face tells us that you've
Smile.
seen the mate. Queen takes g7 is mate in 1. So clearly that hasn't been played. He took the knight. But Amruta, remember we were analyzing Queen f8, which is a very deep positional pawn sacrifice.
And with that of Rook A8,
Yes.
where I really loved the harmony, which is Rook A8, sorry, the harmony which Black has managed to create out of something which looked like almost tremendous pressure on him.
Yes. But
He didn't play
Gukesh
Queen
didn't
F8.
do it.
Oh, but
Gukesh
after
said,
98, 96, such a beautiful continuation. If you go Knight F5, then he's already in some trouble.
because now his rook has to go to an inferior square and already Prag seems to have a substantial edge here.
Yeah, because now he's a pawn up.
Pawn up, but look at these two bishops. They look pretty on the long diagonal, although they are not
They're
hitting.
waiting like calmly, yeah. It's like they're waiting in a coffee shop,
Yes.
waiting.
Oh,
Okay, if some friends
Not
are
coffee
gonna.
shop, Amruta. They are like snipers standing on top of a building, taking aim at something important that will happen way in the, towards the king side. But on the other hand, f5 pawn is now loose. How do we protect it as white, or do we need to protect it? Because we can kind of let it go and put our bishop here.
Yeah,
So that if
developing
you
move.
take,
And Rook A D1.
now I have my snipers here, you have your snipers there.
Oh, it looks like a war. Queen F6.
And clearly the rooks are stronger snipers than the bishops.
No, not over here in this situation.
Maybe.
Queen F6.
Yeah, hitting the bishop.
Oh, but F2 is weak. You will have to. It's very sharp.
Maybe knight d7.
It's very
yeah?
concrete. And Gukesh is very good in calculation, Sagar. Of course, even Prague is. But I don't think the bar does justice in maybe saying then.
But then
how
then
much
how do
white
you
is better.
protect this pawn is a good question. Do
So
we
not bishop f4. So what if you simply play a move like queen g4?
or queen g4 you want to play?
Yeah. Suppose queen g4, because you have exchanged a light square bishop and your queen is on a light square. Then I do forget about the f2 guy for a while. I don't know if there can be more pressure immediately on that.
And then maybe I try to attack you further with queen c8.
The f5 pawn.
Yes, I want that pawn.
So am I losing it? Like black is recovering the pawn?
Maybe yes. That's what Gukesh wants to think, and maybe Pragnananda's here important thing is to figure out what is the way in which he can keep his advantage.
So bishop f4 is not the move.
Could be, I mean, it seems like it keeps some edge, like bishop f4, it does keep some edge but not the most. So we need to find another move here. I was wondering, Amruta, if we exchange one bishop, because look, if you take, I take back, and then if you take on f5, yes, you've got back your pawn, but now your double bishops are gone, and my knight looks very nice in the center, and your bishop alone maybe not that.
It also looks good. Both are good. It's an interesting position. Knight and bishop.
Because here there has to be some way in which white gains some edge, like rook. I was thinking rook d3 or something. So there is something
you
very...
should not forget about rook g5, by the way.
Yes,
You'll be gone.
for sure,
You'll
for
be dead.
Sure, for sure. This is what black wants all throughout. But this is why this position is very, very subtle. This is the live board position we have. Pragnananda is having a clear edge here. He's pawn up, but Gukesh seems to have things under control. He has the
He's
bishops.
almost yawning and he seems very fine there. He was almost relaxed right now, so he's not worried.
Well, let's see. And meanwhile, Amruta, Abdusattorov.
Yeah, Northerbeg. Let's see what's happening after f5.
f5, knight came to c6, and Northerbeg plays the move queen f7, not getting tempted by this business of
Yeah,
queen
you were
h4.
mentioning this idea.
And now, pressure down here. Some pressure down here because fe4 coming, knight on c6, cimento knight, a5 pawn hanging, but who cares?
a5, no, you
Okay.
don't even look at that. Can you long castle? Just a question.
Imagine you take this pawn. I take.
Oh, bishop.
Your knight.
Okay,
You're
let
so
me not
happy
ask
you are a
you.
pawn
Why,
up.
black to play. Let's ask the people.
Is there
in the
something?
chat. Yes, of course, Sagar. You don't. Maybe I missed it. Yeah,
Check
bishop e4, bishop
d2.
d2 you wanted to play.
Oh, but then fe. Let's start with fe then. Because when we start with this, he
But
needs
after f8, even your h5 bishop is
Takes.
not, it's defended.
now check. Because now you can't do bd2, there is queen f2 hanging.
Makes sense.
And otherwise,
Yeah, so rook a5 no. Let's go back.
no, it's just a thing that this pawn, Nadirbek doesn't care about it anymore. He just cares about this area of the board now. This one here, where something's gonna happen.
Okay, can you long castle just to make sure? Because that moment I really like the idea of long castle when the queen was on h4.
Yes, maybe it saves your king at least from the central attack. But then I'm no longer so careless about my a pawn. Yeah, I will play a4 with the idea of a3 to rip that apart, the queen side.
Okay, it's too quick for you, a4, a3. So not long castle. Oh, white has to find a good defensive move here. Very important moment again.
Yeah.
Either way, suddenly it seems Vincent, for the moment he's the one defending. But I think with his king, he would only be the one to defend, yeah?
But what do you play, Amruta, as white now? This is the
I was looking at rook g5,
rook g5, but then fe4.
fe4, fe4, bishop e2, queen e2. Because if it goes in endgame, I'm not sure if white would be the one to have slight edge.
Yes.
And now rook f5 is also possible.
So good suggestion there by you, which has kind of equalized the position in some way, but clearly I still think that black is completely fine. He can even push his pawn to a4 here and say that okay, now this is no longer that weak. At least it's not falling instantly.
But please have a moment for that knight on c6.
Yes.
It's controlling b8. It's controlling b4. Like all the time you worry about bishop b4 check. It's putting pressure on the e5 pawn, if you see that. And it's stop c6. It's so much multitasking.
Knight. No, it's a beautiful
amazing.
knight. That's why Vincent is so happy with his position, because it's this knight which is giving him the hope for an advantage. But we will come back and see if that works out. Meanwhile,
it's that knight which might make his day, Sagar.
Oh. Nice one, Amruta. The knight which will make his day. Nice. Meanwhile, we have had Parham and Vidit moving ahead, with Vidit slowly and steadily taking over here. Rook d2 played by Parham to come out of the pin.
But slowly, did things happen after this?
No, they didn't happen, but
slow?
it's already showing quite some edge for Vidit, and I was wondering if we can do something concrete, maybe not yet.
Yeah, how many moves they have to make, because Parham is down to 20 minutes.
21 moves to make still. And Amruta, I was thinking if we push the pawn in the center, it's right now impossible because it's defended twice and attacked twice. So we can't do it. But it's something that's on the mind. You want to do it. Or you want to get your knight into the center of the board with knight d5. That's also a possibility.
I like knight d5. I really like knight d5.
Yeah, I also think.
Of course, it's not going anywhere as such.
Let's just think, is there any other way to continue here? Maybe rook e7 and rook e8, right? Just
I thought rook a d8, but maybe rook
maybe
on
rook a
e5
d8.
make
Also nice
more
move.
sense.
Or you go knight d5 as we just said right now. So we have to wait and see what Vidit comes up with, because these are his kind of positions. They are sharp, but at the same time positionally sharp, and he loves such positions. So he might make a very good decision here.
For today, I would say I'm a bit confused. I mean, only until the end I can decide. But two games which are in conflict for the game of the day. One game is Nadirbek's game, and the other one is Prague versus Gukesh.
Yeah.
So those are the two games out of which what can happen.
Right. We will be looking at those games, but let's have this on full screen, and maybe let's look at the area of the tournament venue while we take a very short break and we bring in a guest to analyze with us. Don't go away. We are just back in a minute from now. Let's be back. Joining us in the studio right now is Abhimanyu Mishra from the Challengers section. He is also well known to be world's youngest GM, which he achieved at the age of 12 years, 4 months. Also has crossed 2600 now very comfortably, sitting around 2630.
Yeah, around that 26, 28, 30 yes, basically.
Yes, and today you managed to win a very, very quick game against your opponent. Should we have a look at that game?
Sure.
And right now you are playing in the Challengers and your score is 4 out of 7?
Yeah, I believe. Actually, 4.5.
4.5. So you're on plus...
plus 2?
Plus 2.
Plus 2.
Oh, nice. Plus 2. And you kind of grinding out wins yesterday against Vaishali. But let's have a look at your game today. Maybe we can flip it.
Yeah, that game was also very, very tough. I was winning at some point and
yes.
I let it go multiple times. My first thought was it was a very clean game, but then I came back to my room, started trying to solve this on my own again.
Again? Did you have dinner or not?
Yeah, I had dinner, of course, and then I came back to the room, and then whenever I'm playing my game, like after I'm done, my dad usually analyzes the game with an engine. We brought our own chess sets, so I set up the positions on the board, and wherever I missed something, I tried to solve it again.
In the room?
In the room.
And you played for 5 hours or more than that, 5.5?
Yeah,
and then you do that? And then you prepare against your next round opponent?
Yeah.
Do you sleep or not?
Yeah, I like yesterday was, I slept at like 1 o'clock, but okay, usually it doesn't go that late.
Wow. Insane. And then this is a good win so that you get some rest now.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. Stepan, did you know your opponent, Stepan Rebek, or?
Not much. I knew that, okay, I noticed he was playing a lot of different things. Like in Najdorf itself, he played some I noticed he had like these one game ideas. So okay, Bishop G5 is another one of these ideas. I believe he probably prepared whatever I usually play. Sometimes I go Knight BD7 instead of E6, or sometimes I go E6, Bishop E7, Queen C7.
Right.
So
here today, but you went directly for the sharpest line, which is the poisoned pawn.
Yes. I had been preparing this, and okay, this line, if you don't know very well, it's very difficult to play for both sides.
Both sides, yes, absolutely.
Like Caruana versus MVL is a very, very, very good example of that.
Right. So Rook B1.
Queen A3. Okay, here there's 2 moves, F5 and E5. Okay, maybe others also exist, but these are the main critical moves.
Pushed F5.
F5, Bishop E7.
FE.
Bishop takes E6.
And Bishop E6 now. And then Knight E6 happened.
Yeah, now F takes E6.
This is all well-known theory.
Yeah, this is all theory. I think Rook takes B7 is the first point. I didn't really recall this. I haven't checked this line in a while, but I believe Bishop C4 is the move. I mean, there's some ridiculous complications. Like here, Knight BD7. Okay, Bishop takes E6, Knight C5. And okay, there's like another. It's very, very sharp. And
you must have like at least another 20 moves of prep here.
Of course.
Yes. So.
Yeah, actually, you slept at 1 a.m. That now sounds good. Otherwise.
No, but that time he wasn't preparing. He was working still on his previous game.
Yeah.
So this was Rook B7. You were unaware. That's already a little bit tense situation, right? That you are in a position right out of the opening in this sharp line and you don't know the move.
But technically that's good in some sense, because you know that if you haven't checked this move, then it must be in the sharp position. The margin for error is usually less. So you know that okay, you might have something here with black.
So you knew that because this is not in the top engine suggestions, this has to be
it must be
inaccuracy.
Must be inaccuracy. But I mean, some people you can do this in other lines too, where you purposely play the 4th move. So the opponent thinks that you've messed up, but it's something that they haven't checked. But it usually doesn't work in sharp positions.
In sharp positions, you have already checked 5 moves, and this might be the 6th one. It might not be the best. So Bishop C4, you went
C5.
and attacked the rook.
Now okay, like Rook C7. I was calculating Rook takes E7 also, but King takes E7. I don't think White has enough compensation.
Well, it does look a little scary, right? With your king, with your queen being a little far away.
Well, yeah, but okay, this line can get a lot scarier. Castle, and now I thought, okay, maybe you can go Knight CD7. Now, okay, I'm threatening Queen C5 check.
You get your queen back.
And otherwise, I'm threatening also Rook C8. I can just, you don't have a direct breakthrough. As long as you're not mating me, I'm good here.
I remember the words of Garry Kasparov, who said that if you are afraid to keep your king in the center, don't play the Sicilian. Or at least don't play the Najdorf, yeah? So that's how he put it, and I completely get it. You are not at all afraid.
Yeah, now this position is actually very interesting, this rook c7, bishop d8. Of course, here I was spending a lot of time to make sure I wasn't missing anything, because one mistake can lead from like minus 1.5 to plus 3, just resigns. So bishop d8, I thought okay, bishop e5 is of course
But what about taking this pawn?
Yeah, rook takes g7 I thought is the critical move. Let's say knight f takes e4. Like I'm not sure which knight is better, but okay, let's say knight f takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4. Now if you go queen f4, I have queen c3 check when I take the rook.
Because he's threatening here, so...
But yeah, I mean queen c3 check also,
yeah, you take
I mean this will be gone, but I think queen d4 is probably best move. I was trying to calculate this, like knight takes g4. Now, okay, I'm not entirely
but what
sure.
about queen c5 now to trade
queen
the
c5
queens?
takes bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure how correct
and
are
the
these
bar
lines.
is jumping
Yeah,
up
it's
and
jumping.
down, so I don't know if the calculations are accurate, but...
Yeah, like I thought, okay, bishop e2 is one idea. He can also go h4. I mean, this does not look, this didn't, like I'll buy a piece for now, but it's not. Actually, bishop b3, bishop b3. This is even better.
Oh,
bishop b3, bishop a4.
Now I get it. You want to checkmate.
Just mate, yeah.
Wow.
So, okay, this queen c5 doesn't work. Like, okay, maybe you have to, like, okay, knight takes g5 is also not entirely forced, but after castle, okay, first of all, castle, I think you can go rook f8.
First of all, this is completely brave that you playing this position with that king in the center. It's amazing.
But I think he has to, yeah. His opponent was like, he took on b7 and... Yeah. But yeah, you calculated all these lines.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, maybe there's something better. Like instead of knight takes g5, I always have this option of giving a check before. Like knight takes e4, queen
But here is knight e4, takes. Ah, okay. This is how we reached here. Got it.
And now, okay, queen d4, I can also give a check, but... Like maybe bishop a5, okay, king e2, knight c3, king... Okay, this is very... Now you start trying to mate him.
Yeah. Something where...
But king e5, okay, bar is like jumping, it just it went
here
from...
it's not the best
Yeah, this
idea.
is not going to work because knight c3, okay, his king will start
But your move, knight g5, seems like the best or not? No.
Practically, yeah.
Practically,
It was
perhaps.
decent.
But okay, you need to... Okay, there might be some other trick.
Yeah, it's not so simple to figure out what is the move here. Maybe queen
if you
d4 check.
If you go bishop takes g5...
Or how about queen a5 check? Does that make any sense?
Queen a5 if I go bishop d2?
And I take?
Queen take? Oh, sorry, you have queen e5, but... Okay, queen a5 if I play king...
Maybe you can show the line.
Check.
But okay, I can go king e2 here too, right?
Queen d2,
Yes.
queen e5 is...
Now, okay, I can take on g5 always.
So at this point, you thought this was the best
Yeah, I thought,
chance
okay,
for
this
him.
is like this is like ridiculous, and of course I would have spent a lot more time trying to calculate. But I understood one thing, that black is not in danger here.
Right.
So okay, I play bishop d8, and now I get this position, then I start thinking.
And he checks here. Did this come as a shock to you? Or?
Like I saw this, I just saw ab5, knight takes b5, knight takes e4, I just disregarded the variation. Then he played it, and I was like very confused for a couple minutes.
Because he thought your queen is hanging, and if you move the queen, he'll take here.
Yeah.
And then is he still winning? Like let's say if you move
Queen
like,
a5 is probably, but now like knight takes d6, king f8.
even this is good for you.
Even this is good, but
So-
okay, but knight takes e4 is immediate resignation.
Yeah, you just took this guy and you defended here, and if he takes here, you take here, and it's resigns.
Yeah, no, everything is hanging. I'm up by a piece.
Wow. That's a very, very quick win by you, Abhimanyu. And I think the tournament is now, you kind of pressing on the accelerator at the right time.
Yeah, the first half didn't really go my way. First game I had missed some chances for a win. And okay, this game against Korobov was also horrible. Like I messed up many times in this end game. Yeah, I'm hoping to finally just end this on a good note.
2 more rounds to go. Are you enjoying in Prague?
Yeah, Prague is a great place.
First time in the city?
Yeah.
Nice. And if you win the challenges, you get into the Masters directly. It's not going to be easy because I think Ed is leading right now with 4.5, and he drew, so he's on 5. So you're just half a point behind the leader.
Yes.
So that will be interesting. Can we get your thoughts on the Master Games before we let you go?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll start with the Gukesh versus Prague encounter here.
Maybe last few moves.
Yeah, we were looking at till rook takes f5. Sorry, here. Amruta, we saw bishop e3.
Oh, bishop
It
e3
happened?
It happened, yeah.
Takes, he took with the queen. We were looking at rook takes. And now the material is even. But Abhimanyu, why does the bar think white is better here?
I think it's because of the pawn structure and also this bishop on b7. It looks like it's attacking for now, but after like what Prague did in the game and played f3, this bishop becomes pretty dead for a while.
So rook d1.
Like rook d1, queen f6, he played f3. Now actually now this is nice because rook e8 you have knight g4.
Nice trick there. Knight g4 taking.
Oh, sorry, knight d7 because here is queen b6. Knight g4, queen b6, queen takes b6, rook takes c1.
Queen b6.
Queen takes b6, rook takes e1. Okay,
Ah,
you're still much better, but knight
And
d7
he's
is
able
much
to
cleaner.
escape. So you start with,
with
knight
knight
d7 to take away this square as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so based on this, okay, rook e8 fails. And I think, okay, the other issue for black is his pawn structure. If this knight goes to say knight d7, knight c5 the next couple moves,
Yeah.
a6 becomes quite weak, c7 is also weak. I have rook d7 at some point.
Would you say like Prague has like a close to winning edge here, or would you be a little more conservative?
I think it's a pretty good advantage, but still you need to work to convert this. Like with h5, he's still trying to make some kind of threats on the king side. But yeah, king h2 is it's a pretty good move.
Do you follow these games of the Masters every day, or you don't have much time?
I check them a little bit, but yeah, I use these games for training as well.
Like the positions are taken
Yeah, like
out from there?
like the positions taking out from them, I try to solve them on my own. Like
So does your father take out the positions? Or
he takes out the positions.
Aha.
But is it during the tournament? Like, let's say the Masters games are happening. So would it be tonight or would it be when you go back home?
Well, it's whenever I'm done preparing. If I have time, I'll be solving some positions like this.
Wow. So you're always solving problems, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Sagar, what's your life problem right now?
No, but this is amazing, yeah, Abhimanyu, that the amount of time you are all the time calculating is quite high in a day. Like maybe it's more than 10 hours or so, maybe.
Yeah,
7,
like 8-10 hours.
8-10 hours. That's very impressive, because generally I think players after the game tend to get tired. They want to take rest and so on, but you keep going, and that's phenomenal. King h2. Okay, so here we end this with saying that Prague has a substantial edge, and Gukesh will have to fight hard to get the half point.
Definitely.
Navara versus Bartel. This is the position. We thought this game would end in a draw. That's our feeling. But do you think that any side has some chances?
I think if you play this properly, it should be a draw. But if someone is pressing, as of now, it appears to be black. Okay, maybe you have this knight on c4 and you have something. But realistically, if white even goes bishop takes f6, king takes f6, knight a5. I just trade off this knight. Okay, I don't really think anyone can try to win this double rook ending. Like, it'll just be pretty much draw.
Wow. Okay. Brilliant. So, Gukesh versus Richard Rapport.
Oh my god,
My
Gukesh
goodness.
is already winning?
Look at
What
this.
happened in the last 2-3 moves, Sagar? Where did we left?
So, we left it at
How
queen
did we reach
e6.
here?
And then if we can have Gukesh versus Rapport on the screen, rook f e1. Yeah, there we have Gukesh a6 threatening b5. Queen went back. b5 did happen.
All looks okay.
Okay, I mean,
92.
this should
fine.
be.
Yeah.
I mean, white should make a draw somehow.
F5, natural, rook c2.
f5. Could he have taken the pawn on c5 here? Maybe Rapport got a bit over ambitious.
Okay, rook
No,
c2,
but rook c2
c4.
looks fine.
Like rook c2, c4. I mean, rook e c1 is too much for sure.
Oh, this is the final move
It's
which
a
we have on
blunder,
the
yeah?
board is a mistake.
Why?
Because actually, okay, if the most critical move here, like is c takes b3 after rook e c1.
Haha, you
CB3 looks
are
like
already
CB3,
calculating. Yeah,
CB8,
okay.
CB2.
I was wondering what was the best move for white, maybe to take.
Yeah, probably take on c4, just make a draw. Like rook c4, okay, bc4 you go knight a5 maybe.
And then
c3 and you play.
and then just
Yeah, maybe bc3, but rook c3. Okay, you still have to be. You have to be a little bit careful because bc3, rook c3.
because I
Because
can't
you have a
take.
bishop.
Yeah.
I will have a nice little double attack.
But c3 maybe you can go b4 or b3. One of these two moves. Like okay, it's not This pawn on c3 might look
Yes.
scary, but it's not comparable to what he has in the game right now.
Now let's have a look at why did Rapport make this mistake and how tough is it for Van to take advantage of this. So you say, Abhimanyu, to take the knight on b3,
Yeah,
which is
this
the
is-
best move according to the engine.
Rook takes c8 is forced.
Yeah.
Bishop takes b2 looks, okay, has to be only.
You have to play it.
You have to play. Now let's say rook takes f8,
You have to take.
king takes f8, rook b1.
So one
Rook
second.
f8.
Rook takes f8. King takes f8.
8, rook b1.
Rook b1. And now this looks. Oh, you take on a3.
Take on a3, rook takes b3, b4, king f1, a5, king e1, a4. Now if white had one extra tempo, he could go rook takes a3 and bring the king.
Nice.
Now,
And
like-
then he would win the
He
endgame.
would win the ending. But now like rook b1, I think this, okay, rook b1, you still have to calculate a little bit, but, okay, let's say.
No,
Not
but if,
b3?
if the king
Just
comes in
b3,
here,
king
yeah,
d2, bishop
b3.
b4.
And then
A-
king d2, bishop e4, king c1, bishop c3, trapping the rook.
Wow, that's so beautiful.
My goodness.
And then, okay, like you
We
can-
are sitting here with an engine.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't need.
I was wondering, we can keep him as an engine, you know?
Oh, he takes it. Van has
Wow.
taken, and look at him. He looks at Rapport and he says,
He's a
"What
little
do you
shocked.
have for c takes b3?"
That would be a second consecutive win, actually, for Guen.
Yeah.
I don't know if Rapport has even realized it.
He
Has
has.
it? Yeah, he
Now
has.
he has.
It does feel like it.
Well, but now he has to go down this line which Abhimanyu has just mentioned because that is kind of forced. He takes on c8, bishop b2.
One move has completely changed the course of this game. We just did not imagine it.
But yeah, I mean, this happens sometimes. Okay, it's like one tempo, he missed this, missed the train.
Yes, and do you think that white has any chance now, or I think it's gone? Yeah, like it's just no way, or any tricky defense?
Well, okay, you're not in time for all this rook c6 and so on.
Yeah, rook c6 with the idea of rook a6.
But okay, bishop a3, b2, which is.
And the worst thing is it has happened in a way, Sagar, where there is really no counterplay. Like it's like just gone
Yeah,
completely.
You just went into a variation where there are no sidelines. It's just one single line, and it's so easy for Guen also to calculate this a5, a4. Maybe instead of b4, there's something better, yeah?
But okay, instead.
It's not very human, perhaps. I think
But actually-
b4 is the most human
But
way.
what do you play instead of b4? If you play like bishop c5, b4, a5, bishop d6, but this is
Maybe.
bishop d6, king f1, b4, king e1, a5, king d2, a4, rook b1. Okay, b3, king c3, but this is no, but this is okay. This cannot be working.
No,
right?
this is
First
not
of all-
working.
First of all, he has rook b1, rook e1. Okay, b4 is probably. I mean, is there another move?
Yes. Because this is quite accurate engine, yeah. When you play b4, it goes up like, or maybe not.
Maybe it just calculated a bit more and the valuation went down.
So maybe b4 is the move.
Yeah, before is no,
King
it's
F1.
winning. No, we saw this finally.
a5, king e1, a4.
Working out well.
Sorry.
I like the
King
bishop
D1.
c3 end move.
Does he have another
King
move?
d1 maybe.
Yeah, king d1 is probably a best.
But then bishop b4.
bishop b4.
Oh,
Maybe
it's
you
a
have to be
mistake.
careful.
Rook A1,
Rook
rook
a1,
A1.
rook a1, a3.
Yeah, what's the problem?
You have to be better. You don't really have.
Wow.
Rook a1, a3, rook b1, a2. No, that
A2,
doesn't
no.
look
Maybe if you go, but okay, rook c1, a3, you have to.
good. Because you are threatening this, right?
Rook c1 is nice. No, what
Rook
is
c1,
that?
a3.
Rook
B2
c1.
check, king
Oh, that's
c2.
the move. And then the
A-
king
yeah,
sort of,
like-
rook
A2,
goes back.
A3 and then you go
check.
rook c,
And then the
rook
king
c8, king
comes
c1.
in.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
So okay, bishop b4 again. You still have to be very. But okay, white's next turn is rook a1. So I need to put this bishop on a square where I
So
have
just bring your king,
like-
no? There is no.
No, rook
king
a1.
e7, rook a1. But yeah, the rook a1.
b2, rook b1, and then the king comes in, and then so we have this move to find the best sort of setup for black. If we don't find it
If I go
now,
bishop c5 as opposed
but
to
then rook c1.
rook
again?
c1, a3.
And how did it change?
You stop
you,
rook c
you don't
check.
have check. You
Yeah.
can only take the bishop and I go a2.
Wow. Oh, brilliant.
But
Brilliant.
Nice.
Amazing.
So if you go bd6,
Bishop d6, but the thing
Rook
is, this,
c1.
this also works because you can go a3, and now this time you have bishop e5. Now the issue with bishop 1 b4 is we didn't have bishop c3 after like king c1, a2, king b2.
no, so like
King
here I
C1.
go
So
rook a8.
Okay, rook a8, a2, king
King
c1, I have
C1.
bishop e5. The difference was in the other line, he was keeping the rook on c8, he was playing king c1. we didn't have bishop c3.
So here, let's say a3,
a3 check. Let's say king e7.
Yeah.
King c1. Now here we don't have bishop c3. Now okay, you
to make progress.
yeah.
And
Okay, bishop c5 is a bit flashy, but okay,
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
d6
c5 is beautiful.
okay,
Better to go
got
with
it.
that.
So the main idea here, if we have to just sort of simplify it, is that we need to move the bishop back somewhere, c5 or d6, or e7 as well, perhaps.
Okay, I mean positionally.
Because you want to put
yeah.
your bishop on these squares and play a3, a2.
Yeah.
So-
That's the idea.
So Guen is winning here.
Actually, let's say if you go bishop c5, and white plays some move like e3. Now, okay, we still have to be slightly careful because a3 he has rook takes b3, rook b8, rook a8.
Yes. So a3 can't be played, but
So
now
let's
you
say
just bring.
we have to play say king e7
King
versus
E7.
g7. Let's say
Yeah,
king
and then
e7.
king d6.
Now,
sort of.
yeah, if d4, okay, you can play a3 already. But sorry, no, you can just play this.
a3,
move
yeah.
bishop.
Yeah,
No, but
a3 works.
dc5, a2, king c1 takes. No, king c1. Do I have
King
to
pawn
play
endgame,
takes,
you're getting a
king
winning
e6?
one.
No, you have to be careful though. This doesn't work. a2, king c1.
Wow.
King c1, and now he's turning rook a1, so you have to take king b2, king b3, king c3. So you just pull it bishop d6 or bishop b4. But you have to just move this bishop.
But
and you should-
the idea then is that black's position is just kind of winning
yeah, in
here
itself.
as it is.
No, but you don't go bishop c5. You can go then
Yeah,
bishop
just go to
d6,
d6,
and then
bishop
it's
d6.
You save a tempo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
true,
little simple.
true.
But bishop c5.
Okay,
looks
so
winning.
Guen
Let's
is,
go to the
is
last
winning.
uh,
Vidit versus Maksudlu. This game was going slow at some point, but then Vidit went queen f5, putting pressure here on f3. The knight moved, queen h5, h3, bishop went back, and rook e2. This is a very
slow.
typical Parham
Yeah.
game, yes?
Yeah, no, this is just like
It's
chaos.
so messy. All the pieces, now we are on move 22, only one pair of pawns exchanged.
18 moves to be made, 13 minutes for Parhams. Vidit has 16 minutes. Anything can happen in the
What
last.
do you think, Abhimanyu? Here,
This is wildly unclear. Maybe in the last couple moves, this queen f5, queen h5 plan wasn't
not
the
good,
best.
yes?
But okay, because I felt like black had a pretty good Benoni. Like it's reverse colors, but.
But
this
what
bishop-
would you plan here? Would you go rook e7, rook e8? That was one thing we were thinking. Or would you put your knight on d5? I mean, it's not so simple, no? To
Yeah, it's not so simple, but one thing is maybe white doesn't have a move here, right? Like rook e2, I always have e4.
e4. Right. Oh, d3. Right.
So the point,
right.
but the issue is like in the game, he got this rook to e2, and now he's starting knight f3 because okay, so the second e5 starts coming under attack, you need to be careful.
So maybe here rook d8 might have been also fine. Just make a decent move. Like Vidit tried to force it, and Parham was like, "Thank you, I've got what I wanted now." Rook on e2, e1, putting pressure on e5.
But okay, I would say this is very unclear, and with just one move, two moves, the bar slightly is changing. It's the maneuvering is
Yeah.
there. The plans have to be found. We don't know. Vidit played bishop d5.
It's still a
challenge.
very
Yeah.
interesting
Because
position.
the other thing is actually white's plan. One plan for white is try to attack e5, and the other one, if he ever gets a4, b5, his position is great. So,
but it's very tough.
Yeah,
to
it's
get
really
A4
tough to get
because
there.
this is weak and. So let's leave it at dynamically equal here, and then we go to the game of our leader of the tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And do you think Abhimanyu here? This is the live board. We can come back via the moves. What happened, but
with like queen h5 check, this looks pretty.
Oh,
I mean, this looks like a very good position from what he got out of the opening.
yeah. No, this is looking very, very scary for Vincent with his king running around and black king nicely tucked into the corner.
Like, first of all, so okay, if you look at the time, like wow, this is.
Oh,
it is-
5 minutes. How many moves?
13 more moves to make. We are on move 27.
With the king in the center?
It's not even mate. It's if black starts pushing his h pawn, you need to be careful about that too.
So you're saying that he'll take and
like he'll take on h4. Of course, you have to start calculating like knight c5, bishop c5 to trade this bishop on e3.
yeah, exactly. I was thinking if king d2, now maybe some knight c5 business here.
Yeah, because okay, if I ever trade off this bishop, I have
Yes.
a very
And then f2 is
Ooh,
just
F2
like
is-
knight
gone.
c5, knight c5. Why will play queen c4 though?
Uh-huh. So knight c5, there is queen c4, keeping this. So I was thinking maybe we can we start with something like queen f3, or that doesn't make, there's rook.
But what if we take the pawn and then we can always.
And then we are attacking.
First of all,
e4.
we're threatening rook takes f2.
Right. This is a big threat.
And okay, I'm also threatening like bishop c5, knight c5, these types of things.
Insane. Okay, so just to see how we reached here, we were here, Amruta, and then he went rook g5, queen e8, king d1.
Okay, king d1 is a bit mysterious.
Why did he go king d1 is a question.
It's
Actually.
like he should have followed the Sicilian logic of just keeping the king in the center.
Yeah, it's a question why he played this, but now at 6, rook went back.
Yeah, now this a4 happens. He played king d1 threatened taking on a5. Otherwise, there was this bishop b4.
That's why he wanted.
But
He was
wanted
greedy.
a pawn.
He was greedy for this pawn. But because there was this check, imagine if king d1, h6.
And now
here.
rook g1, he went a4. Just take my pawn. I don't want this.
Yeah. He just gave it up to deflect the queen, perhaps, or what? Like
Yeah,
take,
because now he take on e4. And now he doesn't have queen takes e2. Now this queen h5 happens.
check king
h4.
d3.
He's taking on h4.
He's
no,
gone
now?
d3.
So now just take queen h4.
Yeah, queen h4, and now maybe knight. Okay, first of all, you have to check knight
Very
e7.
scared of some fork
No,
here.
queen h4. There's
No, that's
knight
fine.
e7, queen f queen e7.
Or
what am I
rook
saying?
f3 also is an idea with the idea of knight c5.
Rook f3, I can play king c2.
Yeah, the king wants to run away to b1. If it goes there, he would be happy.
I think queen takes h4 is prophylaxis against king c2 as well, so maybe
But
Nice.
can you
Yeah,
not go
queen
king
h4.
c2?
rook
No,
f2.
rook f2, bishop f2, queen f2. That's nice.
But okay, you still it's very
f2.
G1 is hanging. But what's the move white has here? Queen c4
Queen C-
maybe?
yeah,
Stopping?
queen c4.
No, this is such a tough position for
It is.
for a Keimer.
But you still have to calculate like queen c4, rook takes f2 still, but it's
Oh, he's...
yeah, this is not great.
So instead of queen h4, you're
Looks
saying
good.
rook f3 means
Looks
the king
good.
can
Yeah.
I mean, the engine still thinks black is better, and the king is weak. Knight c5 check incoming. It's a very human decision.
But one thing is maybe queen takes h4 is not entirely forced. I have some other ideas.
Yes. There could be some other way to play here, and I think somehow the black rook, is it best on f8? I guess so. But the bishop, maybe how about we try to trade this bishop, because
Yeah.
then f2 becomes very soft.
Of course.
No? Bishop c5.
But the issue is like bishop c5, if white plays, okay, so I don't know, like this is not accurate by any means, like let's say queen c4,
yeah.
bishop takes e3, and if I go, okay, first of all I blundered something, bishop c4 you have like, is it like rook f2? Yeah, bishop c4 you have queen c4 you have rook f2.
Rook f2.
Rook f2 you have queen e2, all this tactics.
What?
Now
Okay.
bishop f2 you have queen f3.
Check. Oh my god.
And otherwise there's queen e2.
Oh, this
but-
intermezzo is nice. Anyway, you collect queen
But okay,
f2.
like
Wow.
like queen c4 was just some demonstration that okay, if bishop takes e3, f takes e3, the structure is maybe.
Hey, but
Yes, it's possible that this, but something is wrong with bishop c5 per se. Like
Yeah.
here, white is doing quite okay. Maybe
Okay, knight b8 is too much. Or yeah, is it too much? Knight b8? What? Knight b8?
oh, what a move, man.
No, but
Knight
I mean,
B8.
if this backfires, you just lose. But
okay,
not
it's
okay.
maybe
Not
not
so
the
bad.
most accurate, but what a move
even to consider
deflect.
it, I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay, there's a better version of this. If I go knight d4, but the issue is you have knight b6, right? I have to be careful.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, you have knight b6. I want to somehow put this.
You want to
But you
take
have knight
and
b6,
checkmate
yeah.
here.
But I believe you have knight b6, right? Knight b6 and now queen c6. You try something, but okay, that's too much.
Okay, maybe there is some very deep
Knight
move.
e7 then, bishop e7, queen d7 you have. Otherwise,
Yeah,
knight
this knight
e6.
e7 is probably This is queen h4 prevents knight e7. This is another point of it.
But we'll come back here. We'll see what happens. But Abhimanyu, it was amazing having you here. We went through all the games. You analyze so well. You calculate so well.
Thank you.
And your hours and hours of effort clearly show when you analyze. I wish you good luck for the last 2 rounds.
Thank you. It was an honor to be here.
Thank you. And we'll be back very shortly with the games which are quickly approaching time trouble now.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematic game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janicek, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Welcome back everyone to the 6th round, and we are seeing the most important game of the round between Abdusattorov and Vincent Keimer. And Amruta, look at Abdusattorov. Now I don't see any emotion of stress. It's full confidence, no nervousness.
See, you can see that, right?
Yeah, he's out there for the kill now. And let's look at the board. So we looked at till king d3 here. Now Nadirbek went queen f3. This was a move we were thinking about. In fact, Abhimanyu was here. He was suggesting maybe queen h4 also as a possibility. But Nadirbek said, I am pinning your bishop here with queen f3. And then he had to go back because otherwise knight c5 check would have dropped the queen. So king went back. And now the knight comes into f6. What a classy play. e4 is actually falling now.
Yeah, with the king so exposed, it looks really difficult with 2 minutes on hand and your weak king. It's the worst combination ever, Sagar.
Maybe I can try to run away with my king, but then you come in, then I lose my f2 pawn. At the end of it, I will be a pawn down. This bishop is amazing because it controls all this thing, and remaining white pawns will all be weak.
And the funny thing is, with that exposed king, somehow black is not even caring to checkmate him. It's not even about that. It's just about
pawns falling.
Yeah.
It's like the pawns are also weak. So the king weakness is leading to loss of material here. And you see queen comes into c4. That's the move Vincent has gone for.
But Vincent is very resourceful, if you remember yesterday also with Vidit.
But Amruta, here it's like he'll just take. What is the resourcefulness you will do against f2 pawn? I mean, it's just falling.
That's
Is
true.
there any
That too with
way?
Nadirbek, who is also very resourceful.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've seen in Nadirbek is that when he has a good position, he generally doesn't relax. Like he just takes it to the logical conclusion by calculating. And here we can see him really being focused, chops off the pawn on e4. And now Vincent in big trouble with 2 minutes left. They have to make 10 more moves to reach move 40. Okay, Amruta, should we go and check quickly the game of Gukesh and Prague?
Absolutely. Let's have the candidates there.
Okay, so king h2 happened here. We left it here. Bishop c6, and now Prague takes a very surprising decision because Abhimanyu mentioned to us that this knight is slightly more superior to the bishop. It could sit here, but Prague just took it. Queen takes and then moved in with his queen, saying
He's
that...
so confident of his major piece endgame.
Yes, because there are two highways on the board, which are these two files, and both the highways are controlled by white pieces.
Oh my god, rook coming on the 7th rank, there could be a windmill-like thing over there.
Yeah, and Gukesh says at least I should get rid of few pawns so that they don't become weaknesses. Prague takes, and now I would have considered that he would go for the move rook d7 here.
Right, exactly, very natural, but computer doesn't like it.
No, it doesn't like it at all. But in fact, Prague goes for the move rook e5, which keeps all his advantage intact.
Okay, but one question is, what is the problem with the most natural move like rook d7 is something which we should definitely figure out.
Yeah, I agree, Amruta. It is c7 is hanging, maybe rook a7 is the move, just defending. But now I get it. You know what rook e5 is doing? It's actually attacking this rook. If you take, I take here, attack your pawn. Imagine if this pawn was back here, black was okay.
Oh
and
my god, I know.
G6,
Let's ask guys, take a moment and find a move for white. It's winning, it's finish.
Yeah, it's very simple. Yes, rook d8, just getting in, mate.
Oh no, you don't have f6, there's queen e7, so it's all over.
And in fact, if you go here, I would do this. Who did this recently? Arjun did it to Anish Giri. He pushed his pawn and it was a forced mate here. It's a game from Shenzhen Masters. So, rook e5 on the board.
Classy move, yeah, this is a very classy move by Prague. 13 minutes with Prague. Gukesh has 7 minutes. How many more moves to make?
They have 9 more moves to make. In fact, Gukesh has 10 more moves to make because this is his 31st move going on. And by the way, in the game of Guen, Thai Dai 1 versus Richard Rapport, we are seeing that the live board sees this position. So what happened is everything we analyzed with Abhimanyu happened. Takes, rook takes b4, king f1, a4, a5, a4, b3, and then he put his bishop back here, king c1 and bishop e5.
And he's clearly winning. Maksudlu there watching the game. Richard
In
knows
fact,
he's lost.
Amruta, now if you think about it, what did he play?
E3.
But now a3, if rook b3, a2.
Yeah.
It's
No, he
done.
played bishop c3.
He brought his bishop in. But even a3 wins or not? I'm a bit curious. Yes, it
Yeah.
also wins. a2 and then you
Everything
queen.
seems winning or what?
Oh,
he
resigns
resigns
there
with a smile. I mean,
wow.
this is one thing I really appreciate about Richard, yeah?
But what I think Richard went with this strategy that he wanted to put pressure on Thai Dai 1, and this guy is just crushing one super GM after another. Yesterday Maksudlu, today Richard.
Yeah.
What a tournament this is
Second
turning out to be.
consecutive- Second
for him.
consecutive win.
Yes,
yeah,
he's
for
on
him.
4 now.
Crazy.
He's on 4 points out of 7, and he's now, at this point, he's a joint leader with Nodirbek, who is still playing, who
Yeah.
will move to 5 points. But there you have handshake. I don't know who was there to
Exactly.
shake his hands. But you see, queen c4, Nodirbek took here, rook f1 by Vincent, knight went back because now another pawn is falling, which is the d5 pawn, rook d1, and now knight g4. What a night. It's a nightmare. It's a complete
No, we thought that
nightmare.
c6 knight might make his day. That was for Vincent, we thought, but it's actually turning the other way
Oh,
around.
look at this knight.
That-
It's such a cemento knight in the wrong place. Where is it sitting? Action is
It's
happening
like it's
here.
a beautiful one. If you just look at it on its own as an individual, it's amazing. But it's like you prepare every day for 6 hours and you're like, why am I not winning something? Why my calculation is not improving? Because you're working in a wrong direction.
Nice. Yes, the knight on c6 is clearly in the wrong place at the wrong time, because now f2 is falling, e3 is falling, and Vincent down to 46 seconds. He needs to play his move, but what is his move left?
Very tough.
Nodirbek.
He's losing the pawn. Like if you defend f2, then anyway knight takes e3, f takes e3, queen takes e3. So he can't defend a pawn.
No, I don't see
There's no
any way. Yeah,
counterplay.
there is no way to
no
defend both
counterplay.
the pawns. I mean, both the points, e3 and f2. And also, Amruta, remember that Nodirbek lost his game yesterday to Prague. And today to come back with the black pieces against Vincent shows so much mental
But
strength.
Nodirbek was slightly worried in the opening. I wouldn't say that, he was in the best of his phases in the game.
Yes.
Vincent, in fact, played
No,
the
but he
opening.
took a risk, yeah, in the opening. This Queen's Gambit accepted, knight c6 line. By the way, Amruta, why not snatch this pawn? Nice, juicy pawn. I'm
Yeah, it's winning.
very happy to get it. And if you take it, I take it. Then you go here. I'm just wondering if we can trade queens now.
How?
Queen f4 maybe, just trade. If you
Oh, but I'm
take-
happy with the king on c2. I wouldn't think of exchanging the queens.
Yes, but extra pawn. You know,
you will anyway
endgame.
get that. You will anyway win that.
So you want to keep
With
the
the
queens.
pressure.
Okay.
Keep the pressure and win the pawn.
Maybe queen g1. Actually, if you think about it,
Oh,
white doesn't have too many things to do. Like I can come in rook f1, but maybe there are things. Oh, maybe I don't want to give up this e5 pawn, yeah, knight e5. So perhaps queen g3. Nice. Now fits in everything. Don't exchange queens, defend e5, bring the rook
Oh,
in.
or queen f5 check maybe. Also possible.
Also.
Maybe better.
Also. Okay, so this is winning for Abdusattorov now, and he will move on to 5 points if he wins this, keeping his sole lead intact. And meanwhile, Pragnananda versus Gukesh, after rook e5, something interesting happened. Gukesh played b4 connecting the two rooks. And then
But
Prague
has he given up the pawn?
takes,
Queen b4?
and takes this and says to Gukesh, now I am a healthy pawn up, but Gukesh says, I'm coming in to e2 to attack b2 and g2.
And f3.
And yes, even f3 directly, also queen g6. So Prague has to play a kind of important move here. What
Not
move?
rook d2? Because
Yeah,
you
maybe.
stop rook e2? Or
Maybe.
are you worried about rook e1?
I like rook d2 actually.
What happens for rook e1? Is it the same idea with queen a5 attacking the h5 pawn?
Yeah, maybe. And Amruta, now there's no threat because there's no way that this queen
There is-
could reach g1 square where it wants to go, because the white queen is controlling all the important squares.
As of now.
And I can even go like maybe just a central square queen d4, I was thinking, and then start pushing my central pawns.
Oh, so queen a5 would be a mistake because of queen... No, not a mistake yet.
Could be, but let's see. I think Prague will go rook d2 here. That is my guess. And Amruta, we should quickly check Vidit versus Parham, where Parham
now
has got close to a decisive advantage.
And Vidit is down to 2.5 minutes. What happened in the last few moves? This is completely shocking once
So
again.
bishop d5 happened. It was equal, maybe completely fine. Knight went back. They took. King takes. Vidit's knight moved to the center. Knight df3, and now Vidit is better. He goes rook d8, queen c4, and he makes this very bad move, knight f6.
And why is it bad? I'm not sure yet.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
Oh
is there
my
something important to
goodness.
find for Parham, and did he
Yes,
found
he
it?
found
Yeah,
it.
1 second.
He found it. Unbelievable this is. You know what
It's not
happened?
simple. Like it's not like a4. Let's say I go a4 with the idea of
no,
b5.
it's like winning the queen.
Oh, queen is getting trapped.
Yes, can you guys guess the move here? G4 is the idea, but if you start
Knight,
with
right now,
G4,
knight G4 is the problem.
then knight takes. But you know what he did? I think he's just very, very smart. He goes bishop c1. He wants to go maybe bishop g5, maybe take this and then g4.
No, but then queen h6.
And then knight f5. I think you are just completely positionally crushed. Or let's just see how it goes.
But bishop
H6
c1 is
played.
a very tough move at this point. Like you need alertness. He finds it.
Amruta, Parham is showing us the way. It was not g4 directly. The threat is rook e4,
Yeah, I was thinking of
Takes-
instead of bishop c1, rook e4.
g4. Traps the queen, right?
Ah, but that point of time.
Beautiful.
Okay, when the bishop is not there.
And,
Wow.
and
No, this is amazing.
he went h6. Rook e4 came in.
But this is absolutely, you can miss this in the game with 2-3 minutes. And Parham finding it on the board is insane.
But now if you take rook e4, then Vidit may go f6. Oh, he takes it. I was thinking he
No, f6
oh,
illegal.
can't play.
What?
Can't play. It's a pin
Wake
pawn.
up.
G4 forced queen trap.
Unbelievable. First of all, hats off to Parham.
Yeah. No,
And
Parham,
second of all, I can't
I'm
even say
so
Vidit
scared of
blundered because
Parham,
this is
always.
kind of impossible to find.
He's all the time there with some tricks there. And
And it's
Amruta,
like, the weather forecast is like everything is fine. Suddenly a storm comes. How are you going to get to know?
how will you prepare? Yes, how will you carry an umbrella? But with Parham, you have to have a perpetual umbrella with you. Here, rook e4, g4. He could have gone g4. That's also a good move. But Parham says, why should I even, give that chance? Because I see this pawn is pinned. And I think it's time for Vidit to resign this game, because there's no way that g4 can be stopped. I really want this
look at
f1
Vidit.
to
He
move.
is just completely in disbelief right now. He is almost...
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's such a hard moment because, it's not just this moment, but for him, everything comes together. Yesterday, he lost. In fact, even before the rest day, he lost. It would be a
This is
third
a third
consecutive
consecutive
win,
loss.
which generally is a very rare thing which happens on elite level. We just recently saw Anish at
Giri doing in Shenzhen.
Masters
And
happening.
now Vidit here. I mean, they both are good friends of each other, but both of them going through an extremely tough two tournaments that they are playing.
Maybe they should have a call with each other so that they're fresh in the next rounds.
Possibly, but it's too
Oh,
late.
look at him. It is... No, because, first of all, I don't want to take this away from Parham, this bishop c1, finding it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful, but...
No, it clearly caught Vidit by surprise. I mean, he wasn't ready for it, and I love how the queen is being placed here. So
He shouldn't be too hard on himself because this one was tough. He should just completely forget about the game. Maybe just, after the game, maybe just go out somewhere.
yeah.
Not even go to his room.
Well, I don't know what Vidit will do here, but he's just left with 6 seconds. I guess he'll resign. No, he plays g5, but clearly
6 seconds.
g4 is the move that Parham is going to respond back with. And in the end, if you take the knight, I take the queen, and what's left? You have a queen for a rook. So that's just winning here. So let's
Maybe
go
we
to another board.
wait for a moment here
No, this
when
will
he
be
plays
resignation.
G4.
Yeah. No, I think this will be resignation. G4 is what else? I mean, if you move your knight, yeah, G4 on the board. But beautiful queen trap. I
Chess
think
is
one of the
brutal.
most
Chess.
pretty queen traps that you've seen out there. Of course, great play there by Parham. And let's go, Amruta. Abdusattorov has just beaten Vincent Keimer.
Oh,
We have
it's
finished
over?
the game because we were looking until rook e1, knight f2, bishop f2, queen f2, rook e2. He played queen f1, which was the best move. Now, and notice how knight takes pawn isn't possible because rook takes and queen is hanging. So he had to play queen e4, rook f4 came in, queen e3, check. Oh my god, he just kind of... This reminds us of this game of Vidit and Prague with the rook and queen coming in and doing all the things here. He resigned this because
my
he was
God.
2 pawns down, the king was under attack. So we are
So
witnessing...
before 40 moves, games are just getting over.
Yeah, the games are
Nadirbek
getting
wins.
over. Here, Nadirbek moves to 5 points out of 7, and what mental strength by this youngster. And Vidit resigns. Parham moves to 4.5, keeping the tournament alive, saying that Nadirbek, you are not going to run away with this event. Vidit's tough time in this tournament continues. He is on 2 points now out of 7. 3 losses, very tough for him. Let's go to Gukesh versus Pragnananda now, where if Prag wins, he also moves to 4.5. But right now, what do you think? Oh, look at the move that Prag has played. So we had queen takes b4, rook e5, queen moved into f4, attacking the rook and the pawn. Queen came in, and now Prag said, Gukesh, I am ready for a queen endgame. If you take queen takes rook, I take your rook, and then I will slowly start pushing my pawn, create a passer, and I am happy to grind this down.
Wow, the queen endgame is a very long endgame. We have seen that it's not easy. It gives the best drawing chances to your opponent, and
Sometimes not, Amruta.
Really?
Actually, if this was a rook endgame, imagine you replace the 2 queens with rooks. That would give better drawing chances to black.
I don't know, queen endgames have this perpetual idea which is just missing in the rook endgames, and we have seen number of times queen endgames being messed up. But also Magnus plays queen endgames amazingly.
Yeah, he's the best.
He's
He's
really the best. So
But
people
also
don't
Prag
enter
is
in.
good.
We have to see, yes,
Because
today.
Prag is very inspired by these long grinds. In fact, he spoke recently. It's roughly now close to a few months. He said that he loves to keep playing equal endgames, and this is a pawn up endgame. So I guess Prag definitely has great chances.
But
We
is
should
the
check.
advantage as much as the computer is actually saying? Because practically it may not be that much.
No,
right?
if queens are traded, Amruta, I think it's great chances for black. Like let's say queen e4, take. This might be, oh no, you're losing a pawn. So maybe not. Okay, queen e4 was terrible because I'm blundering a rook. Actually, I was not blundering a rook because there was g4, thank God. But queen d4, I think, should be played. Sorry,
Rook
queen
C7.
c7.
No, queen c7.
Let's just take the pawn, why not? Oh yes.
But 1 second, queen e2,
So
rook
do you
f7,
think,
yeah, and you
do you
defend
think,
f3 guy.
Amruta,
Who-
that
he's
actually
winning the
Gukesh
second pawn.
preferred not going into the queen endgame, let's say something like this, over giving up another pawn?
No. There
Yes,
is
it
something
has.
he might be having on his mind.
What?
Is
Rook-
he recovering
rook
any
F3?
pawn in any way? Not rook f3, of course not.
No,
One
maybe,
second.
why not?
I was looking at rook
Check.
g5.
Is there a perpetual?
At least the bar says no.
I mean, king,
King g3.
you have to go up, that's the only way. And now, check.
No, the king is ready for a marathon, Sagar.
Yeah, king just goes. Once the king is in the open, there's no way to mate him.
So,
Or
if you
give
go a little
perpetual.
bit back, rook g5 instead of rook f3. Yeah, over here, just check rook g5, rook f7, queen e2, that would be lost. So, you can't take on f7, right?
Nice.
So, that would be lost. So, don't take on f7, but you go back rook d2 now. And you've saved, yeah?
And then grind, win this.
This is easy. With two connected pawns, you
But
do
why
nothing.
is Prague not taking? And Amruta, I want to quickly
Oh.
check the game of Navara versus Bartel. They are here and
No, it's a little slow. I think that is a key moment there,
I
Sagar.
understand,
we should
but
go
we
there.
just, what is happening here?
Who to play? White, Bartel to play.
Yeah, maybe it's equal still, yes, 5 pawns each. But they both are fighting. We'll come back here because at this moment we have only 2 games left going on, which is, and Prague goes and snatches the pawn here.
And he goes queen e2 instantly.
Queen e2.
Yeah, so the idea is rook f3 and also rook g5, both in hand. If rook f7, that would be a blunder. Rook g5. In
and
fact,
we
I was calculating
transpose.
rook f7, but
We
that is a
transpose.
blunder. Yeah, but now he stopped rook d2. Okay, so that's what Gukesh is trying to find his counterplay. And what is the defense? You can go queen g3.
But this is b2 will fall. So if you go here, I'll take this pawn.
That's a good drawing chance. So this is very tricky. How does white defend?
Maybe there is some
Rook
move which
G5.
Gukesh has missed here, which keeps Pragnananda's advantage intact.
Let's find it. Queen d8 stops rook
I
g5,
know,
but then
I know
queen
what
b.
it is, Amruta. Queen b7. Attacking, defending this pawn, also defending it this way.
No,
if
you
go
have
rook-
made a mistake here also, Sagar. You've made a mistake.
Oh, but by the way, we have a guest joining in here. The leader of the tournament will join us. So we take a very quick break.
No, we don't
and-
take a break. We continue. He will join in, no?
Yes, but let's have the screen so that we can take a very, very quick break and have him here. Guys, we are back and we have a guest in our studio, the leader of the tournament, Nadirbek Abdusattorov. Nadirbek, brilliant game. Congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
We want to go through it because some of your decisions, especially your opening and all, was something we want to talk about. But firstly, this game, which is very, very important from the standings perspective between Gukesh and Prague. What are your feelings here? Any realistic chances for Gukesh, or it seems he's lost?
Okay, some practical chances, but objectively, White is winning. But Prague has 3 minutes, but okay, they have only 3 moves left, right?
Yes.
Until yeah, it should be. I think he managed this.
I think Gukesh may have missed this last move, yes, rook e7 here. because there was no other move perhaps to hold the advantage.
Okay, yeah.
No?
Queen on e2 is very.
Because I think
Very
he was
annoying,
threatening
What?
rook f3, rook
Rook
g5,
g5,
queen
yes.
b2.
But
Yes.
queen b7, what was the problem, Sagar?
No, queen
Queen e5 check. Yeah, queen in.
and then
Ah,
perpetual.
perpetual.
Perpet,
Okay,
yes.
So here,
No, queen on c7 is very important to cover this diagonal. Yeah, queen
Oh,
d2.
he played rook e7.
an important point here is that if you take here, then maybe rook f7, yes?
Rook g5. No,
Rook
this-
f7 is always a
loses.
blunder.
No, this loses.
Wow. So actually,
Maybe just h4. No, h4, rook f3. Yeah.
so why did Gukesh take the pawn?
Maybe f4.
Maybe rook e5 is the move. Yeah?
No.
No, rook e5. Yeah, maybe.
5 is a move, yes.
Because rook e5 and then rook f3, there's rook h5.
Rook h5.
And if you
yeah.
take here, this queen endgame might be just hopeless.
Yeah, should be winning, yes. Yeah, a lot of action actually. Yeah, he played queen d2 and
Queen d2 and Prague is still thinking.
thinking. Okay.
And did you see how Parham won?
Oh no, I looked after, I finished my game. He just
Okay,
he was
can
like
you see there? And
okay.
white to play. Suddenly, like the bar went up, and this is just insane, yeah, this moment.
No, we could
Queen
keep
is-
Prague
queen
and
is
Gukesh
shaky.
camera. That would be great.
Yes. We can have Prague and Gukesh's camera there so that we know what moves they are making and we can have this board. Yeah.
Bishop c1.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
It was just a very big.
yes, rook e4 and g4. Yeah, coming. Yes.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
Very quick.
Wow. And this pin is just terrible because you can never escape with the queen.
Yes. Yeah, queen is stuck on h5.
And so that was Parham's win. And Guwen just blundered here.
Oh yeah, this game was.
I mean, sorry, Rapport blundered against Guwen.
Prague played, by the way, Sagar. Can we
Yeah.
just have a look at that?
So he played here.
H4.
h4. Okay.
But isn't H4 pawn becoming weak in any way? Like Rook F4 now? Is it a blunder? No.
Rook f4 is a move. Yes. Maybe rook e4, but then rook f3, right? Rook f3. Okay.
It's actually a very
Okay, yes.
still a complicated
Yes,
position,
complicated.
right?
Yes. Okay, especially with 1 minute.
Yeah, last 1 minute and 3 minutes for Gukesh here.
But practically, what would be the best way for black to here play with 3 minutes, you think, Naderbek?
No, rook f4 seems
Practically.
logical. Yeah. Queen f2 also comes to mind,
Queen F2.
Queen f2.
but I think it's not that. Okay.
Maybe it's the best move, yeah?
Yeah. Also, like queen f2, king h3, rook f3 is a draw already. So you can't play king h3 and rook f3. Take queen g3, queen h1.
Oh, yeah,
beautiful.
this
Yes.
is
Beautiful.
nice.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Wow.
So quick.
No, you can play king h3, so maybe you play queen g3, but then take on b2, yeah? Yes, full pawn up, but
And some
But,
technical
yeah, of
work,
course.
yeah? There's a serious technical work for
Sure.
Prague to do. And so I think, Amruta, the essence of this position is that even if we cross 40th move, Prague will remain a pawn up and have to convert. I
Yes.
don't think it's ending so soon.
Okay.
So, yes, this was a big surprise in the game of Guwen versus Rapport,
yes,
where he played rook c1, big blunder, and then
yeah.
this was
He
lost.
probably didn't calculate it, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's really unfortunate actually.
Very
Yeah, after rook f1 you just lost, yeah, after cb.
And what are your thoughts on this position? Do you think
So white's gonna win this pawn on a5?
Yes.
But okay, black will of course have a chance, yeah? Like king d7, rook a5.
They are on how many moves?
No,
Sagar?
they finished 40 moves.
They finished.
Ah,
40.
okay.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
think this,
So how-
maybe Bartel has some chances.
Some chance, yes, of course.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he will
not
be a
in
pawn
bad.
up.
Coming to your game.
Yes.
Vincent, yesterday you lost to Prague.
Yes.
How did you sort of, what was your feeling like after that? And how
Yeah,
did you prepare for
I
this?
felt like I played good game, up to some point. I think, after Bishop f6, I spent a lot of time, but I just wanted to play first. I wanted to play knight e4, which is the best move. But
This
knight e4 just
C5,
yeah.
rook a5 at the end to
Yes,
attack.
yeah, but I first decided to change the rook, exchange the rooks, but it was a bad decision. And after queen d3, it's I felt like I lost my advantage, and just I tried to find some tactics, but I lost the thread of the game. Yeah, I mean. Prague
Do
is.
you think you should have repeated? Maybe Prague may not have, but
I mean bishop h5. Yeah,
you
but
guys were
but
repeating, and then suddenly you.
No,
played
I didn't like bishop h5 because bishop b2. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, yes. No, then of course I had to play bishop d1, but it was such a tough decision to make for an endgame. So yeah, but I felt like it's a classic Prague kind of game. He just tricks you at the end. When you have low on time, and yeah, I feel like I was not so disappointed because it was kind of normal game. Yeah, going for this game, I was
Let's
looking
have the
optimistic.
board, yeah.
Yes. He went for this Queen's Gambit accepted. Yeah, dc4. Yeah, e4. And I played knight f6, which is very, very rare. Rare line. Yes.
This is actually risk. Yeah, like you took some serious risk today with this line or not? What do you think?
Well, it depends what white choose, right? There are some lines that can become very sharp, but also there is some solid lines. So, yeah, he went for knight f3, bishop g4, d5, knight e5, knight c3. Yeah, this is pretty normal. Bishop e3, a6. And after the game, I think he told me that he might be confused. This h3 is bishop e2. I think bishop after a6.
Bishop e2
Bishop e2. I think he wanted to get this line, but he confused it. Like bishop f3. Here I have to take bishop f3.
Yeah.
G takes f3, e6, f4, knight d3, bishop d3, c takes d3, d6. No, d6.
Yes.
f6, queen b3, queen c8. Yeah, this very long line, which is
Actually,
dangerous.
there is a Wojtaszek game here.
Yes. Yes.
E5, knight h5, f5. I think we were.
Yeah, and
I
you
think
knew
e5
it,
knight
this
g4
game
is the best
already.
move.
Knight g4.
Yeah, with idea of playing knight h6 and knight f5. Actually, this is a very. I think this line is dangerous for black, but objectively, if black knows the stuff, then it should be fine. So.
Right.
Ooh, what's going on?
What happened?
Yeah.
Any
Is there
just
some?
I
a
don't know.
moment?
They reached move 40.
Okay.
It seems.
But
So-
what were the last?
Yeah,
moves?
it was. I saw that Gukesh took on h4, yeah, Rook h1, and I thought maybe.
So rook f4, queen
Queen
e5,
e5.
check, king here, and rook h1. So they have crossed move 40. Both have got 30 minutes more.
Okay, Prague can trade queens. Queen f5 check, king h6, queen f4. But the rook endgame is not clear, I think.
No, with the
It
two
might be
connected
yeah,
pawns.
Just straight away winning, yes?
I'm not sure because some chance I think rook d1.
Yeah,
This
rook
2 pawn.
b7. Oops, sorry. Rook b7.
Or maybe.
Or maybe not. Yeah,
actually,
rook e2 is
No,
maybe
rook
the
e2.
move.
Yeah, rook e2.
Yeah?
Here rook e2. Yeah.
Why? But rook e, I mean, I thought just c4,
Yeah.
then slowly push like.
Also b4. Yeah, you can start with b4 also.
Okay.
No, maybe.
You can start with b4. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then in this.
This might
is
be
very
just
good,
over then. Now Prag just
Might
gets
be, yeah.
30 minutes to calculate everything and closes the game.
yeah, rook endgame seems most logical. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so coming back to your game here, after he may be sort of. as
Yeah,
you
he
said,
confused. Yeah, I think because here after bishop e2, obviously you cannot play knight takes f3, g takes f3, bishop h5. You know, now you have e5,
E5
knight
and
d7, f4. Yeah, it's just
which
crushing.
earlier the queen
Yes.
would be attacked.
Yes, pinned was. So after h3, yeah, knight f3, g takes f3, bishop h5, bishop c4, e5. So logical. And here I think d6
Were you
should be
prepared
played.
for it?
Yes,
Or?
of course.
Ah.
Yeah, I knew that.
But rook takes, we were looking at it. Fe6, bishop e6, bishop f3, castles, take. What's your feeling here?
Of course, this
Maybe
all
some
variations,
prep,
yeah, in my file, but I have to figure it out over the boards. Yeah, I think instead of bishop takes e6, king e2. I think is also
king e2,
yeah,
yes.
king e2.
We saw that also.
Bishop
small
b4.
edge.
Yeah, bishop b4. Yeah, this first line of the engine. I think bishop e6, bishop c3, bc, knight e4. Yeah, it's just very very small. So I mean, it literally
Right.
liquidates after some moves.
So were you happy when he went bishop e2?
Yes, I was very happy. I knew that this structure is really tricky for white. Because my king will be safe on the king side after castle, bishop d6 castle.
Yeah.
But his king is like is stuck in center, so it's really dangerous for him to go for this. Yeah, queen b3, b5, and also I didn't feel like this was a good decision for him, like playing a4,
A4 you did.
opening up this line.
Did you consider b4 or b8 was very clear to you?
Yeah, of course I considered b4, but I was worried about knight b1 and knight d2. He comes, along castle, and his king will be very safe on b1. Yeah.
But also
So-
before a4, instead of a4,
Yes.
was long castle something worrisome for black?
I think in this specific case, I think b4 and knight takes e4. Black has this tactic. Yeah.
Correct.
So, but in general, yeah, long castle should be played, but then okay, it's some
After a4,
Fight.
I don't think it is so easy to play long castle, yeah?
Yeah, of course, his king is stuck. He's
Also,
for
knight
forever,
d7
yeah.
helps you so much because
Yeah,
you want to
f5,
go f5.
f5, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, I want to play f5, so it's
Castles.
logical. a5. Okay, he played some.
Did you
Some
expect
moves.
knight a7, knight b5, knight a7, knight c6?
Yeah, of course, I saw this plan, but I wasn't so impressed with this knight on c6 because as it happened in the game later, this knight was just stuck on c6 and had no moves
Absolutely.
for rest of the game. So I think, yeah, it's interesting, but also it does nothing on c6. I think.
I mean, the knight is beautiful, but just
Yes.
in the wrong
Yes,
square. Yeah,
yes.
somewhere.
Yeah, initially it felt like it stopped c6 and everything
Yes.
else really good, but then it
But
did
I think
nothing.
this combination of putting on knight to c6 works well with if white managed to exchange some pieces and get long castle, that black will
Then no b8 square.
no b8 square for rooks. So, but in this case, I think it's just stuck on c6. I think.
So this phase of the game, like next few moves,
Yes.
we were a bit confused. Like what's
Yes.
going on? What was?
Yeah, we were both. I think I also was not sure what's going on
Everybody
here
was.
because I felt like I should be fine. Black should be fine, but I saw the bishop h6 here as principal. I don't know. It felt logical. Bishop h6, bishop g6. He takes f5, queen takes f5, and just play this endgame. Queen takes f5, rook f5. It should be equal. So I was bishop d2.
Bishop
I think.
d2
Yeah,
maybe,
bishop
yeah.
d2 maybe.
More accurate.
More accurate, yes. Yeah, obviously black is fine, but I think I thought white should go for this, objectively. Instead, he went for h4, which I think does nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I play king h8, rook g5, and queen e8. I think is a very good move here because Maybe objectively not, but I think practically
What
queen
was
e8.
the thought behind it? Just
Well, I didn't want to change the structure. I didn't want to commit with fe or f4,
Okay.
so I keep the tension, and if white castles long, then maybe I can play f4 and close this bishop d2, h6, and start pushing on queenside a4, a3, yeah?
Okay.
Eventually. So now it's a bit strange for him, I think, to find a move here, because
This doesn't.
you don't.
look good,
Yeah,
yes?
yeah.
Take this.
Yeah, this structure is is bad for white, but objectively maybe he had to go for this. But I like black actually.
You like
Yes.
black, right? King d1, I think we didn't understand first, but then we realized that he actually wants to win this pawn, maybe,
Yes.
Stop this bishop b4 check ideas.
Yeah. Also maybe he wants just play rook a4, protect the e4 pawn, and just slowly brings the king, like king c1, king b1, playing positionally. Yeah. But here I think a4 is very very accurate move. h6 first, yeah. Rook g1, a4. Yes. That's very strong.
This
I
is
think,
such.
a4.
I
Because-
think you want to just deflect the queen
Yes.
from the defense of the
yes,
bishop.
Yes, of course. And I also want to, not to give him option of rook a4. I think it's very important. for him
Beautiful
to
move
protect,
actually,
yes.
a4.
Yes.
So it's a very prophylactic move and deflection.
Yeah, and I exchange the rooks and just start to
Check.
come with my queen. And here I was, after king d3, I was just briefly calculating rook f2. I don't know.
Yes,
if it
we had
works.
Abhimanyu
Yes.
here in the. We did calculate some rook
But
f2
I wasn't
lines.
sure. I wasn't sure.
Take,
It should
check.
be good for black, but I wasn't sure. King c4, queen f2, queen d1, queen b2. Here is some move for white, I think. Here.
Look at the king,
king
yes.
d3. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, not king d3 maybe. But yeah, here.
It felt tempting,
Yeah,
no?
Yeah, of course, it felt good for black, but I wasn't 100% sure if this is so clean, because it's also very, you're committing yourself, for exchange sacrifice. So.
But
So
the
queen
way
f3
you
is very
played,
good.
I think it
So-
was clean.
Yes,
Like there is
queen
no
f3, I
risk.
think no counterplay for white. Also, it's very highlightable that knight on c6 has no moves.
Exactly.
Yes, so
Exactly.
it's very important. at
We
this
were
point.
very tempted to go bishop c5 to remove this bishop
Yes,
because
it's also an option,
it's
yes.
such a
Yes.
important piece if you can remove it. But
Yeah,
I guess
we're looking at bishop c5.
Yeah,
knight
bishop c5 or knight
ideas.
c5. Yeah, it's
Yes, knight
both
c5.
both are options. Yeah.
But king c2, now knight f. You just
Yeah, collect
collected everything.
collect the pawns. Yeah. Yeah, at this point should be winning. Also, he was low on time.
And yeah, you just won 2 pawns, and now you are.
Yeah,
Simply
still
win.
knight on six is almost.
That knight
Unbelievable.
did it. Still looks pretty.
Yes.
But the king is getting mated. Yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah, fantastic game, Nodirbek. This tournament is really seeing some very fighting games.
Yes.
What do you think is the reason for it?
Well, I think partly because we are getting tired. I think I really feel like that. I think when you are tired, you made a lot of mistakes. So I think that's what's partly happening. So yeah, and I think players are trying to to score some points, because you have to if you want to play if you want to fight for first place, you have to win some games. Yeah. So
For sure, I
they are
mean-
taking some risks also.
You are on 5 out of 7, but now I guess Prague and Maksudlu both will
4.5,
be on
yeah.
4.5.
Yes.
So it will be a good, very exciting
Yes.
finish that will happen. But Nadir Beg, thank you for joining in. Amruta, do you have any questions?
No, his game was wonderful. We really enjoyed and amazing. Initially, I thought he's nervous when
Is it
D6
true?
was happening. No, it's not true because he said he was prepared.
Yes, but Amruta was trying to decode your
Because we
expressions.
never see you nervous, you know. You're always with that instinct. You're always so focused
Yes.
and fighting.
Were you a bit nervous in the opening today, or?
Yes, I had to
Oh, he was.
remember all the details over the board, and I wasn't sure. Maybe it happens to me that I confuse things in the opening. But this time I was good.
But in the rest day, you did practice some memory game with all the players. So hopefully that would have helped.
Well, thank you,
Thank
Nadir
you,
Beg,
Nadir
for
Beg.
joining us, and all the best for the last one. We'll be back in a bit with the final part of the 2 games that are left. to this final session of the 6th round of the Prague Masters. We have Gukesh on the screen, completely focused, trying to work it out if he can hold this endgame against Pragnananda. So what happened was, on move number 38, he played his rook to f4, which was perhaps the most interesting move here. But Prag now played queen e5. Very interesting choice, because we were looking at certain decisions like king g3 with Nodirbek being here, and you know, he did speak about this position, but then queen e5 by Prag is such a cool idea, because now he's attacking here, and after rook h4, king g3, rook goes to h1, and in comes check, check, and queen trade, g5, king goes back, and believe it or not, this might be a huge error, but okay, king f5 maybe is the right move here, keeping the edge. Yeah, I mean, maybe Prag thought it doesn't really matter because he has 2 pawns here and he should be winning, but look at the bar, it's just fallen completely and it shows close to equality. So I'm very confused here as to why. And Gukesh simply pushes his pawn to f5, telling Prag that your 2 pawns are way slower than my 3 pawns. Is this some kind of, I mean, this is very, very interesting, this endgame. Because look, f5, let's say the first move that comes to my mind is let's start pushing the pawns, b4. How should black be playing this? Let's say f4, king f2, or maybe you just go after this pawn like rook c1, rook c7, check, and already this position is drawn, because you can't really risk giving up your g2 pawn, that would be a bit too much. And now this h pawn and these black pawns are equally dangerous as compared to white's pawns. So for Prag, now after f5, he has to figure out what is the way to keep his things going, because b4 is being met with f4. But it may not be possible to even stop f4 now. Maybe you play f4, yeah, this could be an idea, like you push your pawn to f4. But then maybe just h4 check. King goes f3 or f2, I just go g4. And once again we see this problem that these 2 pawns are so good and the rook gives check, king cannot move, perpetual on the last 2 ranks. The king tries to run, you lose the g2 pawn and these pawns are going. Wow! Is this some kind of a miraculous defense here for Gukesh? Insane. And so now it comes to this conclusion that maybe king f5, because at some point you are afraid that you will lose these pawns and so you want to keep your king closer, but now king f5, yeah, let's just Amruta just came back from her trip to the playing venue, Amruta, and now we were looking at you in the camera there, changing cameras. This g5 check, you know what, Prag made a huge mistake.
Are you serious?
He went king g3 and
wait,
the position.
Wait, why is it a mistake? Let me just see. If king g3, you explained it.
Well, Gukesh already played his move, f5. And Gukesh is basically creating this sort of avalanche of pawns which forces the king to go to the 2nd rank, and then the rook swings over and starts checking, and if you try to run away, you lose the g2 pawn or else it's a draw.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
Believe it.
Very surprised.
Once again, one question is, so instead of f5, you would have gone a move like simple h4, king g3, h4 check.
Well, I guess the main issue
Now you
was
go-
not king f2 but king g.
No, king g4 is a mistake. This was my idea. Rook h2.
Ah, and then or
No,
rook
not
g1
even that.
maybe. Rook g1 maybe.
Wow, wait a second. What's the winning move?
King g6 with the idea
Five,
of
mate.
f5.
Rook e5 is forced, and then rook h2. Yeah.
What difference
Rook
does it
e5,
make?
rook
The king
h2.
doesn't get out there.
No.
Maybe h3? No, rook g5
GH3,
check.
rook
No,
G1
but
mate.
first,
I like that.
No, there is g5 hanging. So let's play f6 first. Very calm.
And then
Then
rook
if he
g1.
goes
Maybe
here-
rook g h3. Because if you take, it's a mate.
This is a mate, but clearly there is some defense here.
Sorry, rook h2 instead of h3.
Yeah, rook h2 is just totally crushing.
No defense.
So,
yes.
yeah, Amruta, your move h4, but now I guess king f2, okay, forced.
And now
then-
rook b1.
yeah, rook b1.
b7. Rook e2. Yeah.
Rook e2.
Because rook b7 helps me. You
yeah,
cannot
then
push
your
the
rook has
b-pawn and-
all the space on the last two
Yeah,
ranks,
yeah.
while rook e2. So, if we think by that logic, Amruta, f5, now my rook can still come in here. So, if let's say I shouldn't push b4, maybe that's what creates this mess. Like if I play b4, f4, king f2, rook here. Now I can't defend this pawn this way, so I have to move my rook away, after which there will be perpetual checks.
Oh, you can't go king e1, rook g2 is lost, and king f1.
So maybe I can start with rook e2 here, which might, or maybe first a check, just being very precise perhaps, and then here. But it still says equal, like f4, king here.
g4, yeah? Or maybe something like h4, h3.
He does
Wait.
give that check. It's nice always to sort of push the king back. Gukesh doesn't even think, he just plays his
But
king.
what I couldn't believe is that these 3 pawns can create pressure on the white king. This I couldn't believe. So this
Now
is
king
amazing.
f2, he played king f2. Yeah, exactly. I also can't believe, Amruta, what is happening here.
Crazy
But-
counterplay, yeah? Gukesh found.
If I go rook b1, you go rook e2, and now what play? But you know what Gukesh is saying? That if I can't play, what is your move? Because you also can't push your
c4.
pawns.
Why I can't? I can play c4. You.
C4, I'll attack your pawn. Then you go b3, I'll attack your pawn.
Ah, that's what you want.
You will have to use your rook. Yeah.
No, I found it. Rook c2 and then I go then I start pushing the c
so
pawn.
if I go king f6, you go rook c2.
King e5. Let's continue.
But then, Amruta, I have one idea. Instead of going here, I'll play a prophylactic move, rook c1. Looks bad here. Looks
No.
bad.
I don't know
I
why.
wanted to stop
Look, it
your
is very
pawns.
tricky. I would say the endgame is tricky
Oh,
as
me-
much as I did not expect.
Maybe it's, at some point can white just give up a pawn and put the
I
rook
thought
back
of
and try to
F4
push.
actually.
Yeah,
How is the
f4
move
may be a
F4?
good idea. f4, g4 and then try to come this way, yes? But it's not so simple because I always have king here. So,
I think we overestimated the endgame for white, clearly.
no, but there was a chance for Gukesh, for Prague.
What should he have played,
I
by the way,
think
where he
king
made the
f5
mistake?
Here. This was a good chance.
And tell me something, why would he reject a move like king f5, which let's say looks very good? In general only, that's the first move to
then he
consider. What did he not
loses
like?
G2 pawn perhaps, I don't know.
This is something we need to understand for sure. Rook g1, did he not like rook g1?
But rook g1, I was wondering
Rook
if you
f7.
lose this pawn.
Rook g2. Ah, this is something he must not have liked with the h pawn incoming.
Okay.
And rook f2,
then
g4
I have to go
ideas.
back rook e2, and then I defend both these pawns. My king is active, could also join in here. It was not so tough, no?
Okay,
This to
one
win.
last thing. Instead of rook g1 here, maybe rook h2.
Okay.
Because if you go g4, there is h4. Same, if you go rook
So
f7,
G4
there is
also
rook
this is
g2.
hanging, so yeah.
And now if you go rook e2,
Yeah.
there is h4.
Okay.
So you come back king g4 and then king g6. Maybe this is something he did not like.
But you have no threat as you want to
King
play
G4,
h3.
King G6. Yeah, there's mate F5.
Sorry, no, but right now I don't go back. What's your threat?
H3 is not a threat?
Yes, it is, but I go rook d2. I was thinking h3 check and then take this pawn. Maybe it's not.
So King
smart.
H5.
Maybe yeah, it's maybe not smart because h3 check.
H3 is a blunder, yeah, rook d6.
Check.
But direct King H5 with the idea of H3, which is unstoppable, in fact.
No, 1 second. So, what should white play here is the question.
King, no. Yeah, what should white play?
Maybe f4. Maybe does that work? f4.
For H3 or FG5.
fg5
Check. Can you make those moves? Because I
No,
think
but
many people will
fg5,
not understand.
h3, fg5, king g7, and now what? Maybe.
Okay, they are making some moves, by the way. But
Okay,
this
we were
is very
analyzing
interesting.
this king going up.
But
which
we
was-
at least get a gist of it that what Prague may not have liked. Like it was not
we'll
like
go
King
back.
F5 and just simple win. It was tricky.
Yeah, maybe we'll go back, but now f4 is on the board, and the Prague's pawns are not moving as such so quickly, while Gukesh may even want to go g4 next.
G4, G3 in the same position. G3 is a mate. Checkmate.
Exactly. If you go like this, it's a beautiful checkmate. The king is boxed in totally. But let's say rook c2. I'm a bit attracted to this idea to push the pawn. Okay, so you go
Now G4 anyway.
c4. I take, so that I go c4 now.
Okay, so if I go G3 check,
Yes.
you will go King F3. And for Rook F1 check, if you go King E2, there is Rook F2.
Yeah.
If you go King, anywhere Rook F2 actually. What do you do?
Yeah, because if I go here, this might be lost for me because take and f3.
F3
and
over.
It just goes. So maybe I have to go king g4.
But Rook F2 anyway.
And
And
then I have
now-
to now, yeah, this looks bad because now if I move, you take on b2.
So let's go back. So if you allow G3, that's completely fine.
Maybe I go king e2.
And what's your plan for Rook G1, where
Yes.
once you move the king, Rook F1?
King
Or
d3,
F3, one second.
rook f1,
G2.
c5, rook f2. Oh, blunder. c6. C6 wins. c6.
Wait.
Oh, take and king e2. Sorry. So not rook f2. Take and king e2 is.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
No, just c6. Sorry. If here, then take and king e2. And I stop the pawn. So not rook f2 here.
Then do you play F3 here?
No, but f3 g takes. Oh, how to draw here actually in black? Maybe I have to give you a check.
Rook D1, King E4, let's say.
Because
don't believe it.
instead of this, I should have given a check perhaps more accurate. No, king e4.
You're helping
got
me,
it.
you're helping
so
me.
rook f1 is correct.
No, I think at some point it is
C5,
about
but
F3,
what?
GF3. At some point it's about F3, GF3.
And then?
And now maybe it will make a difference. Wait. Rook F3 check. Let's
Okay.
just take the pawn.
King e4 maybe.
Then Rook F2. No, yeah, now Rook F2. Because your king cannot stop my pawn.
Oh, is this a draw? Like if I go up, you give a check, you go here, I come, sorry, not this. And then I have
But
to
then
move the rook. And then
B2
you
you
take
lose
on
B2.
B2 and then you move.
Oh, no, rook endgame is lost. Wait,
Rook
don't
G3.
take B2 first. G2.
G2.
You have to stop.
But this is
Oh,
also lost.
Rook G3 check and B4.
Yeah.
Man. Rook F4 check again, yeah? And then Rook G4. Okay. Rook F4.
King D5.
You don't have time for rook g4 because c6, g2, rook. You have time.
Yeah,
rook
maybe
g4.
rook g4.
c6, g2, rook c1, g1.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Takes.
Take. This is
c7.
instead of c7, rook c1. And then, I mean, I bring my king in, and then there are checks. So let's say king
I
f6.
thought white is b pawn is rolling, no?
C6, rook C1 and rook G1. Block the pawn and then run move.
Sorry, instead of?
You go back.
Yeah.
Few moves.
You mean here?
Don't push the pawn. Go.
Just
One,
check.
Yeah, and rook C1 now.
Rook
The
c1,
idea block
G2.
G1 and run B4, B4.
and then try to push, but somehow this rook controls here.
C6.
So king e7.
Yeah,
c6.
maybe king f7,
Yeah.
c6, king e7. You're in time.
Maybe we are just in time to hold
And then
this.
the b pawn cannot be pushed. C pawn can. Wow. This is
I
also
think there are some miraculous defenses here.
C5, king C5. Try or not.
King c5 with the idea
king
of
d8, king
b4.
b6, king c8. Yeah, you're playing b4.
But okay, I can go here, king d8, b4, b4, king here,
Yeah.
b5, check.
In
And
time.
should be just in time.
King B4,
And king
B6.
b6.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a very good suggestion and a good defensive attempt here. I mean, winning attempt for white. But clearly, Amruta, this endgame is way trickier than what the bar suggests. Equal. It's like Prag is going to try his with these two pawns, and Gukesh has to try with this kingside pawns. And at some point, Prag's rook has to come to stop one black pawn, and then Gukesh has to stop those two pawns. You know, it's tricky there.
And in this tournament, Sagar, I think when the bar says equal,
Yeah.
I think in this particular tournament it's about unclear. Bar says I don't understand.
No, this is
These
definitely
youngsters, what
unclear.
they're thinking, I don't understand. So equal is out of question.
For sure, this endgame, but Gukesh must be so happy right now because, you know, the entire game he had been defending. And finally, he's got
Yeah,
like
for
a
Prague-
clear plan.
Exactly. For Prague, it's not at all a happy thing.
Sure. Talking about rook endgames, we have another rook endgame that is going on, which
David.
is between David Navara and Mateusz Bartel. And this one is slightly more, like even tricky because David has the B pawn rushing down, while Bartel has the E pawn here.
It feels like e pawn could be like the h7 is also weak. Just when you stare at the position, it seems white should have some more tricks than black, but I don't know.
I feel that black should have more chances because of the outside passer.
No, but imagine if white is able to grab the h7 g6 pawns, give the rook away for the b pawn, something like that I meant.
Okay, so you go rook d7 maybe here,
Yeah.
attacking this and this.
What do you do?
Well,
But
I
b5
have
here
to
is
push,
very
I guess,
fast
no?
because
B5?
rook h7 b4 and then you have rook b5 also later.
b4, yeah, and now I guess
I don't
white
have time
has
for
to be
rook
very
g7.
careful
No time.
because if you start taking this, you are just lost after this.
Lucena building the bridge.
Yeah, you are just lost. So you can take one pawn, but not the second one.
But then doesn't make much sense. Okay, so it's
maybe
not
rook
tricky.
b7 works, yeah, here.
Rook b7,
Rook b5, take, and then bring your king in. King e2.
Or how about
Yeah,
e5?
e5 also.
Because if you go king-
b5, b3.
b3 e6, b2
King c6.
e7, e8 queening
No,
check.
King c6. e5, b2. Sorry, b3.
Then you will go king c6.
Yeah.
First, if you would have
So
started
maybe I
with
have
the
to
king
start
move,
with king
then
e2.
king e4. Good.
Okay, so maybe this is also a little bit of an idea we got that David is going to push his pawn here and Bartel has to be very careful. He can go and snatch one pawn but not more.
And maybe he won't even go for the pawn. That's the reason he will also try to focus on his e pawn.
You mean
to
he
be
will go
pushed.
rook b6 here? Maybe.
I like rook b6 actually. Much simpler. Rook c7, he will have to go back and then go king f4.
I'm not sure, Amruta, because
Rook
what
b5.
about rook b5? Because after take, we get into this king and pawn endgame where black can go
Outside.
and defend this pawn, and the b pawn is a passer. So even if white king goes here, the eventual king and pawn endgame would be lost. So maybe rook
So I like king f4. Can we just final try king f4?
Okay.
b5.
To start pushing, I push, you push.
e5, b4,
Yes.
e6,
e6.
b3,
Yes.
e7 is a because now you can't stop. Rook c8 has rook d8 after
No,
e7 and rook.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, e7 and it's gone.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to be careful. We go rook here.
But black becomes the one who has to be careful. That's better. Oh, that's also gone.
Maybe king e5, yeah, and then the king moves in. So here there is some defensive attempt.
Rook f5 check first.
Rook f5, king e4.
Do you have a queening square? b1 check. But
No, the rook may just stop from behind. So if I go check, king here.
b3 e7 is the problem.
e7, yeah.
b2 rook b6, yeah.
So here is another defensive move that we
Rook f1, no? Yeah, rook f1.
f1.
You can push e7. There is.
Maybe not.
What? Ah, we were
Because
so
of king
confident.
e5 maybe. No.
Oh my god. Okay. One thing is clear. Both rook end
One
games
thing
are
is
difficult.
clear, we
and
are-
we don't understand.
Yeah, we are. I think rook end games are the most complicated. Maybe rook f8 also loses. So there's some insane defense here against e7. e7 is a massive threat. King c3. No, c6 or c5. King c5. Yeah, just push and you win.
Wow, man, what to do here?
Yeah, this is a very tough moment.
Okay, now if you go b3, e7, b2, e8 queen.
No, but that we
Did we
saw.
try b3?
b3, e7, b2, rook b6.
Rook
Rook
b5.
b5.
Yeah. No, but rook
No,
b5.
take and e8 queen
you
check.
get the queen check.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just show that.
So e7, sorry, b3, e7,
b2, rook b6.
b2, rook b6, rook b5, take and queen. Check. But okay, there was some defense here. Insane. But not rook b6, Amruta. If you go rook b6, it's a draw again.
What?
Oh, this move. Queening. If you take, I give a check and win your pawn.
Arey,
So
you
not
can't
rook
queen.
b6, but then
But
there's
directly queen. No, queen.
No, not queen is a check, but
Rook
we
d1.
stop from here, yes, and this wins. So we have to be very careful in this endgame.
Actually, we
But
don't even know who is trying.
We
It's-
didn't find the draw for black here, which is the drawing move. We are not able to find it. Because this doesn't work, this doesn't
Rook
work.
f1 also doesn't work,
This
right?
doesn't work, yeah. Rook f2 maybe, yeah. You would so draw.
What? Was that a fluke?
Yes, I just thought rook f1 doesn't work, put rook on f2, it works. Okay,
Impatient.
just
Okay.
crazy, yeah, because
Amazing.
don't
But
know
okay, why does it work? Let's see. Rook f2. If you go e7 with the same idea, rook
but first,
e2
why
check.
does rook f1 doesn't work? That is a big question.
Didn't we see this?
No, we
we
just saw
didn't.
rook f1 didn't work. So, actually, Bartel must be calculating all of this right now, in this position. And I think, Amruta, your idea with king f4 seems like a very, and in this variation, we saw black had to be very accurate to hold the draw.
Yeah, it was
So,
black.
maybe for Bartel, king f4 is the best try, I guess.
Only thing is for king f4, maybe g5 check, and I won't even let you get into all those variations. I'll go a little simple. Yeah.
And then b5. And just quickly, that's
Much
true.
easier.
That's true. So then, maybe rook d7. Okay, let's quickly go to the game of Prague versus Gukesh and see where they are. After g4 has been played by Gukesh, Prague has been now thinking and he's down to 8 minutes.
Oh, so he has been thinking for how long? Maybe last 10 minutes or so. All the while we were analyzing.
Maybe. I don't know, like, but Prag's time is so less now, Amruta, that he may not even. Oh, G3 he played. He went G3 on his own. And what Prag is hoping is that he can take, simplify everything, and then one pawn black can't do much.
Okay, H4 first question.
H4. Whoa, what a move.
First question,
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
What will you
That's such a pretty move. H4.
do? Looks pretty.
Even
oh, the bar
play
is steady. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
It's like a massacre happening
It's
over
also
there.
a Gukeshi move. You know, Gukesh-like move. He likes such moves.
Gookie move.
Yeah, Guki move. But do all other moves lose?
Not sure about that, but what will you do? Let's say G3, King G3.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
And yeah, G4 is.
And if GF3, then also looks good for white. So can't.
So that's why you eliminate these two, and that's why you're left with, okay, H4.
I was wondering if we could go Rook H2, but.
Rook H1 with the
Yeah,
idea of
Rook
Rook
H1,
H2.
sorry. Rook H1.
But can I not take, in that case, G takes F4? No, Rook H2, King E3, Rook D2 and G3.
Not G3. G3 king can come back. But now maybe G3, yeah? You start with G3 and you win. Wow. Insane.
This is winning.
Because if you go Rook D1, I go G2. Rook G1, I thought I go H4, H3 and Rook H1, but now the king comes back. So there has to be
Rook B2,
Rook
maybe you
B2
just
maybe.
take and then go H4 and actually you are the one with the connected pawns.
or first we can start with some other accurate move.
Man, but this
H4.
is like one of the sharpest rook endgames we are seeing.
Yeah, yeah. H4 might be the right move here, and then you are
Now
winning.
if rook G1.
Yes, and then I guess you shift your rook to the other
Oh,
side.
Gukesh plays the move. H4
Wow.
is on the board.
Wow. H4 on the board, and look at this beautiful structure here, and so nice that if you take here, I go G3 getting connected pawns. If you take here, I take FG3 getting connected pawns. If you take here, I go G3
Yeah.
getting not connected pawns, but at least a passer. So now what is Prag planning? Which
Prag
way
has
to take?
already seen it. He's going to take the H pawn.
Okay, he's saying that now Gukesh, you need to push your pawn G3, otherwise there's nothing. So Gukesh has to push. But in a way, Prag is like, if I put my king here, how do you make progress?
No, firstly the H pawn will be lost in general.
But I have rook C2, C4. Remember this plan.
You have
And
that
now
plan.
I have stabilized the king side.
And then you have the H pawn
Look
also.
at Prag, plays
Yeah.
his king to G2.
Wait,
and now
we have to find a plan
I
now.
think
It's
the
important.
only move to draw here.
Wait, if it is
I
one
don't
move,
know.
Rook C1,
Yes,
you
I
first
think
stop
so.
Rook C2?
I think so. Because if you don't do it,
Yes, he goes while you're talking.
Wow.
He's like, come on, Sagar, you don't even need to discuss this. It's my bread and butter
yes.
and jam.
Oh, and now the problem for Prag is his rook cannot move from second rank, because if it goes down like somewhere, then checks start happening. And if it can't move, these two pawns can't move. And this king can keep waiting, or he can even go and take this pawn. It's a position.
after
It's
king
like a
H4.
positional draw here. There's no way, yeah? Unless you try to come out from here. Let's say king H3.
But Rook H1 check.
No, but the king G4, you just... Oh, rook H2.
One second, yeah. There is no just here, Sagar. It is all about lot of tension.
Yeah.
Rook H2, King F4. Sorry, Rook H. It's lost, but it's
Gone.
lost.
Yeah,
No,
draw.
why is it
No,
draw?
rook D1. I can draw,
You can
right?
move the rook.
And then at the very least,
F and
I
H
can
pawns.
take
Yeah, so
this.
Rook B2, King F4, Rook C2.
Maybe G2 first, or not? Maybe let's say rook C2, King G3, and then draw this.
I mean, theoretical draw is there, but yeah, why not to go G2?
Oh, and then Prag plays this for another 20 moves. Sorry, 30, 40 moves, and then Gukesh has to show technique in F and H pawns
No,
to
then
hold.
I like G2 better. Can you go rook c1 and not give the c3 pawn actually? If you go a move back, 2-3 moves back.
You mean here, instead of king f4, you want rook c1.
g2, anyway you get g1 and then rook c2 if you
G2,
want.
king f4, rook c2.
Ah.
And then I will anyway take the c3 pawn. And you have fnh again.
Oh, but you are landing to
FN
FNH position, which is practically the best chance for Prague.
Not yet. I mean, we haven't explored everything. Let's think a bit. That seems like one of the backup plans for Prague to go for FNH.
Also, but many top games have happened, right, with the FNH pawns.
No, I think Gukesh will be able to hold FNH at least. So, and if Gukesh's king comes to f5, then maybe FNH also may be impossible.
Let's try that. If he can retain those pawns.
No, but right now if he goes king h3, there is no time to come here because he's coming up.
But you can go king e5. 1 second.
No, it's white to move. So king h3. You have no time to come here.
No, king f6, king g4, king e5, h5. Then you have the h pawn.
No, h5. I even
It's a
give a
weapon.
check, right? And then I take this. So that doesn't work. And if you wait, like let's say if you, I don't know what way to wait, but you wait with rook e2, king f6, king here and king f5. Now you don't even have that king g4 fnh idea. Now you are kind of, you lose, sorry.
Rook
mate,
h1
check,
mate.
rook h2. Yeah, no, sorry. So king f5 and I don't know what white should do next now. And meanwhile, going to Bartel versus Navara, we saw king f4 actually happen, Amruta. He provoked g5, he came back king e3 and then b5 by David. Rook d4 check, king c3, rook d5, offering a rook trade.
And king pawn in game. So if you take rook d5, e d5,
It's lost.
b4, d6, b3, d7, b2, d8 queen. You're the first one to queen. And after queen, b1 queen, check.
And then wherever you go, I'll trade and my king will go and win. So, or maybe just check from c5 was also winning.
Yeah.
So here king c4 and I think Bartel can draw. He's played rook d4 and David might, they might agree to a draw here with rook d5 because
it is a draw because, and they say, okay, why to go in all these tricks?
Yeah, kind of. It seems like a draw because maybe David is thinking about another move, king b3. But then Bartel again goes same stuff, yeah, like it doesn't seem like there's any way to make progress. Prague is now completely down to what, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Look at him, look at his pose, Amruta. He's not even looking at the board, he's calculating in his head. Gukesh is very calm. Do you see Gukesh, the suit he's worn is what he wore at the Olympiad. There's this Chennai Olympiad logo on his suit where he scored 8 out of 8.
That's a very good observation,
Yeah.
actually.
And then so India, you see the circle that is of India, while Prague is wearing a suit where he has Ramco, who's been supporting him since he was an IM. So they have been part of his
There's
journey.
also Adani there, I think,
On the other side, which is his recent sponsor.
Okay, but this would be for Prague in a way very, what to say, he would be very disappointed to know
I think the first thing Prague will do after this game, if it ends in a draw, or I mean it's still a long way to go, is ask Gukesh, shall we go and analyze?
that way, yes, but disappointed
goes.
to find out, where he missed to give this such a chance.
Yeah,
where he was so much better.
True. But I think Gukesh, really, if you think about it, Amruta, we couldn't analyze this portion so deeply because there were guests coming in and so on. But this moment where Gukesh played rook f5, giving up this pawn and playing queen e2 really converted this game into not a one-way traffic for Prague.
Yeah, there was so much counterplay he was able to find.
And we thought that this rook endgame is just winning for Prague. But turns out it's not so simple.
This moment was very critical. I don't know what was the move number. Was it 40th move?
No. Prague had a lot of time, 42, 43 moves.
Yeah, but King F5 was not as simple as it seemed. That's for sure. After G5 and that G2 being weak, that Rook on H1 being so active, the H pawn rolling.
But
I think it was.
This is some insane defense by Gukesh, and again finding this move, Rook
No, this
C1.
can go in books. I mean,
King
Dvoretsky
H3.
would have surely added in his Rook endgame.
And now what, Amruta? Now Rook H1, check.
Yeah, let's try to finish it. Rook H1.
Check, as we saw, King G4, as we saw another here, and then a check here maybe to try to be a little bit more creative.
Rook D7.
King F6.
Yes, of course.
King F6. If we play King F4, then there is G2.
G2 should be winning or?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, but I don't like. Maybe you can just make the move because you know
G2?
here one move is like the
Rook
bar
D.
is rolling. So yeah.
But
this
what
is
to do
winning.
now? Check maybe. So that you, he has to stay on the F file, otherwise Rook G6
Yeah.
and then it's a draw.
So that way
Check.
perpetual by white.
Check.
Okay, he gives a check. Rook H1. We might even reach such a position. In which position was Prague landing up with F and H pawn,
Here.
Sagar?
Rook D1 takes. So he did go Rook
Oh.
H2. Yes, on the board.
And now if Rook D7 check.
Oh, by the way,
No, it doesn't make a
Navara
difference.
and Bartel have just drawn their game.
They repeated, yeah?
Yes, they repeated, and I don't know if they are still on the board there. Oh, just you can see David just moving out from there. So they have drawn their game, and now Rook H2, Rook D1 did happen. I think we are going in the same line which we saw. Rook B2, Gukesh takes, King F4. And now G2 and Rook C2 both look tempting. I think Gukesh may try G2 to keep the pawn still for a couple of moves. Yeah, G2, King G3 seems okay for Prague. Or what else? Because if you go Rook C1, there is Rook C2 as we just saw. So King G3. He's asking the arbiter for a score sheet.
Why 60 moves are over?
No, 55, but
Oh, he goes and takes the score sheet, yeah? Wow, he brings it for Prague also.
oh, nice. Nice gesture there. But of course, arbiter
Just coming back.
coming back, and now that is Pavel Votruba. He's the chief arbiter. He's also an IM.
Wow.
And he has been the chief arbiter for all 6 editions of Prague Masters. And
that's
today
very
when
rare
I went
to see,
and meet
you
him,
know, international masters becoming arbiters.
yes, today when I went to meet him, he said he was the arbiter when Prague versus Gukesh, sort of this threefold repetition happened in Vacancy just a few days ago. And there he had to give a draw to Prague where Gukesh was winning. But I think today the
actually-
tides have turned.
Correct.
Gukesh is the one who was losing, and it seems like the game might end in a draw, but we are far from a draw actually, because after King G3, Rook C2, Rook G1, Rook C3, Rook G2, this endgame, it's very, very tricky to hold.
Is it tricky to hold if the white king is a little bit advanced, or
Yes.
anyway white king you think will be
So
able
there
to
are a few
advance?
things you should know. By the way, we analyzed this with Surya Ganguly, you know, Amruta, when we made this sort of video course, he explained to me one thing which defender should do is put the rook on A1 so that it can go in both directions, here and here. The other thing is that you should never reach a position where king goes to G5 and pawns are here and you get cut off on the last rank. That would be a nightmare as a defender, like you would lose. So while it's moving ahead, like for example, let's say Rook A3, Rook B2, Rook A1, you wait, King G4. Now, let's say you are still waiting, which might be
Not a
okay
check, yeah?
still,
Not
which
check.
might be still okay, but you are now cutting it too close, like you are still waiting. Now see, you lost because you are cut off on the last rank, and this is
So
losing.
don't wait for someone for so long.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
what you're saying.
Start giving check at least from here. And now the tough part is that when this check happens, do you go back or do you come up? This is
Up.
a very
Because just going back rank, it feels a bit scary. So
Yeah.
intuitively,
so if check, and now you go king h6, and this is still a draw, but many times this turns into a lost position because there are still many tricks to play for. With
because
white.
it can convert into a Lucena if let's say white is able to give up his h pawn and
Yes, exactly.
go
exactly.
ahead with the f
So if
pawn.
king f6, you give a check, king here.
Now it's important rook a5.
Again, this might be now a very critical
a5.
moment because f5, f6 if you get, white wins.
Yeah, so king h5 would be a blunder, I assume.
Yes. Not yet,
Not
yeah.
yet, yeah.
f5, still a
King
draw.
h4 is a blunder for sure. No, king h4, f6, king g5.
No,
Still
but there
not
is
a blunder.
check. There is a check.
Wow.
Oh, okay. That means this.
Fill it out.
check.
King on h6. King on h6. No, this should be a draw.
And then long side, yeah? Here.
Not easy. Wow, what's the position then?
I mean, this is a very tricky endgame for sure. And so I'm very interested to see if Gukesh can hold it very easily or he will struggle, you know, because objectively it's a draw.
Yeah, and maybe later you should also check in Mega Database like for the f and h pawns.
Similar endgames. How
Yeah,
many
who have
endgames?
been like the topmost players
Who have lost?
who have actually lost.
I'm sure many have lost. Many, at least I know from at least last few years as a journalist, I've analyzed many endgames and FNH. Always you think, oh, it's a theoretical draw, and then players keep on playing, those who have two pawns, and they find some way to go break through. Look at Gukesh there. What is he thinking exactly? I mean, he can just take the pawn, right?
Oh, maybe can he actually retain the pawn?
He should keep his time for later when he has to think. Right now,
Oh, Prague is having 2 minutes 53 seconds. But his play
Prague
will
is
be
looking
easier.
at the game of some open section there. Maybe someone from his city of Chennai, yeah? Like he's looking at some...
because there is Ilan
yeah, there is Setu Raman, Bharat.
Oh, king h6. This is what I wanted to ask. In fact, king g6 was my question to you. Because why to give him easy, the g2 pawn? Let him play c4, then rook c4 is a check.
So
Or
then
you
first
can
I
even
play
wait.
f4. So that now it's c4, you take, I take g2. Okay, Prague will go f4, yes.
So we have a right now lecture by Prag and Gukesh on f and h pawns.
Yes, they are playing the game, Amruta. We need a lecture from you. Try to
Me?
explain what's going on.
Because normally you say I don't need a lecture from you. So I was very surprised about that. I thought that's my moment, that's my chance. But then you said about f and h pawns. So
Okay. But king g6, Amruta, now.
but now f5 check. Can you check?
He
No,
went
he goes
c4.
c4.
Yeah, I think f5 would have been wrong because then you would not have the shelter, right? To whenever you played c4, I would take with a check. So it's better to maybe first start with c4, force him to take the pawn wherever he takes, and now rook g2. Okay, guys, get ready for this very exciting endgame, which is a theoretical draw, but it is quite possible that Gukesh may go wrong. It's also quite possible that he doesn't go wrong at all and draws this with ease. You know, like there are many players when rook bishop versus rook happens, we think, oh, there are a lot of chances to win for the side with rook bishop, but the side with the rook knows his endgame so well, he does the second rank defense all the time and there's no way to win. And maybe that will happen here as well, that Gukesh knows this endgame so well, he won't give Prague even one chance.
Yeah, unless they have practiced together in Waka also this endgame and they just know it well that okay, he can
That's
defend
possible.
and then
like Arthur Yusupov or Boris Gelfand, someone taught them this endgame and now they know it totally. And Prague is like, Prague offers a draw and he's like, okay, we have already known
Prague
this.
will never offer a
So
draw.
I'm just like, oh.
But Prague is a better flipper, pawn flipper than Vincent.
Yeah, he's flipping it nice. It's a rook actually.
Prague's rating over there is increasing too. Boris will be very happy. I'm wondering, Gelfand must have thought about flipping also in the camp.
But Amruta, now would you go, I think I would go h5 for sure, because if I play f5, king sits on a better square and I want to actually push your king to the other side like here. But
So
then I can
h5.
still go to
King h6. I want to keep my king on h6
it's
or
also
h6.
it's also a good rule of thumb that whichever pawn advances you put your king
In front of
opposite it. I think so. It's also a rule of thumb in these endgames.
So king h6, can you move
Now
the
go
rook
here.
actually?
Yes, you can.
But then you lose the h5
played
pawn.
h5,
Rook
you
g1 check. Don't
No,
you
you
lose
don't.
the pawn
How do
simply?
you lose? I go here. You can't take. It's a mate. So
You
don't
go
lose.
king f5. That's how you defend h5
Yes,
pawn.
yes.
And now rook b1. No, I'll continue with that. No, rook b1. I want to see if I'm making a mistake. Like with some natural moves. Am I making a mistake?
I don't know what to play. The thing is, if you
Rook
try to
a6,
cut,
king h5,
if
king
you
f-
try to cut the king off, let's imagine. The issue
b5
is
check, side
black
checks.
keeps on giving checks. It's such a long. You have so many files in between this king and the rook that it keeps on giving checks.
So you can't go rook g2.
I'm interested to see if Gukesh goes king h6 or f6. Yeah, he goes
h6.
h6. Because I think king f6 also draws here. It's also possible to draw. But Gukesh is keeping it simple that whichever pawn advances first, move towards that direction.
Also, one good thing is as a defender, he has more time. Because the same, if the times were reversed, if he had 3 minutes and Prague had 17 minutes, it would have been a very tough situation.
Yeah. But of course, Prague knows this is a draw, so I don't think he's also very thrilled to have this position.
Yeah, you can see from his body language as well. And have you faced FNH pawns?
I don't
Or-
remember very clearly, Amruta, but I think once I had the FNH pawns and I managed to win. King f5 played. Yeah. Now don't ever take the pawn on h5 and get checkmated here. It's the worst nightmare. You keep the pawn for now.
Rook a1 now, if you, as you said, you want to keep the rook on a1. So.
Yes.
Or why not rook h1?
But
is rook h1 a mistake?
you never want to take this pawn with the rook, right? So let's say if I go here,
Rook is
you
rook
take
h5. Why
king
not?
f6. Then you go rook b5. Anyway. Oh, it's a mate. Sorry. You should not.
King
get
h7 first.
Yeah.
Go king h7. Still a mistake. Wait.
Now you can't get to the other side. So maybe you have to go here,
Rook h1.
rook h1, f5. But what is the way? Because you can't get the rook. So now you have to go king h7.
No, I just
Still
wait.
lost.
I just wait. Rook h3, rook h1. Because when you move your king,
Yeah.
I give a check from behind.
You wait.
Yeah, rook h3.
King f7.
Now there is
Now
no
you
mate.
can switch.
Now king, yeah.
And you go to the long side and start checking.
Yep.
That's how you draw. So f6. No, I would like to give. I would love
He's
to
gone
give
rook a1, by the way.
He's gone. What?
Yeah.
Rook a1. It's also a good idea to keep. Prague finds a way to, Prague knows some tricks. He generally has studied these things, so he also knows that what might be the most difficult way.
They're looking at each other, some moments. There's some internal communication going on. I'm sure something in the practice sessions we may not be aware of. But Prague is not taking much time. He's now having 3 minutes, 30
Well, he has
seconds.
nothing much to worry
playing
about. Yeah, he
quickly.
knows it's a draw. it keeps playing, and if something goes wrong, he wins. But he's not like overly thrilled or overly worried as such.
This is the last game for Masters going on, right?
Yes.
And for Challengers, have all the games ended? Just to understand the
Ediz
overview of
Gurel
5.
and Santosh Latasa drew. Erwin Lamy wins his 3rd consecutive game.
Oh, against?
Against Stalmack. There is a game between Korobov and Finek going on. Korobov seems to be winning. Mishra beat Rebek in like 16-17 moves, and Rodstein beat Vaishali. And Vaishali, I think, has her 3rd defeat now.
Yeah, because yesterday was a little unfortunate for her. It was a fortress and it was a draw towards the end. So yeah.
So that was Challengers. Let's quickly see what happened in Futures. We had Andre draw with Guntaka, Sisku losing to Markina, Yakubse drawing against Nerurkar. So Nerurkar drops half a point here.
After a long time, I think he
Yeah,
drew.
he's I think on 7 out of 8 now because he's played 1 extra game already. Breznina drew with Stara, and Brzozowski drew won against Peglau. Okay. While Gukesh still thinking for his move, Amruta here.
He should not burn all his time. Oh, that's a good thing. He's just about to play.
I think giving a check seems the most logical.
So if you give rook a5 check,
Yeah,
king
king
goes to
F6
f6. Now
or
if you
king
give
E6.
rook a6 check, then there is rook e. Oh no
He
check.
waits, he
Rook
waits.
a2.
And Amruta, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, like this is the corner where the rook
Yeah.
wants to be, because here it can check from here as well as here.
Yeah, rook is happily waiting. When you make me wait, I'm not very happy about it.
And now Prague. Okay, I'm actually interested more in Prague's attempts than in Gukesh's defense, because defense is quite clear what to do. But attempt to win, what is it? Like, what do you try as white? Do you go like king f6, threatening a mate? Then he gives anyway a check. And then maybe you want
Rook
to bring
E6,
your rook
yeah?
here. Yeah, rook a7, f5.
And now f5. Yeah,
King
this
H5.
looks like
But then you can't make progress easily. King rook e7.
rook e7.
He goes king g4. Oh. Okay, but now just check and come back. Check and come back. Yeah, like what does?
Prague gained some time.
No, but
in
check
that.
and just come back here. Yeah, he'll do that. Check. And king f5, rook a2.
It's also an important endgame test for Gukesh in a way, because FNH pawns you should know how to defend,
Yeah, sure.
and Prag. I thought he went to g4 to gain those 30 seconds, but right now anyway he has used the 30 seconds, so it was not for that reason. So we'll go king f5. What is he thinking here? I'm not understanding, because does he want to go king f3? That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe. But king f3, just go back.
No, exactly. That wouldn't make any sense, because h5
Yeah.
you will lose. So at this moment he's thinking is what surprises me.
No, okay, he's just taking some time.
Imagine this is candidates tournament.
Yeah, well, very likely that we'll see this. I mean, not very likely, it's going to happen between them. 2 games in Toronto. It's also very well set up, no? This because Gukesh was winning in Vike, they drew. Prague was winning here, they drew. Now we'll see what happens in Toronto.
So amazing that in Prague, just a month before they are playing here, and
Yeah.
this is a beautiful place.
No,
Nice
this tournament,
festival.
of course, comes in at such an appropriate moment for all the candidates, because they get the much needed match practice. also there's some America Cup which is coming up, where I guess some of the US players are going to take part who are in the candidate. So you know, playing practice is a must when you are approaching a big tournament. Like, you can prepare a lot, but then if you don't have that practice, you might struggle with some practical decisions.
By the way, he went king f3 and then he followed it up with rook e5.
Yeah, now
which
rook
is
a1,
nice.
just stop.
So see, I thought king f3, what sense can it make? But that is why he was actually thinking, because he had rook e5. But rook a1.
I'm not particularly impressed with like this. I mean, you just wait. Like rook a1. What next? Rook king g4.
His best chance has to be with
King
the
f5,
f pawn
I
trying
wait.
to go as ahead as possible. You know, that rook endgame.
Yeah, maybe now taking also is not bad. Yeah, here go back. f5, just check, or maybe king h7.
You are in Philidor, no, now? Or not?
No, not
Sorry,
at all
sorry.
Philidor. I have this long side defense with you. So I'm just wondering, I do this, you go check, and I can go back to g8, which is a draw. So maybe you have to go king f7 here after king h7, and then if you give a check, this, by the way, this is a very well-known drawing position. Rook e7 and rook
a6.
a8.
No?
a6 might be a mistake, I think. a6, f6.
Works. And then you put your king on g6 if he moves the king, no?
No, but
No,
now
no,
what?
no, when?
Now what do you do?
Now let's say I go king h6.
King h6.
What do you play? King.
Yeah, this should be
You can't
also a
do
draw,
that, yeah.
because this is hanging, and maybe I was just wondering if this move, yeah, this also draws. Okay, so
Many ways to draw. I think for Gukesh it's very easy.
not very,
No?
Not
very
very.
easy is not the right thing.
not very, but it's possible. Like, it's feasible. It's within his grasp to hold this easily.
Prag
Not
with 2
easily.
minutes on the board, not even sitting, you know, at his board. Which game is he watching there? I'm now becoming curious.
Because the player there, who his face is actually cut off from that board which is there. We can't see it.
Oh.
Rook a1. Gukesh waits.
Prag doesn't mind spending even the 5 seconds when he walks, yeah?
Let's try to see, Amruta, which is that game, because that might be interesting. I am
Which
curious now, which is that game, which is happening.
And how will you get to know?
Because it must be one of the top boards going on in the open section. So, yeah, it is Ilam Parthi game, because that's the only one going on.
And that is also a rook endgame which is going on. and
Yes, Ilam Parthi is playing with Amar Elham, and Ilam Parthi is pawn down. So, by the way, Ilam Parthi is one of the young talents of Indian chess, who is around 2009 born, so 4 years younger than Prag, and he is already an IM. So, rook b5 played here now.
And in fact, Prag had a scholarship, right?
Yes, he had a scholarship, but it didn't go to Ilam Parthi, it went to Ethan Vas.
Another talent from India. Okay, so rook b5. Prag has maintained both the pawns on the board until now.
Yeah.
He's not giving up the h5 pawn.
Maybe for Gukesh again, rook a2 makes the most sense to me, like just wait.
He'll wait.
Just wait.
Also guys, you can go to pragchessfestival.com/voting and vote for the game of the day. Today for the game of the day, which one? I think
Maybe I would go with Nodirbek's win against Kaimer. Great game by Nodirbek.
yeah, Nadirbek.
Because Maksudlu's game was also very nice against Vidit, but it was more
Bishop
like,
C1.
yeah,
That was
it was
an-
also pretty actually.
It was very pretty.
Yeah, I don't know which one to choose. Okay, Nguyen's
Act-
finish was not that. I mean, it
No,
was
that
great.
was a
it was
mistake
great
by Richard.
Yeah, but it was just based on a blunder.
Yeah, between Maksudlu and Northerbeg it might be hard. And also, in fact, Prague was in competition, you see, for this game.
Yes.
But at some point...
But
it
he
might-
already has 2 now.
Maybe for Gukesh, actually for Gukesh, the way
The
he
defense.
held, it was amazing.
Rook A2.
So I would also be confused between Maksudlu and Northerbeg.
You see how Prague is playing here, and it's also very instructive for everyone who is a practical player, that you kind of don't take your main decision instantly. You make few moves, you tire your opponent, like every single move that Gukesh has to play tires him out a bit. So if your main decision is maybe to get your king up here and start pushing f-pawn, instead of doing it straight away, you kind of spend a bit of time, make him come little lower, like right now he's on 11. If he comes down to 5 minutes and then you do it, it might be more chances. There's no guarantee as such.
But at least it's the best chance.
Yeah, see, he goes king g4 again.
A little round and round. Rook g2. But by the way, they can go for a photographic draw. No, the pawn was pushed. Otherwise, you know, this time Gukesh claims a photographic draw. That would be so funny that in Vacancy he was clearly winning, and 40th move,
Yeah.
Prague claims for a photographic draw. And then I mean, if that draw would not have happened, then Gukesh would have been the vacancy winner.
Yeah, very close. Yes. he
No,
was very
not close, because it ended in a tie break, right?
Yes,
he would
but-
have been the winner because the opponents were same every round.
Once you win a game which you have drawn, then in the next game you go with a different mindset. So you never know if you're going to win the next game. Like he beat Maksudlu in the last round, but if he had beaten Prague in the penultimate round, then who knows what would have happened in the last round.
Yeah, the mindset thing is very deep. What do you say? Of course.
So you can never be sure as such. But yeah, here is, we are at this position now, king f5. And why is Gukesh actually thinking?
Can he right now take on h5,
yeah.
right? That's what we thought.
Because my
He's
feeling
just
was,
making sure.
why can't you go back again to the side, which is a draw?
Which
But
you
I
can
think
win.
Gukesh wants to take the pawn. So take, and let's think what is the right way to press. One is, I want to go rook
One
here
is-
and check. This is one. But then I think the defense is king h6 and king g7 coming in. And if you go king f6, I go king h7, eventually take the long side and start checking. So that's a defense. The other idea could be to go ahead and check. Now you can't come here because of check, and then the rooks get traded and I win. So you have to go king h6. And
Now can
this
I go rook e3 also king h7, yeah?
rook e3, yeah?
No, rook
Right.
e1 also maybe, but anyway king
Yeah,
h7.
nice. Rook e1, yes. Let's try it. But king h7, yes. King f7, threatening a mate.
But rook, no, it's tied down.
King h6 now.
But king h6 f5, is that going to give me any chance? Yeah.
Oh,
Still
mate.
mate.
It's still a mate.
Pawn on f4.
Every time this boy comes and checkmates us in one move, yeah? You only mated us yesterday queen e3, yes? Or not?
Yes. He also.
Maybe-
He played in Basque chess and he beat Sarvana Krishna, I think,
Yes?
in that round.
Wow,
When
what's
Sarvana
your
was
rating?
2166.
2166. And what's your name?
Leonardo.
Leonardo. How are you doing here?
I'm at 4 points. I won today.
4 points.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. He played rook f2.
He doesn't want the king to go away from the f pawn. And now h5 is hanging actually. So what? King g4, then rook g2 check. Then the photographic draw, yeah, we might be very closer to that. So
No, I think Prague might give a check now.
then king h5.
Take, maybe king e5.
Rook e2 check, king f6.
Yeah, I just want to start pushing now. It's just hope something works out. But I feel like just this should be good. Start checking from this side. So f5, check.
You all the time want to give side checks, yeah? You're very much
That's the defense here.
attracted to that.
f6, and now just simple rook a7 or rook a8. I think this is a draw. This is a very well-known drawing position, so nothing much to even worry here.
He goes king e4. Okay, rook e2 check. That's what Gukesh will play.
King d5, rook f2.
Rook f2. If king g4, rook g2, it was the same.
Yeah. So check.
But Gukesh, as you said, he's going like he's down to 9 minutes. Though he seems very confident about the position, his body language at least seems like that. But still, maybe he can make the moves faster.
Yeah, it's just this thing, no, Amruta, that give them a lot of time and he will be able to hold. But when the time will go low, there will be a little bit of more pressure that will build up. So while right now it all seems calm, but turn that clock to 1 minute and suddenly Gukesh is under big stress.
But these positions, Sagar, for them, they would have studied again and again and again. They would be like in their blood.
But
Yeah,
this is the thing. Like I was talking to a super GM and I said, have you studied rook bishop versus rook? All like if the Philidor position comes to win and all. They're like, yeah, we've studied it so many times. The problem is that when the time is low and then it comes in a slightly different way, not the same, and then you cannot figure out everything at that moment, yeah, like with the time and the pressure.
Yeah, because the stress is there, the extra stress. So at that point of time, if you tend to be in a panic mode, then you just don't know what to do.
Yeah. Maybe in a training session, they would draw this more often than a tournament game, I guess.
So the nerves. Here it would be a matter of nerves towards the end of it after rook a2 has... He didn't give
now
rook e2
f5
check,
doesn't
by
make
the way.
sense at all.
No, your king is behind the
Because
pawn. When you want to
then I
push the pawn, at least your king should be in front of the pawn.
No,
That's
so you
the
don't
least.
push the pawn for sure. And so as Prague, you go king d5, but then you come back to, he goes to f3 again. I think Amruta, it's 3 times, no, this position?
Oh, he's looking at the score sheet, by the way. Just look at that.
I don't think Gukesh should waste time in claiming because
he
it might
can
take
anyway
him
draw.
another minute to figure out if it was 3 times or not. But we can try to see. So
Oh yeah, but rook is on e5 this time.
let me first check. So
Oh yeah, he's seriously looking at the
He's
score sheet.
seriously looking,
Okay,
yes.
I think it has to be a
King
draw. But no,
F3,
he's
so-
playing. He's making a move. He's like
here is
anyway,
the
no matter what.
Amruta, look here. The rook was at some other place. King f3,
So he goes rook a1.
rook e5. Oh, this rook. Every time, yes, this was one position. King f3, rook a2.
Yeah, I think this is the main one. Now he goes king g4.
Yeah.
If the rook was on g2, I believe it would be the third time. But rook g1 check. King f5.
Yeah.
Now he'll go rook g2 here.
No, rook a1. He has been going.
No, but rook g2, king e4 was played, right, last time.
No,
And then we thought he will give rook e2 check, but he played rook a2.
No, he will go rook a1.
He will
There
go
is
rook.
no rook g2 here. Rook a1 on the long side. As I remember, he was thinking to take or not his pawn. Rook f1. Aha. Rook f1, Amruta, not rook a1. Rook f1. Keep the eye on the f pawn. So as to not allow king f6.
This time, maybe only the difference was the rook was on f2.
Last time, huh?
Yeah. Now king e4 was played, but this time rook e4. So Prague also coming up with new things. He's making sure he
No,
is
but
not repeating.
Now take this pawn. This now it's so juicy and free.
King f6, king e6 this time.
King e6, king g6.
And f5 checking,
F5
rook
king-
f5,
rook
rook,
F5.
no, you have rook g5 in between.
Yes.
Okay. Not f5.
Now what? King f6 maybe? King h6. F5 threatening a checkmate. King h7. Staying
king
alert.
king e6 again.
King e6.
But then once you get
now,
the king on,
go to the long side or maybe king g8 as well. Here,
no, why not king g7? As simple as
king
that.
g7 as
Done.
well. But rook g4, king f8. Yeah.
But the funny thing about Prague is he's just not looking at the board. What did he play? Rook a1.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the open section game is also over, right? For Prague, it was.
It was his.
Entertainment.
No, it's. Maybe it's over because.
No, he was
15
calculating
minutes.
the rook end game
No,
there also,
in
Sagar.
the live games.
Oh, finally he goes king f6.
So rook a1, king f6.
Will he
the pawn?
take? Or will he give a...
This is the
No,
this
he
is the
will.
tricky decision for Gukesh. Take the pawn, not take the pawn.
What
It's a
is
draw.
simpler?
Anyway, it's a draw.
f5 is happening, right? So now you have to take because f5 is happening and at some point you will
No,
have
but
to
I'm a
take.
bit worried here.
Why?
F5.
Yeah?
Play your move as black.
Okay. There's rook f1 or there's rook a2, just waiting.
King h6.
No,
maybe
king
just
h6.
to- yes,
Oh, no,
yes.
rook h... Hey, you said king h6, but then rook h4 check. Wait a second, rook a2.
He's waiting. Every time it's mate in one, I look at
Okay,
Leonardo.
go rook a6 check.
Rook a6.
Rook e6 and now bring your rook back to a5.
a5. Keeping an eye here. Smart. Very smart.
Telling the pawn, you're the apple of my eye.
Nice. Rook. I want to go rook
e5?
e8. Just try.
Now you're like again rook h8 check, made
Yes.
those cheapo,
Yes.
as Leko says. Rook a6 check, Sagar.
Rook
Check.
check. King f7. King
King
g5.
g5. Done. Draw. Okay. Let's agree for a draw. Go home, have dinner.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to aim for. Have dinner right
No,
now.
yeah.
But if you ask them, would you like to have dinner tonight or a point and go hungry, they would choose the point and hunger.
Anytime hunger
Yeah.
is good.
Now Gukesh down to 6 minutes, Amruta. It's getting a bit exciting, actually.
And Prague has managed to keep his time at 3 minutes.
Yes, because Prag is not even, he is not caring much about whether he'll win or not. He knows it's a draw. He's just making moves. Oh, Gukesh takes the pawn.
Some progress. And now no photographic draw ideas. One pawn is also gone.
F5, okay. Interesting. Now it's very clear.
This endgame, I mean, we were talking about F9 endgame, that is different. But F pawn, this should be easy, no, for Gukesh?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be.
Normally in Dvoretsky's book, Sagar, I think the pawn would be on e5, if I'm not wrong. And at many moments...
No, that e5 pawn becomes
King on d6.
much more complicated, because if white gets the a file, often it's very tough to draw, because then the remaining files are only 3 if it is an e pawn.
So you're
But
saying
here
it
because-
favors black, the
Yes.
f pawn favors black.
Because even if white has the a file, you can take the b file and it's still long enough. So
I
f
thought the
pawn-
other way, because I thought that the black king is kind of getting into mating net again and again, but it's nothing to worry.
It's not getting into
It's
mating.
like
That's- yeah.
a ghost. Gukesh. Yeah, he gives a check there, rook a6, like we were talking about. Rook e6, very quickly played by Prague. 4 minutes, finally Prague is having more than 4 minutes, and Gukesh has to make his moves quickly.
Rook a5, Amruta, your move. I'm rooting for your move.
And he will play that because he only said, guys, the f pawn, let's keep in touch with him. But I like the two candidates playing till the end
Yes.
of the
Also,
game.
Prag looks sad, no? Now, like he is not very happy because he was. Oh, rook a7 played.
He stops the king on the 7th rank. Anyway, the pawn can't be pushed.
But rook e7.
A check.
Check. This one. Yes, smart. Check.
If you
king
move
up,
the rook, then there is check.
king
In fact, rook
g5.
a7 is also nice.
And if rook e5, there is check and you lose the pawn. So,
Actually, Gukesh is like, come on, there's nothing. So, what we were thinking, maybe
goes
he's
rook d6.
completely proving us wrong.
oh, but Amruta, now king h6. I
Yeah.
would even bring my king
Yes,
back
yes,
into the
absolutely.
game.
So, king h6, king e6, and then king g7 also works because there is no rook d7 check.
Yes, okay. So, king h6, king e6, king g.
Oh, but f6 check. No?
F6 check.
No, f6, king g6 is fine actually. Should be fine. Go king g7, Sagar. f6, king g6. If you move the rook, there is rook a6 check. If you move the king, yeah, there's
Wow.
check.
Nice.
But if you don't go f6 and rook d7 check,
He
then
plays
there is
king
king
h6. Rook b6, Prague waiting. But now king h7. Why not? No? I want to come
Yeah.
here.
But if rook e6 now after king h7, because now my threat is rook e7 check. You will go back to h6 again, of course, repeat.
Oh.
Repeat. The point is sometimes
can
in
go
this
this.
kind of endgames you don't, even if you don't remember, they're so good at calculating it. You know, it's a lot about calculation.
He goes king h5.
What did Prague play?
Rook e6. King
Is
h6
he?
back.
Now don't think. Oh, but Prague is now up to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Though it doesn't matter.
You know, in endgames, generally a pawn would be winning if you have your opponent's king cut off, like some way. That's the Lucena. But here the problem is that there is not much space. I mean, the king is anyway cut off, but there is so much space on the long side to give side checks. That's the defense.
The pawn is not reaching the 7th rank for Lucena. So tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow Norderbeck will be leading, and we have, we don't have Prague on 4.5.
No.
We will only
No,
be able
Prague
to
will
reach
be on 4 and
4.
Norderbeck and Parham. Parham is on 4.5, Norderbeck on 5. And actually, it is interesting to see who are his next opponents of Norderbeck, because he's already. So he's. Oh, tomorrow is Parham versus Norderbeck.
Wow.
Tomorrow is like the
Oh, if
title clash.
Parham beats Norderbeck, then he becomes the sole leader.
It's the
If
title clash, kind of.
Actually, that's true.
And last round, Norderbeck has Rapport.
Okay, Gukesh played king h5, just looked at Prague. That okay, I know this is a draw. Do you want to play rook e7? Rook a6 check. He won't even claim for a photographic draw, no? No need for all that.
Too much effort there. Check is good. Check, king f7, king g5. Draw.
But the arbiter might be very happy. Oh, Vacancy also it was a draw and I was there, and now also it will be a draw, I'll be here. Maybe
King
the
g7,
arbiter.
but this is drawn. No, now king g5, over. If f6, rook f6, rook e5, rook f5.
Yeah, he goes rook f7.
Oh, he plays.
Now f6 is happening, right?
Oh, yeah, this we didn't consider, no?
Oh, he just waits. Rook b6. Because after f6, the white rook will need to be on f8.
No, just wait, huh? It's just wait.
Rook a6. Yeah, he does nothing.
Wait. And now rook f8. So, because if you move away, I take. So you have to play rook. Oh, he plays rook e7.
What?
But now rook
just a
f6.
draw. Okay, just a draw. Rook f6, rook e5, rook f5. They will shake hands. Yeah.
Wow, what a marathon fight. It lasted for 5 hours 18 minutes, right? Yeah, 5 hours 18 minutes, and really great
Very
defense
intense.
by Gukesh, actually.
And actually, even the middle game, I would say the opening and the middle game,
Prague played very well.
amazing.
What
He
about
found
that
some
bishop?
amazing.
That b3 bishop that he gave up in the opening.
No, he really played this game well. And then,
I like how Prague is always fresh, no? How even after whatever be the result, he wins, loses, draws, he's always fresh, ready to discuss.
can you understand what he's trying to say? Which move? Something on h4, but
Gukesh is like, why did you go into this rook end game? You could have won just in the middle game, like, you know, that without trading of queens.
we are interpreting their body language here. I mean, their conversation.
Do you think Gukesh can come here and explain to us this game? I don't think. Yeah, he's too tired.
No. They will be
Anyway,
very tired.
yeah.
Maybe both of them, if we tell them it's compulsory, you have to, because you both drew the game, you will have to go
No,
here.
I think, I mean, my only thing is, one question for Prague is why he didn't play king f5. That is my big question in
King
this
F5?
endgame. Yeah, like
that
here,
point.
at this point, not here. Let's just go.
No, but it was also very tricky, no?
Yeah,
we
here.
saw that.
Why not king f5 is the big question. Of course, it's tricky. You rightly pointed out that
h4, rook, h2 ideas were there.
There's
I
h4,
don't think it
h3.
was as simple as.
But still, I mean, I think he just
Because he
underestimated that if he goes here, these
f5
pawns.
he missed. I think he would have calculated h4 and he thought it should be okay, but then I think he missed f5. It looks scary, no? Like rook e6 check. It feels like, oh, your king will be cut off. You can sometimes just visually, intuitively reject the move without
I think
calculating.
we have a camera there which is recording, so we may be able to hear their conversation.
The analysis. That would be great. Later, people can watch it.
But I'm sure they're talking in Tamil, not in English. Yes, it's their mother. They both are Tamil speaking, so.
No, but sometimes when you're on the chessboard, it feels like you speak in English. It feels more natural to speak in English.
So
But
here we
Sagar,
are.
Yes, and we should see the standings and tomorrow's pairings on the screen as well.
Yes,
Once
if we have the standings, then it would be wonderful, and also pairings and today's results as well, just to show our viewers who just tuned in what happened. It was again a big day. We have 3 decisive games. Wow, what a day of chess. We had Rapport losing to Gukesh, Thaidawan. We had Vidit losing to Parham Maksudlu. We had Abdusattorov losing to Vincent. That's how they were. And then we had Gukesh and Prague draw, Navara Bartel draw. And so an exciting day of chess awaits us tomorrow, the penultimate round. These are the pairings. David Navara versus Thaidawan Gukesh. Don't forget that Thaidawan is actually on 4 points now.
and he's beating. Like imagine he wins the last 2 rounds.
If he wins tomorrow, Amruta, already he is very close to the leaders.
Tomorrow is the Czech clash, by the way.
Yes, it's the all Czech clash. And Vidit versus Rapport. Vidit has a tough opponent in Richard tomorrow. He's in really
Everybody is tough here.
bad trouble. Like no, after 3 losses, Richard is a tough one to face. Nodirbek and Parham. This is the big clash for tomorrow between the first and the second placed player.
Yeah.
And Gukesh takes on Vincent, while Prague has Bartel, and Prague might have an outside chance to finish the top if he wins both his games. But
Bartel, who beat Gukesh, who outplayed, is not a person to be underestimated at all. And also, we are done with 3 Candidateans playing each other.
Yes.
Right?
And I think all of them ended. No, Prague beat Vidit. And apart from that, the other 2 were drawn.
Wow.
Okay.
So we will see you tomorrow, which will be the penultimate round. Very exciting matchup, nice interviews, great analysis by people. Guys, thanks for watching. Do vote for the game of the day today on praguechessfestival.com/voting. And we will see you tomorrow.
Yes. Bye-bye.